Spurs, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan. And look, again, like promised, we are back here running a fan show to give you guys, the fans out there of Tottenham Hotspur, a chance to have your say on Ange Postecoglou. If you're already a channel member, the link is up in the community section. Simply smash that link, get in here and have your say if you're a fan show member. If you're not, feel free to grab that fan show membership, grab priority on all fan shows that we do, and come on and have your say. But big news coming out of the Spurs camp today, and it is, here we go, Ange Postecoglou. Bit of a divisive one. Lots of concerns out there, which I think are justified, but also a lot of people out there that are very excited about this appointment, which I also believe is also justified as well. So it's a mixed reaction out there, but it'd be good to speak to the fans and hear what they have to say on it. But Jacko, before we get into it, always we like to see how you are. So how are you keeping, my
man? Kind of all over the place, Dave. I'm happy, like I said earlier, to sort of be done with the managerial sort of saga. I was not looking forward to a summer that was like that one with Nuno, where we just sort of couldn't really spend the time thinking about where we can fix, the squad and, what sort of players we can bring in, and just sort of talk about rebuilding and sort of refreshing everything, because we didn't have a manager, until almost halfway through the summer, it felt like. So I'm actually glad in some sense that Spurs have actually just finally settled on somebody. It didn't look like to be the first choice or anything like that. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether people are really that swayed or really that bothered by that sort of thing. You don't always maybe get your first choice, that's for sure. And at certain times, you and I were especially saying that Spurs were really looking like a managerial graveyard, but Ange Postecoglou, perhaps at this stage, maybe always sort of there or always available in some sense. Maybe, like we said, he's a plan C of some sort of, kind, or plan B for Spurs if they couldn't have gotten, the Nagelsmanns or guys like that. So maybe it's the case that Postecoglou has actually always been one that's been available for us, and we finally triggered it. Didn't want to put us in suspense any longer, and I guess you have to get behind him. I'm looking forward to it just because of the football that I guess that he promises to bring. No matter what, he's going to face it head on and try to play his brand of football, and I think it's a brand of football that a lot of Spurs fans will be happy with. One, a brand that they sort of associate with Spurs, right?
100%, and I think, just going back to earlier, like I said earlier on, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make the horse drink it. And, Ange can come here with all these tactics and all these ways of implementing it, but he's also going to need some help in the transfer market to make sure that we use what he's bringing here to the maximum, and get the max out of it. He will need help in the transfer market. So as much as we like the football he wants to bring, we can't not look at the squad and realize that, we do need to do stuff in this transfer market to be able to make his tactics a lot more effective on the football pitch, which gives us a chance and also gives him a chance. And look, I get why a lot of people would say it's underwhelming. They have concerns over, because of his reputation. Is he a guy that Levy thinks he can easily sort of manipulate? People, have questions about, does he have a plan B about his defense? Can he step up? I hear all the concerns, and I think, they're legit. And don't get me wrong, it is a risk we're taking by bringing this guy in here. However, I don't think it's as big as a risk or a gamble as many people are making it out to be when you actually look into the guy, look at what he's done. And I get, people say, but he hasn't managed in the top 5 league, this, that, and the other. And I get that. But, this guy has had, the hard way, the whole way through his career, and he's finally getting this opportunity. And for me, it's nice to see a manager that wants to come in and actually grasp that opportunity and roll his sleeves up and actually want to get stuck into the work that needs to be done ahead, rather than guys who, came in here and it's sort of like, look, just give me the players, just give me the players and I'll give you what you want. And sort of, every opportunity, not really wanting to roll their sleeves up and sort of get stuck into the mess that we've held here. People that maybe think they're doing Tottenham a favor rather than Tottenham doing them a favor.
I mentioned that earlier, right? Like, even if Ange wasn't my first choice or anything like that, I'd be a hypocrite if I were to then doubt him that he's, come into this, I think, probably with more of a willingness to take on the Spurs job head on than maybe other managers might. Other managers probably are more reluctant to take it on than he is. I think he's happy to take on this sort of step. He probably sees it as a step up, where previous managers have seen it as a step down, or at least they were accused of, seeing it as a step down in sort of their body language or how they treated certain press conferences and whatnot. And Ange Postecoglou was absolutely probably going to give maybe the opposite vibe. And I think you've even brought this up in the past, Dave, that sometimes his first sort of press conferences, to the public, when, he's been at new clubs, he's actually done a very good job at sort of doing his research and doing sort of his, kind of his homework before he goes into the job. And he sort of says the right things, quickly to get people on the right side. And Celtic fans clearly sort of showed that. They said he sort of won us over quite quickly, right? With how he sort of comes across, just in press conferences, and how honest and sort of, upfront he is about everything, but also just the fact that he is, kind of shameless in how he sort of plays. His brand of football is basically attack, 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 and, dominate the opponent, and don't really cower to anybody. And if you do, you're going to be put on the bench. And these sort of kind of simple, basic principles might be what Spurs sort of need at this moment in time.
And the thing is as well, it's going to be gradual process. It's not going to, he's going to walk in here and first game of the season, you're going to see amazing football off the bat, this, that, and the other, because at Celtic, it didn't happen that way either. The first sort of 7 to 10 games were a bit of a mixed match. There was sort of, you were seeing signs of it, but then it wasn't really being implemented fully. But once Ange Postecoglou, ironed that out, once the players really got to grips with his methods, since then, Celtic fans have seen the best football some of them have seen in a lifetime at Parkhead. Yeah. So for me, the first little period is going to be a bit rocky, but that's where fans have to stand by them. We're at a point now where we have to realize we can't keep asking for managers to be sacked every 16 to 18 months. At some stage, if you want what other clubs built, you have to build that. You have to give a manager an opportunity. You have to give him time. And not only the fans, but also the board. They're very quick to pull the trigger at times. Sometimes they got to be smarter than that and say, look, we know we have to work on it in this area in the transfer window. So we're going to keep this guy in charge, and we're going to go again, next summer. So it requires patience from all aspects, the fans and the board on this one. And I find it a bit hard to ask fans for patience. But if we don't show a manager any sort of patience to build something, correct, it's only going to spiral into something really, really bad, really, really drastic. You look at Everton, before they got where they were chopping and changing managers every 1.5 seasons and stuff like that. And ultimately, look where it ended up with them when they had a mixed match of squad under so many managers. We've already got a squad that resembles 4 or 5 managers, and you can't have it building up to much more, but before it comes dysfunctional. So we have to give this guy time to build what we as fans want to see and what we want to pay for.
Completely right, Dave. Everybody, if you haven't already, do hit that link in the community section for everybody with the fan show membership, please, because we're going to try to get through everybody as best we can tonight. And I think there's already a pretty good line as is, to come on and have their say when it comes to Ange Postecoglou. So if this is your sort of, maybe you're bothered by the news, maybe you're sort of really actually part of the Ange army, because the Ange army is quite strong. Come on and have your say with us, everybody. And also as well, if you haven't already, do smash that like button, please. But let's get maybe to the chat here, Dave, and greet a few people, and then sort of get into the fan show here. We're going to start sort of at the very top, I believe, with Mick Hermelock there. He's just saying, good evening, Jack and Dave. Big yourself up, Mick. We have Ricky Nato in here as well. He says, evening all, come on, you Spurs. Big yourself up, Ricky. Duncan Rathband is in here as well, saying, evening all, come on, you Spurs. Let's go, Ange. Maybe the happy clapping begins, Jack. Duncan, I was trying to happy clap as best I can with a bit of Mythos or a bit of Foster's, but I became a bit indecisive. Only had 45 minutes to go and get, some sort of celebration, type beers, and, came out empty-handed, Duncan. So maybe, Ange is going to guide me, the right path, to the right bodega, to the right corner store. But big yourself up, my friend. Really do appreciate your support as always. Aaron Robinson's in here as well. Loving the big Ange news. Fresh look on life at Spurs. I like that outlook, Aaron. Sean Brown says, here we go again. Big up, Sean, part of the Sean Army. Peter M says, Foster's is crap, Jack. If you want an Aussie beer, then Cascade or Bogues, both from Tasmania, are quite good. Mythos is best major Greek beer. Other Greek beers are much the same. So I think, a lot of the Greek beers are sort of more or less lagers, kind of good ones for the summer, to be fair, Peter M. Whereas maybe I'll move into some of these Aussie beers, when it's come winter time. Big yourself up, my man. Bald Bean Counters in here, Dave. And be loving to see him, giving his say on Ange Postecoglou, because, we're missing his luscious locks of hair.
Yeah, we definitely are. We ain't winning the league though, lad. That's for sure. We're definitely not winning the league first season off, I can tell you that. But, it'd be good to sort of get this club on the right track again in terms of attacking football and then building on it from there, my man. Jazz Fusion says, going to need patience. Something Levy and the fans have in short supply. Absolutely spot on. Everyone has to show a bit of patience at some point, and if it's not going to be Ange, when is it going to be? Because the reality is, we're never going to get a manager that's unanimously going to be there for absolutely everybody. Everyone's going to have some problem with an appointment here or there, but at some stage we have to just park what our feelings are, even if you agree with it or not, and realize that some guy is going to need some time. Steve Webb says, big up Dave and Jack. Let's hope he's given the time and backing. I can't see Levy letting go of the reins in the transfer market, though. Look, we'll have to just wait and see. Chances are probably not. You seen last year didn't exactly happen that way. If they're going to do it under Conte, the chances are they're probably going to do it under Ange even more. So I hear what you're saying on that, Stevie Webb, but big yourself up. Big up Zoe as well. Great to see you. Hopefully you're keeping well. I know you're buzzing with the appointment. We've got Leon as well. Good to see you in the building. Hopefully you're keeping well, sir. We have Chris. I was speaking to a big Celtic fan. He says Postecoglou will soon get rid of players who don't follow his philosophy and adapt to his fast-paced football. 100%. If you do not want to run and you're not willing to go through it, he will not pick you. It's that simple. It's a bit like Pochettino. Pochettino had stats during the week. You had to meet in training, running stats, this, that, and the other. If you didn't meet it, you weren't in contention for selection. Look at the benefits it went on to have for us, where everyone bought into it and everyone was running around like blue-ass flies, and that's what we want to get back to, and Ange will definitely bring that, Chris. Big yourself up. Gamer16 as well. Great to see you. From interview seems competent. Also like the Aussie accent. Could be fun. That definitely is going to be, my man. It's going to be a roller coaster into the unknown, my man, but it's going to be fun. Regular, good evening, he says. Just want to say I watch Celtic quite often. I think Ange is the real deal. Just got to see how the deals with this board. 100%, I agree with you, my man. I watch Celtic quite a lot as well, even more so under Ange than Neil Lennon. The football, I think you'll agree with me, the football is completely 180. It's so much more entertaining. And he is a good manager, lad. He's a very, very good manager, even the way he works. You see him, like there's videos out there of him, but, you speak to Celtic fans, you watch Celtic games, you'll hear it all the time. If someone's not moving, he is letting rip at them on the sideline. None of this, I'll wait till you get in the dressing room because I know you don't want to be embarrassed in front of the fans or the cameras. He doesn't give a shit about that. You're not pulling your weight. He'll instruct you and let you know. And that I cannot wait for the regular. And none of this because you could argue that you've seen Conte doing it, but what Conte didn't do is follow through by taking them off 5 minutes later if they weren't doing it. Ange Postecoglou will definitely on that for sure.
That's good.
So big up the regular. And then we have King Hodler says, how will Ange fare versus top managers? Here was Jose's record versus top 6. Played 17, won 5, drawn 2, lost 10. And Conte's played 14, won 4, drawn 3, lost 7. Combined played 31, won 9, drawn 5, lost 17. So-called elite managers. So there you have it. It'd be interesting to see if like Guardiola and Klopp and all are in and around the same Glen, King Hodler. Let me know on that one, brother. But big yourself up. Then we have Love Music. He says new shirt sales will benchmark reference and signing will be benchmark referencing. Do you know what that means, Jack?
I'm not sure really. New shirt sales will be the benchmark for. I'm not sure.
They'll go up basically. I think what he's saying with Ange Postecoglou. A lot of people sort of see Australia as an untapped market. They're also a part of the Asian market as well out there. So it'd be very interesting, especially with we know how beneficial the Asian market is because it's sunny. So it'd be interesting to see. I think that's maybe what he's alluding to with shirt sales out that way and all, my man.
Big up Loves Music. We have some content related to the likes of the shirts, being released this week. A few different things, a couple different things, should I say, that's coming out. So look forward to it, Loves Music. Big up, my friend.
Big up, my friend. Big up, Loves Music. And then we also have the bottom Duta, and he says, hope the fans are patient with him and not seeing the Chelsea manager's name. Got to respect his moxie for making this move. But these players scare me. Look, that's another thing. Look, fans made it clear who they wanted. The board, like I alluded to before, were never, ever going to do it and put themselves in an undermining position, especially with the heat that's around them now. And bringing back Podge would undermine their tenure over the last 4 years for sure. So that was never going to happen. And I think we got to accept he's at Chelsea now. I'd have no hatred towards him at the end of the day. He can't put his career on hold and wait for Tottenham to go through how many managers before we even approach or look at him for coming in here. So I don't blame him for it one bit. But at some stage, we've got to move on. The window of opportunity was there to make it happen. We've missed it, and now there's no point in sitting there pining for it. We've got what we've got in the dugout, and you've just got to get behind it, in my opinion.
Yeah. Ancelotti ended up staying at Real Madrid. He's not going to go back to PSG. I'm not really sure what other jobs were really available that, he was really all that interested in, and so it kind of just felt like the moment that Chelsea job, came available, he sort of maybe, I don't know, I guess swallowed, a bit of pride or whatever, because I know, he sort of said in the past about rivalries and everything like that. I think he's sort of gone a bit against that. But at the same time, not really going to hold too much against him for that, because like you said, Dave, he was never really approached for the job ever by Spurs, and he can't just sit there waiting forever for Spurs to come in for him. And his original, I think, desire was that Real Madrid job, but it didn't end up going for him. So sort of, got, had to pick Chelsea. But I would say, to bottom dude, it is going to be interesting whether Spurs fans are as patient as maybe we need them to be when it comes to Postecoglou, because I don't think anybody should be expecting that he's just going to take the league alight. And we are going to be, of course, thinking about, rebuilding, but sometimes, with a week in between games, there might be that sort of pressure on him. And of course, he's going to be under much more attention than he ever was, at Celtic, game in, game out. And can he handle that type of pressure that comes from the media as well as the fans when you maybe lose a game that you shouldn't have, or a certain thing that maybe you could have done tactically that maybe you probably didn't think was the right move, but ended up being, the right move in hindsight. Those sort of things just get picked apart on Talk Sport by us, and on YouTube, etc. And it just sort of comes with, being a part of a Premier League manager for a top club. And can he handle that sort of pressure? Be interesting.
Well, I also hope that we get the Ange that's at Celtic, because a manager that makes a step up, it's very easy for him to sort of scrap his principles or change them to suit certain players of maybe a high profile, this, that, and the other. That's one thing Ange Postecoglou can't do. Pochettino, when he got here, he sort of abandoned what he was about at Southampton to a certain degree, and he bent the rules for the likes of Adebayor, Lewis Holtby, Sigurdsson, people like that, and they weren't really implementing what he wanted them to do. And there was a lot of pressure on him at the time. And then at one point, I think it was some point, he ended up saying, no, enough is enough. He brought in Harry Kane ahead of Adebayor, stuck with him. And there was a couple of other decisions he made in the midfield. He started bringing through the likes of Bentaleb, people like that. And all of a sudden, you've seen a much better Tottenham. You've seen a much better product. And, between then and the rest of the season, it showed Spurs fans that, hang on, we do need to give this guy patience. Let's see what he can do. And I just hope, for Ange's sake, that he doesn't do that at the start, where he bends them rules for certain people. They're either on board or they're not. And he has to stick to them principles and what he believes in, the way he managed at Celtic, at Tottenham. He cannot change that. He has to stick with it. If he changes that, that's where the trouble comes in. He needs to learn off what Poch done when he came here, and he needs to stick by them principles.
Love it. Big up to bottom dude, my friend. Hopefully you're keeping well this evening. Big up Wisdom as well. Big up, lads. He's in the house as well. Showtime's in here saying greetings from South Africa. Big yourself up, my friend. Hopefully you're enjoying this bit of news on Ange Postecoglou. Brad Matthews says, good day. Good day, Cobbers. Maybe I don't get this reference.
We'll have to ask him when he comes on.
We'll ask him later. And also, we're going to have a bit of a beer talk when it comes to Postecoglou as well. Big yourself up, Amy. She says, dear Spurs fans, please be patient. Let's see the off-season transfer window. And I'm looking forward to seeing what everybody has to say about who they want to see go and who they want to see come in. Big yourself up, Amy. And then Moondog's in here as well. Good evening, lads. Moondog, hopefully maybe you have a bit of Mythos saved to the side, or as well, maybe you have a bit of FIFA saved up, for later, clearing out the squad, putting in an Ange formation of some kind. Big yourself up, Moondog.
Nah, big up, Moondog. Hopefully you're keeping well, sir. Extended birthday for him, Jacko, you know. Nice birthday at the weekend. Now he's got the Ange news, so he's just riding the wave for a week, but it's long overdue, Moondog. You know, he's had a hard year and stuff like that, so it's good to see that things are maybe easing up, even if it is for a week, my man. So good to see you in here, Moondog. Big up, brother. What a legend.
Peter M says, Cobber is what Aussies say to each other. Big yourself up, Peter M. I appreciate it. And there you are. Learn something every day, Dave. And we're going to be learning a lot under Postecoglou. Jay Ashraf says, Jack, don't be deceived. This is Nuno Part 2. Club made no real effort to get their top choices. I made, I made the admission that I think he is, potentially, a plan C sort of type signing that they had at the back burner. But if you want to, as I usually do, maybe searching for some sort of optimistic, or positive in it, is that I think they maybe avoided the mistake of the past of just continuing to leave themselves in limbo over the summer instead of just getting some type of clarity right away. And they sort of have done that, I think, with Postecoglou. Whether you wanted him or not, at least we know who the manager is going into this summer now and, going into the rest of the next season. Pick yourself up, Jay, my man. How do you Yeah.
I do think, look, very well could end up that it might, if we don't get the transfers that we need in order to implement it and stuff like that, it could very well end up like a Nuno appointment and stuff like that. But, surely we got to be clever in that if the board don't give in positions that we know needed, regardless of who the appointment is, then hopefully that anger will actually go towards the board and not towards the manager and asking him, oh, well, he should be doing this, he should be doing that. It's like at some point, if the board ain't giving him what he needs in a certain position, you just got to put the blame on the board at sometimes. You can't keep asking managers to double guess everything all the time. So if they don't give him the players he needs, hopefully that anger is directed at the board and say, hey, look, we like Ange. You back him. You do not sack him because we won't be happy with it. And look, as well, we got to come to going off the last 4 or 5 appointments, if you include the interim managers, you can say, don't be deceived. It is going one way. But you can't have that approach to every manager. At some stage, when a new manager comes in, you've got to give him an opportunity to see what he can bring. Or at least I'd rather be like that than just sit there and, this is going to be shit, this, that, and the other. At least I want to try. Because at some point, something has to improve, and it will improve at some point. So there's no point. There's no harm in, and not everything is shit. Not everything that comes to this club is shit. Sometimes you can get the right people that come to this club, but just the circumstances around the club make it look shit.
Patty Harnett's in here as well saying, I think he's exactly what we need, but he needs to get rid of the players who have let us down over and over again. I saw that tweet, Patty, and I completely agree, my friend. And my biggest worry, like you said, is that could maybe certain players get another clean slate after the 5th or 6th clean slate they've already been given. And I'm always worried about that with any new manager that comes in. Tony Austin says, can we afford the compensation? It looks like we can. I think Gary Jacob has come in and reported that Spurs have sort of agreed it with Celtic. And I think everything's a here we go by the looks of things. We're not trying to fool anybody here. Hod God says, good evening, lads. Big yourself up, Hod God. Hopefully you're keeping well, my friend. Al Ben is in here with the super chat saying, Levy's ideal manager is one that won't complain, even if only 20 million is spent on transfers. It's a sad reality, Dave, that we do know Levy might be sort of reluctant to go back to managers that would really sort of, defy him and sort of, test him and, push back, right? Nagelsmann right away said, who's your director of football? Can I have full say over transfers? Can I have say over this? Looked like maybe that didn't go too well in those sort of negotiations. And that also is maybe the case with other managers that maybe were interviewed, as perhaps they didn't convince Levy for other reasons, but they also maybe demanded too much, or he felt like he wanted a guy that can actually prove himself first before Levy throws 150 million or whatever. And even though I think that's where the game is headed, where you kind of do sort of have to throw a lot of money at it, usually every summer, in order to really stay at the top and to really be competing with the best. We all know that, I think, with how, the teams are spending such ridiculous amounts each summer. But Levy seems to maybe going back to what it was with Pochettino at Southampton, where he sort of went with the plan B or a plan C type signing like he did with Pochettino and waited to see if Pochettino can prove him, or prove himself before he really kind of gives him more of the keys to the palace and everything. I don't think it's the right way to go. I think we want a guy to get total sort of control. But if I were to see what Levy is maybe doing right now, I think Al Ben might be potentially kind of right in some way.
I get it, but if you're Daniel Levy, you look at it and you're like, okay, the fans are on my back. The football's being
Right.
pissed poor. Everyone's been highlighting this back line. Everyone's been talking about it, fans, media, pundits, etc. You can't continue to neglect that. You have to address that at some stage. And I can't have him hiding behind the fact, but maybe this is what Ange wants. No, not every single manager wants to come to Tottenham and work with Eric Dyer and Sanchez. We cannot make that a believable thing. We just can't do that. You can't tell me that's what Jose wanted, what Conte wanted, what Nuno wanted, and then what Ange wanted. I'm sorry, that just doesn't happen 4 times in a row. So it's up to Daniel Levy. If he does want to see improvement, just go and address the areas that many experts are talking about that just need to be addressed, the obvious answers. My biggest problem is, though, I do feel like Ange Postecoglou is someone that the board feel like they can mess him around, where they can go, look, we don't have money for this, we don't have money for that, and with that unknown, that Ange probably won't come out and complain. He'll just try and work with what he's got, and that is my biggest fear. That is my biggest fear with this. But look, for me, try it, because I think fans are awake now. I think fans are more awake more than ever, and I don't think they'll accept it, where it's like, look, there was a graph out the other day on the Forbes list. What are we, third, fourth highest, most highest profitable club? Fans will not tolerate it any longer. You get regardless of the manager and the appointment, you get the players in that we know we need in. You can sit here and go, let's, but Ange wants Dyer. Okay, but you're the chairman of the football club, and you've watched how he's let this club down time and time again. So you fucking get rid of him, regardless whether he wants. When you get someone in better, I'm not having him right behind that any longer. I'm sorry, I'm not. And but I do hear Al Ben. My biggest fear is that I do think the board see him as someone they can muck around with.
Paul Gregory, just quickly, kind of in contrast to what Al Ben was saying, I just saw in the comments saying, I think people are mistaken if they think Ange is just a yeah man. He's or a yes man. He has a very fiery temper on him. And I think you brought that up, Dave, but you also said, right, maybe he's a guy that sort of is just also like, I'll try to make it work. And, maybe I won't put up as much of a fuss as maybe other managers might, yeah.
There's a difference between having a fiery temper on the training ground and on the sideline, getting the most out of your players, etc., and going up and doing it in the board. Yeah. He ain't going to do it in the boardroom. He won't.
Big up, Amir. Good to see you in the house, my friend. Hopefully you're keeping well. DG is in here with a super chat. Big up, mates. Hopefully you're keeping well, DG. And it's Ange Postecoglou time, my friend. Cancel all the dinner plans. Get the Barbies out, DG. Hopefully you're keeping well, mate. The bottom dude says, yeah, Dave, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted I think you and Al Ben sort of, having that discussion between the comment and that about, a manager having to earn trust to get the backing. But the thing is, these managers have earned the trust. You had Jose Mourinho, he had his top of the league at one point. They could have went harder in January that season. They didn't. Conte got us back to Champions League football from where Nuno had us. So there's that trust, Now, look, what happened went on to Conte, I'm not getting into that tonight. I'm not having them arguments anymore. It's over. But they obviously didn't give him the centre-backs, even though we all knew and pointed out he needed centre-backs. So, if Ange comes in here, for me, you got to back him. There's only so much managers can do. At some point, they do need the backing. They're not miracle workers.
Big up, DG, my friend. Bottom Duda says Mason needs to stay away from coaching the team. Is Mason still in some way involved? Is he going to be part of the coaching staff? I think he's in some way earned his move away from actually Spurs. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some clubs out in Belgium or the Netherlands or maybe some, league outside of Europe, or maybe even just a smaller type club that'd be willing to take him on, or even clubs in the championship that'd be willing to take him on. I think he's proven himself not to be a complete, Frank Lampard or anything like that. I think he's definitely competent and he knows what he's doing in some sense, but he's got a long, long way to go. He's still got a long way to go, but he definitely has a bit more tactical nous than some of the other sort of former player managers by the looks of things.
I'll be honest. I suspect the club ain't going to sack him because he stepped in for the club in difficult periods and all. So they ain't going to sack him. I suspect whether Ange wants him around or not, I suspect Tottenham will keep him around out of a thank you sort of thing until an opportunity becomes available for him to go on and be a manager. Until then, he won't be sacked.
On his terms, it sounds like, to bottom Duda in the case of Mason. Chris Peter says, remember Wenger was an unknown from the J League. And I've seen people bring this up in the past, right? That you see some of the best and, managers and, in time, they all came from some sort of place that, they had to build their craft and had to sort of build their sort of identity and philosophy with. And Jose Mourinho was the case over in Portugal, right? And the case of Antonio Conte, it was sort of in, the lower leagues of, of Italy, I believe. It was like a Serie D club or something at one stage where he started out at, right? And you look at the likes of De Zerbi, he went over to Shakhtar Donetsk, went, to Ukraine for a little bit. So many different managers, travel amongst the globe, to learn different things, but also to test themselves in, different environments. And they can come to the Premier League with, kind of a ton of knowledge that maybe, we probably might not really notice or take for granted. So I'm giving Postecoglou a lot of sort of faith that he can actually catch a lot of people by surprise, actually. And he might actually maybe surprise some people just by the fact that he's a new sort of brain in the Premier League. And you see certain guys like De Zerbi and whatnot who are just brand new to the Premier League sort of take it by storm just because they're sort of, new and nobody knows much about them and, how they play, etc.
I will say with Wenger, though, to be fair, he did manage Monaco before he ended up in the J League, and I actually think he had was it Waddle or Hardle he had out there at the time, I think. And then also, but like what I will say as well, and what I will add is when he came from the J League into the Premier League, he had something revolutionary that gave him the advantage, and that was the dietary sort of stuff around the players. It was revolutionary at the time.
Yeah.
And it gave them the advantage because they were fitter than everybody else. They were leaner than everybody else. They could last in games longer than everybody else. So that's where that gave them that edge. Is Ange Postecoglou bringing anything revolutionary from Celtic? The only thing you can look at Ange Postecoglou that he's bringing is that everyone buys into it. You're grounded. You work hard. That's the angle Ange Postecoglou has. So it's not anything revolutionary. And so that's where I would say the difference between Wenger and a Postecoglou is.
In no means am I an Ange expert, Chris, but what I have heard, though, by the way, is that he actually became even more sort of like press heavy and sort of like high pressing and sort of intense, sort of like off the ball work when he actually moved to the J League. They said he did have sort of the progressive football, but it was more kind of possession based. But when he went to the J League, apparently he kind of adapted to a bit more high pressing and kind of things like that. So
but
at least that's what I've heard from people that know more than me. That's,
Like the thing is, you look at De Zerbi, right? He was out at Shakhtar, he played good football. But when you look at a lot of these clubs, the way they're operating, the Brentford, the Brighton, or you even look at what Arsenal done with Wenger, they didn't so much look into the experience of the guy. They looked into his style of play and his philosophy, and they brought him in and gave him all the extras he needed around it to implement it. So it was actually the style of football and the philosophy they were appointing, if you would like, and investing in more so than the actual person. And that's what I think we're doing here at Tottenham, where we're looking at more the idea and the philosophy rather than the actual person. Now, of course, the fans look at the actual person, but what we should be looking at is the style of football and what he can bring, and it's what many asked for when Conte was here.
Everyone, please smash that like button if you do enjoy these fan shows. Please smash that like button if you enjoy seeing the little lineup that we already got started. We have Mia and then Brad and KPV is the first three, everybody. So if you do also want to come on and have your own say, hit that link. Dave has a little bit of a celebratory trip with the Outlad that he absolutely is long deserved. And if he could get to 10K tonight as well, I think that would be a great send-off for the likes of Dave for his little mini trip beforehand. But as well, again, everybody, if you do want to come on and have your say, the link is in the community section. Dave, any final things to say before we get on to Mia?
Look, I get that it's one that divides opinion, but we're at a time at Tottenham where we ain't winning trophies anytime soon. We're a long way away from that. First, we have to establish our identity and what football we want to be known for and build from there. So at least try and find that in this appointment and just give it a bit of time. Because one thing everyone can agree with is they want to see attacking football at Tottenham, which is what we're known for. So let's keep our minds on that and let's try and give that time because it is going to take time to implement. You're talking about players here for the last 4 years that have been drubbed in one way, that their mindset is constantly thinking about the opposition and what they're going to do and counteracting them rather than thinking about themselves and focusing on themselves. So it's going to take a bit of time to change, but I just ask fans that seeing good football is what we can all use as the common denominator to get behind and maybe give this a bit of chance. Also, like Jack said, I can't go away tomorrow knowing we haven't reached 10K. So please, everyone, share it out. There's people all around the world that are Spurs fans. Share it out to them. Tell them you need to listen to these boys. They talk a lot of sense. They're great, this, that, and the other. And look, I'm going to shut up now, but last thing, just keep smashing that like button. And feel free to, mingle in with the guests and stuff like that via super chat. Get in your questions, talking points, when you agree, disagree. We'll make sure when that guest is on, we'll get that guest to answer it as well. But keep engaged with us in the comments, and we'll keep going through them comments as well. But if you do want to have your say on Ange, this is the time for you. Grab a membership, or if you already have one, get on the link and get on. But look, Jack, I think we'll start getting on some of the guests.
Just quickly, Foggy Phone member for 8 months, Flat Cap member says, can't give Ange the likes of Maguire or stopgaps. Absolutely cannot. And I've seen that rumor today, Foggy Foam, and it did not fill me with any joy. I think Dave and I made the ridiculous sort of, we were desperate in January for any center back to displace Dyer, not Maguire, but we were even willing to tolerate maybe a Harry Maguire on like a 6-month loan just to get rid of, Eric Dyer from the starting 11. I think that's how, poorly we were, looking at moon boots at the time. So, but on a permanent, absolutely not. I don't think we would take Harry Maguire at all on any sort of permanent. I don't think anybody should really. And so that would be a huge mistake for us. Of all the English players to go after as well, I'm a little worried that we're looking at Harvey Barnes as well as Maguire. I think those are definitely not the English players we should be looking at. Big up, Foggy.
Yeah, big up, Foggy. Big up, my man. Hopefully you're keeping well, brother. Let me know in the comments whether you're excited or not about this appointment, my man. And then also, just one quick point. I think Yola makes a good point here. It says, great appointment. Now let's see if Levy keeps his office door shut when the players come crying to him. Levy has to back this man when Postecoglou starts to take on the big egos. And that's another thing. People talk about the egos. Levy has to give him a helping hand by just saying, look, this stops where you go to the manager out of courtesy. You don't like the answer, and you come up to me. And, that has to stop. If he wants them egos taken on, if he wants any players to buy into any manager's philosophy, the buck has to stop with the manager. They can't be going up to Levy's door crying. So the outlad's right. He has to keep that door shut to them. And because, what it does then, it opens up dialogue and how can we keep you happy? Simply, it should be, oh, you're crying again. Okay, well, do you know what? How about you change your mindset, change your approach, and actually do what the fucking manager wants you to do? And you might see a different outcome, and you might not actually be outside my door crying like a little baby, like a 4-year-old. So fuck off down to the training pitch and go and train. Exactly what should be said. Not, oh, come on in, Doris, will you bring up some digestives? Oh, bourbons as well? Bring them up. Tea, coffee, make sure they're all happy and pampered. We can't have them having to pick one or the other. So we'll bring both in, and then we'll have a good open dialogue on it. That shit has to stop. Has to stop. Get out onto the training pitch and move your ass. Simple.
Simple. I love it. Let's bring on Mia. Let's see what she has to say. Everybody, please hit that like button if you haven't already, and let's welcome in Mia. She's getting us started tonight.
See what she has to say. Big up, Mia. How you keeping, my dear?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Did I hear you say that you talk sense? I'm not sure that's quite right. I'm not sure about that one, ma'am.
I like to think I do anyway. At least leave me in my own world thinking I do. But look, Mia, a lot of people have made this... some people are not excited. You've got some people sort of sitting in the middle where they're like, look, just see how it goes. And you've got other people who are really up, they're not overwhelmed by the appointment. They're not excited about it. Where do you sit on this? How do you feel about this appointment of Ange Postecoglou? Are you excited or do you find it underwhelming?
I'm actually quite excited. I think that there is obviously negatives to it, not negatives, but people might be like a bit worried about. And I do understand that. Like, it's not like I'm unaware that he hasn't managed in a big league before with a, what's classed as a bigger Celtic are a big team. Like, don't get it wrong, they are a big team. But obviously, it's very, very different in the Premier League than what it is in the Scottish League. Although I think that people misunderstand that it is just like the Celtic and Rangers thing. I think there are other teams that are like not awful up there. And also, to be fair, the teams that win the league here are just Man City at the moment, and Liverpool have won it once. So, it's not exactly like everybody's trying to win.
That's another mountain to climb, right? People have said that with even Man United this season. Is like, yeah, they finished third, but it's still another mountain to climb to even get to Man City's or like, you know,
Yeah,
previously Liverpool's
no,
level.
that's it.
Teams like
But
that.
I'll tell you the positives are he actually fits exactly what Levy likes, because he doesn't mind working within a budget. He doesn't tend to have higher end players. He likes to work with these younger players and develop them, and he works well with the youth. So that means that our youth might be brought through better, which is obviously a positive, which we all want to see, is more of our youth getting a chance, and especially the ones that we know have got good like they're good prospects. We want to see more of that. Surely, I think that Ange would really do well with that, and he does work on a budget. I think that I can't remember how much Celtic's team was worth, but it wasn't loads. It wasn't like a high end, like I say, amount of money. He is a really good man manager. I think that he will. He wants respect from the players, but he's not cold with them. He will be quite a warm person, and I think that's probably to do with the way, because as well, we understand is that his culture is Greek culture, and then we're very much family orientated. Everything's very much family, and I think he says basically that the football team needs to be like a family, which again we want. We want that that feeling. As fans, he will take us in his heart. He loves the fans. Like, he's one of those that he will go over to the fans and clap the fans, you know. He will really get involved. He's not going to be one of these managers that just comes in and is a bit like, well, be grateful that I'm here, peasants. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of, you don't want that. So I feel like that's a real positive with him, that he is going to be, I think, very charismatic, very warm, and his style of football is really good, pressing, fast pace. You see him, that video of him shouting when they were passing back. He was going mental at them for passing back. So
I mean,
that's
Spurs
what we
fans
all
do
want to
scream
see.
that from the stadium. I can tell you that. I've heard
Yeah.
Spurs fans, especially Ellie, you know, almost screams that every time I hear. Anytime
So-
Ellie sees us pass backwards, she yells that at the players. So she must love
So
that too.
for me, then I think when we start seeing good football, I think that will make people feel a bit differently about him.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he got loads of stick when he went to Celtic, loads. And everyone was like, who is this guy? Who the heck is he? And he was like, see you, I'm going to prove you wrong. And I like that mentality where he doesn't wither under the pressure. He's a bit like, I don't care. I'm going to actually show you. And although there's more pressure in the Premier League, and I do get that, I just don't feel like he's got that withering personality. I feel like he's got that I'm going to prove you wrong personality, which is what you want. You want them to thrive under that pressure where he goes, yeah, I don't care what people are saying about me. I'm going to show you. And I feel like our fans will get on board with that. I feel like our fans, after a while, they will get on board with it. But people do need to understand they have to give time. Like you said, you can't carry on not giving. If a manager wants to be here, especially, that's the difference. He wants to be here. And so you've got to give him time, because I feel like he is someone. Look at Poch, look at Glenn, look at oh God, the names keep going on my head. Joel, look at Redknapp. All of them managers weren't ones that excited fans when we got them, and look how we feel about them. We love them managers, and I feel like that Postecoglou is going to do the same. I feel like he is somebody that we're going to grow to absolutely love, and they're all like the positives I can think of. And for me, I'm excited. I want to have that back. I want to have that feeling back at my club. I want to feel like I want to watch the games, and I want to feel like that I want to love a manager, like really love him, because we all loved Poch. Like, there's no doubt about it. I loved Poch when he was with us, and I want to feel that again, because when I watch back and you look at the way that Poch was, and you think, yeah, I want that. I want someone who's going to feel that feeling when we win, like we feel it. I want him to feel like that. I want him to be wanting us to win that much. It's emotional for him. Like, that's what you want. And I feel like that Postecoglou is absolutely that, because you can tell when he's at Celtic, the way he is with the fans, the way that he is with the club, and how much he actually cared, you know, like he really cared.
That's the thing. And just on the point of, you know, how he gets the most out of his players and him being a brilliant man manager. Did you watch the video of him mic'd up during the Celtic training session? Even when he's criticising the guy for not getting across quick enough and getting stuck in, you know, he's like, come on, you know, you have to be getting over here quicker, this, that, and the other. And he's like, the only reason why I'm asking you is because I know you've got it in you. I've seen you do it before. And it's like criticism, but following up by like, the only reason why I'm asking you is because I know you can do it. So that's how he ends up getting the most out of the players. It's sort of like, I'm going to criticize you, but I'm backing it up with a positive, and I'm not asking you to do anything you can't do, you know. And that's how he ends up getting the most out of these players, because then they sit there and they go, "Oh shit, I've really let him down there." And you know, about the family environment you spoke about just quickly as well. He, you know, if you listen to a lot of the players after the Celtic Cup final win there the other day, they all spoke about, you know, how the club was a family, but also how their family, their wives and kids, and everybody was a part of it. And you can only imagine for professional footballers how much that would actually help them feel more comfortable in their environment, but also go out and give their best, knowing that their family and their kids and all are also a part of the environment, but also well taken care of.
Yeah, there was actually a video I watched of him with the Australian team, and he was giving a speech, and he was like, that person that was there with you all this time, encouraging you to become a footballer, telling you could do it. When you go out there, make sure they're with you and remember you're doing it for them, because they're watching and they're going to be part of it, because they are part of it, because they helped you along the way. Like, the speech was like, it was wicked. I just was like, oh, that really got something in me. I was like, I can feel that. And that's exactly the kind of thing he's going to do. He's going to speak to the players in a way. It's a bit like tough love. You tell them it, but you're saying it because you love them. And what you do with your kids, you tell them stuff because you care and you love them. And that's what you say to them. You say, I'm doing it because I care about you, because I love you. It isn't because I'm a horrible person. And the kids understand that. And it's a bit like that with players. It's going to be like, I care about you. I want you to do your best because I know you can do your best. So you need to do better. That's the way he puts it, and that's perfect, because players now are a little bit different. Maybe like the old style where they do kind of like just go completely mental and doesn't particularly work. But I think he's got the right balance. I think he's balanced, because I don't think he'll let them get away with it, but I also think that he will do it in a way that actually they go, oh yeah, actually, yeah, I'm going to listen to what he says, you know, and makes them think a little bit more, which is fine. Like, I think that does work, and it's been shown at Celtic, like you say, the way that the players speak on him. And I had some people in my chat from who are Celtic supporters, and they were saying that you've got one hell of a manager, and they were saying to me like how much they adore him, and the comment I got saying that good luck with him, and you know, he's brilliant, you're going to love him, you know. So many people come in and said it as Celtic supporters, and it was lovely to hear this, like the way that he's. And also, do you know the other positive thing, he absolutely loves to wind the opposition up. So the thing he said about Rangers when they were going through their managerial thing, and he said, I've got more important things like what I'm going to have for dinner. Like, I love that. Can you imagine what he's going to say about Arsenal? And if he winds up Poch about Chelsea, oh my God, knowing he's an ex-manager, that could actually be really good. He's got that little needle about him, which I love. I love that.
His first game's even against West Ham. I mean, he's going to potentially, who knows, do a little bit of, you know, bubble housery. Who knows? Al Ben says Wenger was French with a lot of French connections. Maybe he's saying when he was over in Japan, but I also feel like, you know, it was brought up earlier, right, by Chris Peters as well, Mia, that he, you know, a lot of these managers, they might not come from, let's say, a top 5 league or a Real Madrid type club, but you never know, like, can't just write them off from being one of the next top managers. Like, if given that opportunity, some of these guys could take it, you know, fully and become one of the next big managers, you know, in Europe.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also, Brighton wanted him, but he didn't come because he was halfway through his season. And we all go on about how good Brighton's scouting in. So if he was going to end up maybe at Brighton possibly, and so does that not tell you actually that's actually a really good indication? Also, Man City really rate him as well. So they were looking at him as like a Pep, because Pep, they weren't sure if he was staying or not, and they were sort of like looking around at Postecoglou. So they rate him, Brighton rate him. So I don't know why people would really underrate him, because I feel like
Right.
people are really underestimating him. I heard some other people talking on YouTube about him being really disrespectful, and I was just a bit like, oh, I don't get it, man. It's so disrespectful to the guy, and I don't like hearing that kind of disrespect. But I hope he proves them wrong, because that's when I'm going to be laughing, because I'll be like, well, you know, I didn't disrespect him. You're disrespecting him, man. There, you should have known better.
Well, Alan Brazil at TalkSport had to come out and famously apologise to Ange Postecoglou after he'd done the double. So I think there'll be many more of that. Al Ben, just quickly, my man. You know, I get what you're saying about, you know, Wenger having the French connection. You know, he was also a part of the French setup that time when the likes of Henry and all were coming through. I watched the documentary on it. They were all put into the school of excellence. They were all coming through. So he had a good idea on what players to sort of nab and bring to Arsenal. However, I will add, you know, Ange has the Japanese factor. Look at the, you know, Kyogo, Hatate, Maeda, you know, they've completely revolutionized Celtic, gave them a lot more energy in and around the pitch. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ange Postecoglou maybe tap up and bring one or two in there. And I don't want to hear anyone turn their noses up. At the end of the day, everyone's sitting here today saying, oh, should we bring Kyogo to Tottenham? Everyone's sitting there talking about bringing Matoma across from Brighton. Where did the pluck him from? So for me, I don't want to turn our nose up at it. And when you look at, you know, the Japanese football team and their rugby team, one thing they all do is they'll run around for the full length of the game and get stuck in and make life hard for the opposition. So maybe Ange has that factor. Who knows?
Big up, Alban. I think any manager, you know, there are always so many sleepers out there that you just don't know about, that one day it's just how football works. Like, you know, it's not like, you know, sometimes every single player or every single manager just, you know, is predictably found. Like, some of these guys do just make a big name for themselves out of nowhere, you know, out of, you know, just dust, you know, whatever it may be. They get some opportunity and then they just take it, you know, fully, and they become a big name overnight. It's sometimes how it just works. Moondog saying, I bet Paul Beatty is doing absolute cartwheels right now. Mia, I mean, you've been on streams before with Paul on the pre-match build-up. I mean, he tries to fit in Ange Postecoglou as much as he could. I mean, he's probably taken a week off. I imagine he's just celebrating, you know, fully.
I spoke to him this morning. He came on stream with us this morning, and he was one very, very happy guy. Let's just say that much. He was extremely happy that it's been done. I'm sure that he is somewhere having absolute like happiness, like he's literally the happiest place right now. So yeah, he is an extremely happy guy.
No big red X, Paul. It's a big red. It's a big red, not red. Green check mark, baby. We got it completely wrong, and never rely on us when it comes to assessing, you know, like I said, our original managerial list with who we thought it was going to be with our predictions and everything. Couldn't have gotten it further from the truth. It ended up being the big Ange, and the red X could not have been further wrong. And then Jerome here, Mia, is saying this is a great appointment, but I know a lot of fans are going to be underwhelmed, but we also need to give him time. Do you feel like you understand why certain fans are underwhelmed, Mia, or do you feel like they need to give him more time and, you know, kind of faith?
So I kind of think, yeah, I do kind of get it, but I want us all to be open-minded. I feel like the people that aren't very sure, please just keep your mind open to him and give him a chance. That's what I would say. Don't close your mind off and say, that's it, he's not good, blah, blah. Like, keep your mind open, because I feel like that he's the kind of guy who really is going to change your mind. So I feel like that we all need to give him time and be a bit open-minded with him.
I couldn't agree more. I think, you know, you got to double down on that. You have to give this guy an opportunity, and it's that simple. You know, you can't keep calling for managers to be sacked without ending up like one of them relegation teams. You know, we just can't do it. Can't do it. But Jerome, big yourself up, my man. Look, again, like me, I also understand why a lot of people are underwhelmed. But if you haven't watched Celtic, or, you know, you haven't gone and done any digging into the guy, of course you're going to be underwhelmed, because all the optics is, he comes from the Scottish League, you know, Celtic, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, anyone that's actually followed this guy at Celtic and followed him over the last couple of years and the job, and you know, understand the job that he had to do there and how quickly he turned it around compared to how long many thought it was going to take, and you know, the reaction and the football that he's played there, I think a lot of people would be looking at it differently.
Big yourself up, Jerome, and I look forward to seeing what you have to say, my man, because I know you got a good perspective on it. Mia, there's over 300 people in the house right now, and I know we need to get you over. I'm not sure what milestone you're looking for. We're close to our own milestone with the 10K, but we need to get you, you know, to your next milestone as well. So tell the people where they need to go. Tell the people what they should be looking forward to on your channel.
Yeah, I do plenty of content. I've been bringing all the latest news actually that's been going on with the whole managerial thing. So I always try and keep up to date with what's going on, all the latest at Tottenham. I also do videos about like all other different things, like different aspects of Tottenham, as well as doing shorts. I'm actually on 435. Yeah, I think I'm on 435. So I'm not actually that far from my 450, which is the next
Come on.
kind of like middle milestone. Then on to 500. So yeah, if everyone could get over and give me a subscribe, that would be absolutely fantastic. Also, watch after this, watch all the content that I do, because it really helps with the algorithm. You can get a bit to know about me and what kind of my opinions are. And also, I like to have good conversations with people on my lives. I do Monday, Wednesday, Saturdays. I like to be inclusive with everyone and have good conversations, as long as you keep it respectful. That's perfectly fine. I like to have good, respectful conversations with people.
They got Mia. Class channel says Zoe. Absolutely right, Zoe. Mia, thanks for getting us started, and thanks for getting the show rolling when it comes to Postecoglou. And best of luck to you this week.
No
It looks like it's
problem.
gonna be a busy one.
Yeah. And also, don't forget, you're going to be learning some good Greek words as well. Not only the Australian lingo, you've got to learn some good Greek words now as well, guys. I'm going to teach you. Me and Ellie are going to be on the case. We're going to teach you all.
I'll be on the phone with you and Ellie next weekend, trying to learn the Greek swear language words, because I think that's the ones I'm going to have to learn. Because no doubt Postecoglou will get frustrated and turn to the Greek at some stage. So I'll be in contact next weekend for a rundown on the list.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Mia. Thank you.
No worries. Bye.
Everybody, please do get over, check out Mia's channel. She's been absolutely fantastic here this season. Comes on, gives her opinion. And what I like about it is she doesn't care whether me or Jack agree with it or anybody. She comes on, states her opinion, and that's what it's all about. So please do get over there and check out Mia's channel. There's some great content out there. And like she says, you go in, you be nice with her. You don't have to agree with her, but she'll play ball with you and she'll have a conversation with you. And that's what this is all about. So get over and check that out, and let's get Mia to 500.
Well said. Well said. And we're going to give a warm welcome to the next guest here, who's got a bit of Aussie background, at least himself. He's seen, behind the lines of, being an Australian, at least for a few years. He was over in Australia. So I'm looking forward to what Brad Matthews has to say. And Brad, maybe he could help us answer the super chat from the likes of Jerome here. We're going to bring him in.
Brad did spend quite some time in Australia, I believe, when he was younger as well. So, he'd be well placed to tell us about, what the reaction will be like in Australia. Brad.
I've got my Australian football top on and
Socceroos already.
Yeah, my Australian passport.
I love it.
I've actually got dual nationality, so
impressive.
But Brad,
I lived in Australia from 1973 to 1995. So,
I remember you telling me about it before. Being over there and that. But Brad, we'll start with Jerome's super chat here, and I want to ask you a question off the back of it, because I want to know. Look, I don't really know. I can't say, I've never been out to Australia, so I don't really know what the following for like Premier League is out there, because I assume Aussie rules and stuff like that, cricket, rugby, I know they're a lot bigger and appeal a lot more to the people out there. But Jerome says, Ange's already all over the news here in Australia. Boys, get ready, because I have a feeling your channel is going to be flooded with Aussie fans. Look, it doesn't matter where you're from in the world. You like what we have to say, you want to engage with us, make sure you do smash that subscribe button first of all. But, is Jerome right here that, you're going to see a lot more Australians come to the fore now? And the Australian market more, would you say that's an untapped market, as in terms of?
I would say that probably a lot of Australians that look. First of all, football is massive in Australia. The Premier League is massive. It's really huge. It's really big. They have the games live, Premiership live, that sort of thing. To be honest, I'd never heard of Postecoglou until he went to Celtic. I imagine Celtic have probably got a lot of Australian fans that probably don't follow Scottish football, that follow Celtic because of him. And we'll probably have the same sort of thing with Postecoglou coming to Tottenham in a sort of similar way, not quite the same, in a similar way to we got a lot of South Korean fans. He's very well liked in Australia. As I said, my friends in Australia are sort of like, they're really, really up for this. So yeah, I think Jerome's probably, well, he's from Australia, he'd know, but yeah, he's right. He's right. We'll have certainly a lot more coverage in Australia, as Jerome says there. It's already on the news, and even when I spoke to my mum yesterday, she sort of had heard something. So yeah, so it's gonna, and of course we're playing a game out over there, and we've also got a new Australian CFO. So does make you wonder.
Yeah, I sent out a tweet yesterday saying it's the worst kept secret in football.
Yeah,
preseason game in Australia. It's so obvious bringing in Scott Munn. It's so obvious. But Brad, you personally, like I know you want to root for him because the Australian links that you've had in your life being over there, and the fact that this guy comes from there. But are you overwhelmed, or are you excited by the appointment, or underwhelmed in general? And
I'm actually quite excited in the same way I was excited about Arne Slot. I think if you looked at who I wanted as the next Tottenham manager, I mean, Pochettino was the first choice. I wasn't that keen on Nagelsmann, I have to admit, but I wanted Slot, and I think Postecoglou was there, certainly above Enrique, who I think is just going back to the proven managers route again, which hasn't worked. So yeah, Postecoglou was quite high up there. So I'm excited. I'm realistic as well, as Mia was saying. I think we're going to have to be really, really patient. There was an Australian lad on We Are Tottenham TV today, and he was saying that he takes a bit of time to just get his teams playing how he wants to play, and we might have to have maybe a poor start to the season. But once he gets going, it'll improve, and we'll see the benefits of it. I mean, let's face it, Pochettino, had a slow start. I mean, everyone would say that goal that Kane scored against Villa kept him in the job. So we've just got to be patient. I hope I hope the fans are patient. I hope the board are patient. I'm realistic in the fact that it could be another Ozzy Ardiles, really, really attacking football. And yet defensively we conceded and he didn't last very long. It also could be another Martin Jol. I think it's probably similar to Martin Jol. And we never knew who he was. He was just this unknown guy, second in command to Jack Santini. And look what happened under Martin. I think you could argue that Martin Jol started the revolution off at Tottenham. That the Pochettino almost finished. So yeah, I'm sort of realistic enough to know that it's not going to be plain sailing. But I think if we stick with him, we'll see. I don't think the first season we'll see anything, but I think if I say it's the second season, he's got a 2-year contract, which I think is quite. Not everyone's going on about 2-year contract. Well, that's quite normal now. I don't think many managers sign long contracts now. So yeah, and I do get annoyed on social media where it's black or white. It's either it's going to be the greatest thing ever, or he's a rubbish signing. And it's just people and a lot of people on social media have already written him off. And you think, hang on, the guy hasn't even set foot in the ground yet. And they've written him off. It could work. It might not work. But we've had this rubbish over the last few years,
right?
And as for calling him the second Nuno, well, the problem with Nuno was we were so freaking boring under him. So that's why everyone didn't like Nuno. I mean, all right, we did lose, and I'm sure if we start winning games and losing games, if we're playing really decent football, I think the fans will be a lot. I mean, everyone's gone on about winning things. Well, what have we won in the past? Nothing.
Also, everybody thought that Nuno was going to be boring from the get-go. They tried to convince us that Nuno was going to be entertaining, and it was sort of up to silly people like myself to try to believe the club, that was going to be the case, right? But we all knew it really wasn't. Whereas, you could say you're spot on. Postecoglou is we know for a fact he's if anything, he's stubbornly attacking, right? He's sort of at all costs, I will play my game, even if it's, against a Messi or a Barcelona or a Pep Guardiola, right? Even that thing, he kept more possession, against a Pep Guardiola side despite losing, which really shows a bit of stubbornness, right? Where every team counterattacks Pep Guardiola because they know there's a good formula to do it. But he's a guy that's nope, won't do it. I'm always playing my sort of game. And I think Spurs fans have always, at least I've heard, Brad, Spurs fans have said if we're going to go down fighting and go down losing, they want to go down fighting in the way that they really took it to the other team, right? That's kind of the Spurs way. Yeah.
I mean, you have to look at how much the Celtic fans love him. So I think he's got something in that respect. And I think Mia was saying about that family thing, which we had under Pochettino. I think he might be the person to bring that back. So yeah, we can only hope, and at least as you say, we were watching decent football. And I think next season, I think we'll win our fair share of games, and we'll probably lose our fair share of games in that first season. But as I said last week, we've got to be okay with finish mid-table.
Yeah.
Thank you, Zoe.
100%. A follow-up question, Brad. Look, many people are expecting Ange Postecoglou to come in here and hit the ground running, but realistically, for that to happen, he needs help off the board. Do you see the board giving him that help that he needs initially to get it up and running? Because expecting Ange Postecoglou to come in here and replicate what he done with Celtic, with the Tottenham squad, with the backline we have and the keeper we have, it ain't going to happen just like that. So, how much does the board have a part to play in this, that they really need to get behind this guy and back him? Because when you look at the optics of the contract, 2 years, it doesn't show that maybe there's a long-term commitment there. So how much do they feel that this guy's the right guy? But also, it doesn't show a vision or a long-term plan, which is what many fans wanted to see.
Yeah, I think don't be fooled by the length of the contract. I really think that's a thing these days that a lot of managers. I mean, Conte was only on 18 months, wasn't he? So yeah, I think that's a general thing now with these sort of shorter contracts, and there's the option for a further year. So I think they're probably, who knows? He was on a 12-month rolling contract at Celtic, which basically means that you've always got 12 months to roll in the contract. So maybe that was his idea. He wanted a shorter contract. And also the club thinking, well, on a shorter contract, if they fire him, they don't have to pay out any money. So yeah, I wouldn't be that concerned about that. But again, going back to the question on the board, yeah, I'm sceptical that, why would they change, with backing Postecoglou any more than they did with Conte or Mourinho or Pochettino for that matter. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. I don't think Leopard changes its spots. But then, it's up to maybe if we're improving the scouting network, which we seem to be doing, that we'll be able to get the bargain players, the players that come in that won't cost the money and will become decent players. So hopefully
accept that though, Brad. Players like that, bargain players, because you've seen in times gone by. For instance, Kavicha. I remember Jack doing a stream, a scout report on Kavicha, and a lot of Spurs fans were underneath going, "Who the fuck is this guy? We don't want any typical Levy signing this, that, and the other." Roll on 12 months later, 24 months later, everyone's screaming, "Get me Kavicha." But the whole point is getting these guys before they cost you the 60, 70, 80 million. Will fans accept that? Because even under Jose and Conte, we all wanted the best in class. We didn't really want to settle for anything less. So can the fan base get behind some of the signings that they might have?
Well, they're going to have to. They're going to have to, because we've proved in the past, no matter being, I mean, that thing that came out the other day with the revenue, that we're the third most profitable club in the world at any sport, not football, any sport. You do wonder, hang on a minute, we're not poor. I'd like actually Sean from, Spurs Talk Show to sort of maybe do something on that. He'd probably know a lot more than myself about what that table actually meant. But I think fans are going to have to be, they're going to have to lump it, really. We're not going to be spending 80 million, 90 million pounds on a player. It's just not going to happen. And the other thing is, the players that are worth 80 million or 90 million, why are they going to come to Tottenham at this moment in time? When we were running second in the league and getting to cup finals and Champions League finals and that, we were quite a decent prospect then, but we're not anymore. And fans have just got to accept that. I'm not saying that we won't be in the future, but they've just got to accept that we're not going to get that sort of, player. Because if we put we're not going to, first of all, we're not going to bid 100 million for Guardiola. Yeah. But if we did bid 100 million for Guardiola and he's got a choice of coming to us or Manchester City or whoever, where's he going to go? Yeah. Let's be realistic. Unless he's a boyhood Tottenham fan.
Yeah, and it's often been that way.
So we're just going to have to really, really, and King Connor, we haven't won anything. So what have we got to lose? It's like the Monty Python film, isn't it? We've come from nothing. We're going back to nothing. What have we lost? Nothing. So we're just gonna have to put up with a mediocre season next season. I think if we get a bit of luck in the cups, we could do well in the cups. If we get sort of decent draws in that, and look, we can beat anyone on our day, but I'd still rather the Man Cities of this world get knocked out before we have to play them. So yeah, let's be honest there. And another thing is we don't have to change the Pochettino song, do we? There you go.
We got our own Postecoglou one.
So we have to change it. So
I was just going to ask you one last sort of final question, and then we need you to plug your channel and get you to another milestone. I saw you just broke 150, but I would love to see you get some more love because you've been on with us throughout the years on these fan shows from the very get-go. I think ever since I've been here, you've been here, and so I do want to see you get some more love from the fan base today. But my last question on sort of Ange is, do you feel like you said we might have to be prepared for what could be maybe not the best of seasons, but can he do one of the most important things, which is unite the fan base at this moment in time? It's not exactly united, but can he take on that task and unite them? Do you think?
Well, I can only go on what happened up in Scotland. They all laughed at the appointment. There was a lot of disgruntled Celtic fans on that, when and yet look at them now. They love him. So I think on that basis, and as I said, all the Australians I know have really, well, you've seen Paul Beattie, haven't you, Aussie Paul?
Yeah.
You've seen him go on about him, and he would know living over there. So I think he will. I think the fans will take to him, but we've just got to realise that next season might not be all that plain sailing. And the interesting thing, the Aussie lad that was on We Are Tottenham TV is a Chelsea fan, and he said he'd rather have Postecoglou than Pochettino. So make of that what you will. So
that's for Chelsea.
It's going to be interesting. But he actually predicted we'd finish in the top 6 next season. So.
That guy will be a Tottenham fan by next season. You watch. You watch. The misery at Chelsea would complain itself, and he'd be like, fuck this, I'm off. But Brad, why don't you tell people why they need to subscribe? Maybe potentially is there a Postecoglou song coming out? I think you should make one.
Okay. So Blue Sofa Songs is my music channel. It's got if anyone doesn't know, it's got my own songs on there. I play all the instruments. I'm all recording them. All the lyrics are mine. All the music's mine. It's all mine, basically. The video's mine. Everything is mine. And the songs are based on my feelings about things, on things that happen to me. Sometimes there's a little bit of, things that are, just nothing songs. A bit of politics in there, which you may or may not agree with, but that's, that's by the by. I'd like to, if we could go on to my channel and just look at the last 3 songs, because they're all hovering around the 80, 90 views mark. And I was averaging 100 views for most of my songs. And it's they're hovering there. So if you just go on there, watch my last 3 songs. If you watch any songs, then, that'll get them over the 100. Please subscribe. I broke the 150. I went up to 153. It's now got down to 152, but, that's people. Please have a look on it. Please support it. As I said, watch the songs, watch the music. There's a song out there at the moment called "The Mess," which I won't go into it on screen, but if you in the description of the song on the YouTube channel, that's what the song's written about. But the next song I'm going to be doing is going to be about nice things. I've decided, because my last 2-3 songs have been a little bit dark with what's been going on in my life lately. So I've decided the next song's going to be about nice things, because there are nice things out there. Well, and that's it. My life really is like what we're going to have next season. There'll be some nice things. There'll be some not so nice things.
I hope tomorrow is also nice for you as well, Brad, because I know you got a big day tomorrow as well. So
yes, I've got a job interview tomorrow at Harrods, don't you know? So it's only in the finance department.
That's like my friend.
Yeah, so I'm going for my first interview, which suggests it's the second interview, so it's a long way to go. But so I've got the old suit out of the cupboard and dusted that down, sort of thing. Hopefully it still fits me. It's quite baggy anyway, so yeah. But nice. So please subscribe to me. Please subscribe to these guys, whatever they do, and anyone that's got a channel on here, because that's what keeps this all going. That's what helps a lot of us. In today's day and age, there's a lot of mental problems going out there, and it helps us all to get over those by having this massive, massive community that supports each other in any way they can. So, so thanks to everyone in the chat. Thanks to Mia before me. Thanks to everyone that's coming after me, because I'm going to have to probably watch the rest of it on TV. And thanks to everyone that supported me in my music channel and hopefully will continue to support me. And thanks so much. It really means a heck of a lot to me.
No, big up, Brad. I
Thank you, Brad.
really appreciate your time, Brad. Really appreciate you coming on all the time during the season, especially during hard times, not shirking it, coming on, having your say and having these discussions with us. So hopefully now we're all in for some positive times where we can have much more positive conversations. But Brad, beat yourself up. Best of luck with your interview tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Best of luck, my man. Pick up,
Cheers,
Brad.
guys. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Best of luck with the week, brother. See you soon, man.
Everybody do get over to Brad's channel, smash that subscribe button. He's a really passionate Spurs fan, just out there trying to do his own thing. And I encourage absolutely everybody who sort of, does that. So, and everyone that wants to put their neck on the line to do that. So, guys, please get over there and smash that subscribe button on Brad's channel. So, look, big yourself up, Brad. We've got a super chat here from Dermatronics, and he says, one very happy Spurs fan tonight. We have a great Mandarin. Now let's all get behind him and watch us go. In Ange we trust. Big up, guys. Come on, you Spurs. And look, I think that's what probably excites the people that are excited about him. It's just that the football is going to change. Jack, you made a very telling comment earlier on before we went on with Shawnee, where it was like, would you rather be the counter-attacking team or the team that gets countered on? And, many Spurs fans would rather be the team that gets countered on rather than sitting there and soaking up that pressure and putting themselves in the danger zone. And the fact that we're going to go into every game, because I watch Celtic quite a lot under Ange Postecoglou, I know every single game we're going to have a go. And if you think them players are tiring out and other teams think there's going to be an opportunity there to sit back and go at Tottenham around 60, 70 minutes, forget it. Because he will use that substitute bench and he will re-energize that team using them substitutes. He does it at Celtic. He uses the 5 substitutes an awful lot. So it's just absolutely relentless. So for me, having the attack of football, watching us play, I always understood why we played the way we do, with the back line we do. But now that the summer's here, you can look at it. I doubt we're going into the summer, hopefully have a drink state, into the summer, into the new season with the same back line. Hopefully that'll be done. So it'd be nice to see us being able to get on the front foot and, play to Son's strengths, play to Kane's strengths, Kulu's strengths. And let's see, we all know they're great players, but let's see how, we'll get the best out of them because they'll be constantly on the ball in the danger areas. So it'd be good to see them.
I've always kind of just said that I prefer, or I not prefer, I've always kind of tolerated a bunch of different styles of managers. In fact, I really like Antonio Conte and Jose about how they see the game. But I also will accept that the way Spurs have always been as a football club is a team that always goes after it in the, on the front foot sort of type of style, the attacking, type of, manner. And even when Spurs haven't had the best sort of players to pick from, they still went after teams and they still tried to, play their game and they never cowered away. And I'm looking forward to that sort of mentality, kind of coming back for Spurs, because a lot of Spurs fans, from what I gathered this season, that's really what they just want to see again, is that even if they are going to lose and even if they don't feel as confident, let's say, as, maybe they might have been in the past or whatever, at least they know that they're going to get some attacking football and that they might see, at least 10 shots on target, and they'll see them, try to test the goalkeeper and they'll try to break the lines and etc. So you can only get, behind that sort of thing. Big yourself up, Dermatron. Love you, brother.
No, big up, Dermatron. Big up, Dermatron. And welcome to all of our new subscribers as well. And we are trying to keep a conscious eye and eye out for names that we haven't seen before. So make it known if you are new to the channel. Big up, Josh. I've seen you put in a comment earlier on asking how you get on if you want to have your say, my man. If you grab the Fan Show membership, the link is up in the community section on the channel. Just click on that and it'll bring you into the back end, brother. So big yourself up, Josh, and welcome to the Irish Hotspur family. And by the way, we are rejigging everything you see about their memberships. Of course, you're still going to get the fan shows and everything else like that. We're going to make them much more. We already have plans on how to make them much more engaging for you guys, much more worth your time and your money as well. So make sure you stay tuned for that, because we will be upgrading them and you will get a lot more bang for your buck. Big up, Josh, and welcome, brother. We have Al Ben. He says Potts was proven in the Prem. Jesse Marsh was playing attractive, pressing, winning football elsewhere. Should have gone for Thomas Frank. And I hear you on that. That is a fair point. Potts had sort of done it at Southampton beforehand. But look, why would Thomas Frank leave Brentford with the direction they're going in compared to we're going in right now? and knowing that the recruitment policy they have, he's got full faith in it, and since he's become manager, year on year, it's improving. Why would he leave that? De Zerbi going into European football, why would he leave that to come to Tottenham? And this is where we're at right now. This is just the harsh reality of it. You know what? Postecoglou, he wants the job, and he plays a brand of football that fans want to get behind. But like, you look at the likes of people wanted for this job, and I'm going to keep reiterating this. People said, yeah, let's get in Vincent Kompany. Okay, great. But he managed Anderlecht and Burnley. He hasn't done it in the Premier League. People were willing to give him a go. People want De Zerbi. But realistically, before Brighton brought him in, his name was never mentioned by anybody. Nowhere near it. You look at Thomas Frank. He was plucked from the Danish league. He's cut it in the Premier League. So there are a lot of examples of people that haven't done it in the Premier League before. Like Thomas Frank only done it in Denmark before he came here. Graham Potter, who everyone calls Potterball, even though it's not, it's shit, it's no score goals ball, and Mr. XG. People wanted him, but before Brighton took a chance on him, he only had Swansea and Östersunds in Sweden. So, for me, I think you got to park that. Like I said earlier on, it's more, you're more investing in the style of the philosophy and the style of football more so than the actual man, if you get what I'm trying to say, Alben.
Yeah. Alben, I see where you're coming from, where it's like they're progressive managers that, have well and proven, to not be successful in the Premier League. And it doesn't mean that if you play attacking football, you're going to do well in the Premier League. Absolutely a good point to make there. But at the same time, a lot of guys, like Dave is saying, who maybe were completely unproven and completely, making a huge step up, have been able to make that step up when, called upon, like the De Zerbis, like the Thomas Franks, for example, like you even brought up there, and like the Pochettino. So it's only, time will tell, and we'll see if he has the mettle to do it. Alben, big yourself up, my man. And great points that you're raising.
Like, I get this with people. I'm not trying to sit here and say it's not a risk, but surely we all knew where we were at. Once Nagelsmann was off the table, once Slot was off the table, once Pochettino was off the table, we shouldn't be surprised by this. We all sort of knew where we were at. And I'm just trying to highlight that. Other managers where people are willing to give them a chance, before their clubs actually gave them a chance, they were nobodies, a lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of them. But big up, Al Ben. I really appreciate the talker points, though. You do get the best out of me, brother, so keep them coming, my man. We have Moondog. He says, ordered my kangaroo boots to wear next season. Yeah, I was saying to people, I want a new image of Skippy, half man, half kangaroo. That's what I want, Skippy the kangaroo. So big up, Moondog. Absolutely love that.
Cancel the dinner plans, Moondog. Get ready for it, my man. The Barbie, get ready for, just maybe a bit of Greek, sort of, dishes as well. You got to think about those. Maybe, Dave enjoys, a bit of Greek food as long as it has a chipper, to the side as well. No more pizza. We're moving on to the Greek food now, and a bit of Australian mix as well. Pick yourself up, Moondog. Big up, my man. Legend.
Big up, Moondog. Big up. And I hope you're as excited as me about this, Moondog. Do you know what it is? It's a gamble, and it's actually a gamble that I think will surprise a lot of people with. That's what excites me. And so hopefully many other people do share my excitement. It's just seeing us play a new brand of football. Last 4 years, we've had a lot of defensive managers. Now we're not. Now we're going into an open attacking game. So it's a little bit more exciting. The way football should be played, really. Top Gun Academy. Love that name. Absolutely love it, my man. Or she, sorry. We don't discriminate here. I do apologize. He or she. Big up Top Gun Academy. Says, well, you know what they say, Postecoglou. He's on his way. Spurs fans can't stand no more pain. Has he got too much on his plate? No, he will not fail like all the others. Because for Spurs fans, this is fate. Oh, yeah, Postecoglou. He's on his way. What you guys think? 16-year-old Greek underdog at the Eurovision.
I love it, Top Gun Academy. This is top class comment, my man.
Is that a poem? Is it a song? I'm confused.
I think he's just, full Papa Post, was brought up earlier.
You know what they say, Postecoglou, he's on his way. Spurs fans can't stand no more pain. He's got too much on his plate. No, he will not fail like all the others, because for Spurs fans, this is fate. Oh, yeah, Postecoglou, he's on his way. What you think, guys? So, it is a poem or a song. I'm not 100 quite sure. Top Gun Academy, please put in the chat. And let's clarify this. But if it is a song, let me know what it's a song of, so I can get it. But if it's a poem, it's absolutely fantastic, and I
I'm
love it.
impressed. I'm impressed, and I have the faith in Postecoglou. I've been through a lot of pain, and I'm willing to take this leap of faith, into the Postecoglou, sort of realm. My friend, Top Gun Academy. I absolutely love this.
It's a song.
I don't know if we've ever gotten, a comment, in the form of a haiku or like a poem before, Dave. In the past, this might be a first.
Yeah, it's a song. He's just put in there and said it's a song.
Okay.
Big up, my man. Big
I
up.
love
Let
that.
me know what song it's a mimic of so I can go and listen to it so I can get the lyrics in my head for you. But I do like it, lad. I do like it, Top Gun. Once I get to know what song it is, I can sing it for you. And I actually
You might have.
So what
you
I'll
might-
do is I'll keep it there until you put in the chat and let me know what song it is, and then I'll go and listen to it quickly.
I might have missed the comment earlier. He could have been celebrating, a member milestone, but he might have said something about Veronica or some sort of like, I think it was like some sort of, Spanish song or something. He was saying to imitate, he was imitating it.
Oh,
Like,
I know what it is. Do
where
you know
you
that song?
yeah.
What you say? Yeah. So yeah, I know exactly what song it is.
Victor
Top Gun Academy.
Veronica, what they say. There you go,
Yeah.
my man. There you go. I'm impressed. He's on the Postecoglou song, Dave. He's already, people are coming up with the nicknames sooner than us. They're coming up with songs sooner than us. I feel like we're kind of falling far behind. People are already ahead of us.
Yeah. Oh, he's already ahead of it. Do you know what, Top Gun? I'm gonna sing it just so you get your money's worth, my man. I'm not a great singer. My throat is going. Let me just get some water down the hatch just to clear it, my man. La 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 la. Right, we'll go. Well, you know what they say. Postecoglou's on his way. Spurs fans can't stand no more pain. He has got too much on his plate. And then the rest, I don't know after that. I can only get the chorus, my man. But big yourself up. And I know exactly what song you're thinking of, brother. Big up, brother.
What a legend, Dave. And Top Gun Academy, hopefully you were impressed by Dave's karaoke, sort of abilities. Mine are also just equally as impressive. So let me know what your thoughts are, because Dave and I definitely do have a future in the karaoke, that's for sure. Mia W.
It's a Rihanna song as well. Is it Rihanna? It's one of them high profile singers. They also do a version to it. But big up Top Gun Academy. Me and him are going to have some banter, I can tell.
And Dave, 10K. I think it's happened tonight. I think it's happened almost too soon for me, if anything, because ridiculously, like, we were just, I think it's almost been like over 300, like in a month or something like that. This, like, we were just on, like 600 just like the other day, it felt like. And finally at the big 10K, Dave. And I mean, I don't know. Anything to say? I don't really know what to say, Dave. Like, seriously, I don't even know what to say. Probably have to, we'll come up with something much better to say, I think, later on. But just, I don't know. Thank you, everyone. Like, seriously. And it's been ridiculous road where I think Dave and I have gone through a lot with this football club. Have gone a lot through just various things. I mean, believe it or not, we kind of have lives also outside of this football channel that we also have to take care of, that, often also have to be, looked at after as well. And running this channel, it's been really fun at times. It is actually sometimes some of the best, work out there, I think, in the world. Really, it's just doing like kind of your dream, but at the same time also has its rough days, and it doesn't have its days where it's not easy. And it's not exactly the best sort of way to, always spend your days. It's not always, the most stress free. It's probably more stress inducing than anything. But I don't know, Dave. I think the community that, we have here is one of a kind. It's one of a kind.
No, look, that's the only reason why we got here, Jacko, is because of the wider community that surrounds this channel. Everyone that continues to tune in, week out, help support us financially as well. Running this channel, helping support it financially. It wouldn't be possible without you guys. And look, like Jacko said, it's been fun, but it's been very, very tough along the way. You sort of come into it knowing that it's the internet, this, that, and the other. But, at times you do pick up hard knocks along the way, and it's hard, What you don't see is like with some of the comments that come in about you, that person may not be thinking about it, but, it affects you and stuff like that. And you're the one left sitting there at night time thinking about it, wishing you can change and all that sort of stuff. So in that regards, it's sort of been hard, you know, and especially with the way Tottenham has been. But I wouldn't change it for anything. When I first started this, I didn't think it was going to get anywhere near 10K, to be honest with you. I just started during lockdown just to speak to Spurs fans and everything else. But, you know, people have shown the belief in me, and you know, yourself as well, Jack. You've been a huge credit to the channel along the way. But I do think 10K is worthy of a song. So if there's anyone out there that is, you know, a good musician, please feel free to make an Irish Hotspur song. It would feed my ego. I'd absolutely love it. But look, you know, people think that this is easy, this, that, and the other. It ain't. It ain't. There's a lot of, you know, stuff that come with it that me and Jack don't really just speak about and stuff like that, you know, that, you know, affect you along the way. But, you know, we're here. We're at 10K. Onwards and upwards to 20K. Let's see how we can get it done. And I just want you guys at home to know how much the part you've played in it. It would not be possible without you guys. And, you know, I feel like I'm living a dream. So thank you very much, everyone.
It's a milestone I think we set out for ourselves at the beginning of the season. I think it was a very bold one, if anything. And I just want to say, everybody, thank you for helping us reach it. I think we'll give a much better thank you to a lot of you guys individually that have really helped us on this road.
And make a video for everyone with more time to process
exactly. But yeah, and a much better, proper way to thank you guys, especially for a lot of those have been with us from the very, very beginning and have helped us push, you know, all the way to this, you know, point that we are today. And also those that have also just joined us that have also made a huge impact on us this season as well.
And just quickly, we ain't stopping there because we've got a whole new channel coming your way in terms of not a new channel outside the Irish Hotspur, but this channel is going to be taking a massive overhaul over this summer for the start of next season. So we ain't resting on the laurels either. Don't worry about that. We've got plenty more ways, you know, to improve things around here. We ain't the best. Nowhere near it, you know, so we've got plenty of ways improving absolutely everything, but also improving the engagement with you guys. We want to be the trailblazers in that, you know. We want to be the trailblazers and coming up with more ways to include everybody, because it is hard, you know, to include absolutely everyone on everything you're doing, but we want to find a way. We won't accept no for an answer, so stay tuned for that.
Love you, guys. Love you, everyone. Thank you,
yeah,
man. Thanks for, you know, I don't even know what to say. Like, I am kind of usually when I am blabbering on too much because I have too much to say or too much to, you know, bring up, I just honestly think words are just coming out of my mouth right now. Words are just coming out. Like, I don't know what to say.
You know what? It's just something I never
It's almost like it happened overnight, really. Like, just now, it actually feels like it happened overnight.
It's something I never thought would happen, and I don't know how to feel about it or stuff like that. And you know me, Jack, when I'd rather people sit in the comments and berate me, even though it affects me at night times and stuff like that. I'd rather that than people sit in the comments and praise me, because I can't deal with it. I don't know how to take it. It makes me overwhelmed and stuff like that. But all I can say to you guys is thank you very much.
We love you guys. Thank you all. Thank you all.
But look, you know, enough of the soppy bollocks. Enough of that.
You got to get packing later, Dave, for a nice little trip with the Outlad. You got to get packing for a nice trip with the Outlad. So we are going to try to get through this fan show still, everybody. So many that still want to have their say. If you haven't already, please hit that like button, though, everybody. But again, we love you all. Really do love you all. But KPV, a man who's been here from the very beginning as well. Let's see what he has to say. Big Ange is in. KPV, how are you, buddy? Hello.
Good. Hello. I'm good. Just went shopping for food and today, and yeah, so like, yeah.
Do you know what?
Did you get any Greek, you know, pita? Did you get any, you know, maybe some hummus or something like that? What were you looking for?
Well, kebab.
Yeah,
I haven't had that in a while. I had some pizza today. I had spicy meat pizza, man. So yeah,
it's the wrong cuisine though for the vibe that we're at Tottenham right now. That's the Italian. You need to start getting on the Greeks. You know I'll have to start getting on more salads and stuff like that. KPV, you know, get with the team. But KPV, I usually let you sort of come on and spill your facts and everything else. But I want to press you for some answers today on Ange Postecoglou. Where are you at with the appointment? Does it excite you? Does it leave you feeling underwhelmed and leaving you with an overall sense that Tottenham are in danger? Where are you at with this appointment?
It actually excites me. Excited,
why?
Because I know he's won 2 league titles with Celtic, including the one this season won, and I know when they won it in 2022, and this season, like, he 2 league titles, so I don't think he's won trophies elsewhere. Celtic, the only team he's won titles with so far, but maybe he can finally get us to win our first trophy. Like, yeah, we can't keep waiting for the next season, the next season, the next season. Like, we don't want this continuing, like waiting, going trophyless every season. Like, this can't happen. Like, hopefully he'll win us 2 cups at least, Carabao Cup, FA Cup. Then, like,
is it a big ask though to ask him to come in here and win trophies? Considering, look, you got to look at it. He is up against a lot better caliber players and managers. Do you really envision trophies underneath Ange Postecoglou? Are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm a believer. Like, Conte, Mourinho, and others have not won a trophy at Spurs. They've won it where they've been, but not Tottenham. Like, just.
You're back. Sorry. It's Levy trying to ruin your flow, KPV. Don't worry about it, my man. Keep going.
Yeah, they've, like, and the good thing is, Mourinho finally lost the final last week. So, have that, Jose, and Wijnaldum losing another final, mate. 2 finals lost in European competition. Lost.
Are you going to congratulate Hill Messi on his final, KPV?
The 2 Messi, Eric Le Messi, expressions called Lamella, and Hill Messi, Brian Hill. So, like, Eric Le Messi, former player, and current Spurs player, Hill Messi, on loan, and well done. Like, the Spurs connection, another Spurs connection has won trophies. Etienne Capoue and Van Foyth done it 2 years ago, 2021 Europa League final. So now another Spurs connection has done it. So yeah, that's our B team that's been winning trophies, not our first team. So Villarreal and Seville. So well done.
Do you know what? Like I said, I'm going to keep you on Ange Postecoglou, KPV. Do you think Ange Postecoglou is someone that can, you know, persuade Kane to maybe stay?
I hope so, but it's it's up to him. And like, if he wants to leave, I don't blame him. Like, he wants to stay in a proven break Shearer's record, but Levy ain't gonna let him go to Man U this summer, because that's where he said it on a show this week or last week that he wants to go Man U. That's his preferred destination, but apparently he said he wants to go in Madrid as well. But make your mind up, mate. Where do you want to go? Stay in England or go to Spain? Make your mind up.
What do you think we should do right now, KPV? Do you think we should wait around for him to make his mind up, or do you think we should make up his mind for him? If you're not going to commit, you're gone.
Yeah, like, maybe we should make his mind up for him. Like, like, I heard someone saying that Richarlison and Son should be our 2 main players, but not Richarlison, man. Not him. He's not the person who can score 20 goals a season. Like, no way. We need someone that can. And like I said to people last season on their channels, when Kane was out injured, Son was banging the goals in when Kane was out injured on the Poch, and Llorente done it. So, like, we need someone that can maybe take Kane's position. Like, you can't place him with one. You need 3 players. Like, look at Liverpool. They lost Torres and they replaced him with Luis Suarez and Andy Carroll, 2 world-class players. According to DVG, when he was at Liverpool, we done a double over Liverpool then when he said there were 2 world-class players, Andy Carroll, Luis Suarez, like 35 million. Like, we're probably going to do this Bell money again. Like, get some of the crap players when we got Hurricanes and Basio.
That's a throwback. That's a name I think many fans are trying to forget, KPV. But look, music says here, if Postecoglou's name was Angelico or Angelicho, Postecoglou, fans would absolutely love him. So, like, basically what he's saying is the fact that he's Australian and he's not from one of the well-respected footballing nations, you know, Argentina, Brazil, England, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, places like that, that all of a sudden it comes with an air of doubt about the guy. Do you agree that if it was, you know, Angelino Postecoglou or whatever you want to call him, that you know, fans would absolutely, you know, sit there loving it?
Yeah, I agree. Big up, love music. I like it. Angelica Postecoglou, whatever his name is, whatever that is. Yeah, I like it. That's his name. He's like, yeah, he was Australian manager in the World Cup in Brazil when Tim Cahill scored that goal against the Netherlands. And so, I don't know if there's any Australian players out there we want to sign. He is Australian after all. So, the new shirt should say the Australian job. Like, Australian job. Get some of this Australian backstaff of him. Like, I've still got the Italian job on, but no Italian job. They're gone. So, we need the Australian job, like COS and assistant manager and managers. So get us Australian job people on a shirt that says Australian job. Like,
yeah, that'd be class. That'd be class. That's a good one. I like that. And if you have any other things you can think of where you can stick that in, do let us know. But KPV, my man, maybe one more question we've got for you. You know, look, many people fear that, you know, it might end badly, but does that all depend down to the backing that he gets for you? And do you think that the board will back this guy? And is he the right guy to back?
Like this is it. Like this is the last one. Like, oh, he is the guy to back, but you know what Levy's like. He doesn't back managers. I think the great Bill Nick was back. I don't think there was any chairman or owner back then. There was no. I think the great Bill Nick was back then, but he is back, and hopefully that 150 million that was paid into the squad, like, it's still not been in yet. So where's the other half of that 150 that they promised last summer? Not this one, last summer, but still not been used. So get rid of the Deadwood players and back him, and trophies are coming. Watch, people, like, success. We can't keep going trophyless. Like, otherwise we're just gonna have to sit there and watch rivals win a trophy. But
last question, KPV, on those trophies that you're talking about. Do you see the likes of Ange Postecoglou potentially giving, you know, the FA Cup or a League Cup maybe a pretty good go because he won't have any European football?
Yeah, I think give them 2 trophies a go. Like, yeah, other teams have won them too. Like, Liverpool done it last year, not this year, last year. Those were the 2 they won. They were close to winning the treble, the UCL Champions League against Real Madrid, but they bottled it. They thought they were going to win. But yeah, I'd give them 2 a go. He can give them 2 a go. And like, one person on YouTube saying, like, it's his birthday. Every time we go in the next round of the FA Cup, his birthday's always ruined. So like, whoever you go on YouTube, whatever your name is, it's not going to happen again. We're not losing the next round because we lost to Middlesbrough and Sheffield United in the space of 2 seasons. So
yeah,
but
completely agree, KPV.
Well, I can tell you now, one thing you won't see under Ange Postecoglou is constantly being outworked by teams, you know, that are lesser than us, like a Sheffield, like a Moore and stuff like that. You will not see that under, you know, Antonio or under Postecoglou anymore, you know. He just won't allow it. It's not a part of the work ethic and everything else.
But like, I'd give them 2 trophies a go. Like, win them 2, then he can get us top 4. But yeah, I want to win them 2 trophies. Win the double, then where's our rivals going to say, oh, we don't win anything at Wembley? Like, let's see how they like it. If we win them 2, then I'll be at the front of that parade. Like,
You'll be on the bus, KPV. We'll make sure you're on the bus, my man. So we
Get you on the bus, get
you
you
know
on the
what?
plane.
I think you make a good point there, KPV, about Ange Postecoglou. It's not like we've gone down the list, and it's not like it's a manager who hasn't been in and around winning trophies, this, that, and the other. He has. He's off the back of winning a treble, done a double the season before that, done a double out in Japan as well, and stuff like that. So, you're 100% right, KPV. He will have his eye on these trophies, and he will want to go out and win them and make a statement, my man. But look, KPV, we got to keep this moving, brother. So, we got to let you sign off.
Yeah, anyway, I'm off now, people, because I'm off to watch. I'm off to just continue playing a bit of FIFA, and then I'm off to watch Monday Night War tonight. And then this weekend, I'll be in a pub watching the big one, the Champions League final.
Nice.
Man City Inter. I watched the Man U lose on Saturday, and this Saturday, fortunately for United fans, City are going to equal the treble what you lot done in '99. So,
alrighty, KPV. Best of luck this weekend, my man. Have a good time.
We'll see you all hopefully next week. And I'm off, people. So who's letting the dogs out? It's Ellie again. Ellie.
Big responsibility bestowed on you, Ellie. Massive. KPV, we'll see you again soon, brother.
See you soon, my friend.
Legend.
Big up, KPV.
Big up, KPV.
See you soon, brother.
Big up, brother.
Oop.
Everybody give KPV a lot of love in the comments. Give him a lot of love. Now, look, I am getting pushed for time, so we are going to start getting through more of these guests, and let's hear what they have to say. Loves music, he says. As a fan base, we must be realistic and back him 100 and 100%. We've at some stage we've got to go do it, and it's sort of like, who do you do it to? I can understand people not willing to do it. We're doing all pragmatic football, blah, blah, blah. Someone like Ange Postecoglou, I think we need to. And, like KPV, I think he raised a point, a great point that I haven't heard today, where, he is off the back of winning the treble, and he will want to go for the trophies at Tottenham. It's not like he's going to come in and go, ditch this for the Premier League. Ain't going to happen. He sees the benefits of winning trophies, and he's hungry to do it, which is another good thing. Absolutely. So loves music.
Trying to say that
we give this guy a bit of time.
Been trying to say that, I think, is the best way we can all night. Loves music. I couldn't agree more with you. Top Gun Academy a while ago said Postecoglou song to Victor Veronica is what they say. Exactly right. I think Dave gave a very good impersonation. And then Jerome says, to be honest, I don't have too much of an expectation next season, but if we are back to playing pressing football and getting hungry players, that's all I want. Jerome, like I said, I was fully on board with the Jose and Conte, era. I kind of liked those managers before we brought them in. They were managers I had really admired, and I see a lot of Spurs fans didn't want them, in the first place. And that's probably because they were very different to what we were sort of used to. We've always sort of maybe gone after maybe young and maybe you could say sometimes unproven sort of kind of talent, for the likes of our recruitment. We always have gone for sort of maybe not the Real Madrid, kind of quality type players. We usually sort of go after young and unproven players that maybe go on to be then sold to the likes of a Real Madrid or something afterwards. And it's the same thing that we've kind of had with managers, where the managers that we've always brought in have always had that sort of attacking style and that sort of willingness to always go after the opponent, no matter what they really had to choose from, in their 11. Even if they didn't have a great team to choose from, they usually went after it. And I was fully on board with Jose and Conte, but it's good to see maybe Spurs fans potentially being united again with what could be some attacking football.
100%. And look, I think the biggest bugbear is seeing big overspoiled, overpaid babies, throwing the toys out the pram, throwing tantrums around the place. And when you see that happening and not the work ethic on the pitch matching it, you've got a problem. And that's ultimately what's pissed me off a lot over the last 3 to 4 years, is no work ethic on the pitch. And then these guys expect to be treated a certain way. And it's like, no, fuck you. If you're not going to put it on the pitch, which is where you gain respect from fans, expect to be booed and all that sort of stuff. One thing Ange won't accept is someone not pulling his weight. To be in the Tottenham team, in possession, you have to constantly be moving to receive the ball. And out of position, you have to constantly be pressing someone and blocking off passing lanes to get it back. And that's the way it is. And if you're going to have a system like that, you can't have anyone in that system that doesn't pull their weight, because then all of a sudden it becomes non-effective whatsoever. So Ange Postecoglou knows that, and he will not accept it. So one thing we can guarantee is, You know, okay, some teams might beat us up a bit, you know, with more quality, like a City and stuff like that. But we will fucking outwork everybody. A bit like what we done with Pochettino. We were the fittest around. We outworked everyone, out-hustled everyone. And ultimately, having that grounding is what got us to the top. You know, people say about City, as much as they got quality players, they're also grounded because they fucking work hard. They do it season in, season out, which shows they're grounded. They're willing to have the work ethic. So one thing you can guarantee with this Ange Postecoglou team is work ethic, and it will resemble, you know, what the majority of the fan base is, which is a working class football club, and that's all we want, Jerome. That's the basis of what it should be built. Big up, Jerome. And then we have my mum sneaking in here. She says, this is our song for us, Jack. It's by the Proclaimers, and she says, I will talk 10,000 words and I will talk 10,000 more to be the one who talks to you at your door. Absolutely love that, mother. Really appreciate that. She's my number one fan. Deep down, she's my number one fan, so she is. Big up, ma. And, yeah, look, hopefully you enjoyed the time, time in the house without the owl lad. You know, you can put your feet up, relax, you know, so enjoy it. Big up, mother.
Not only is Dave hitting a big milestone, and he's also taking the outlet away for for a little time off. So definitely thank him for a few reasons. Pick yourself up,
big up,
Mrs. Harris, and thanks for bringing Dave into the world.
Yeah, everyone, thank my parents for that, by the way. You've got blessed with the biggest legend going, so make sure you thank my parents for doing that, by the way. Big up Ian Cook as well with a super sticker. Hopefully
he's just giving a big good job, and I think he's congratulating us on the 10K. Thank you very much, Ian. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you're a match going fan yourself there, Ian. And if I have you right, you have gone to a few matches this season, if I have you down correctly. And I feel like it's been a rough season for you, but at the end of the day, we're going to be able to sort of pick ourselves up together this summer, and hopefully you enjoy the streams that we have set out for you and some of the content that we have set out for hopefully fixing this, kind of club. And, with Ange Postecoglou now to be the guy, I guess, to lead this rebuild, let us know, my man. And is he the right one to do it? But Ian Cook, thank you very much, my friend. You've been with us for a very long time, brother. Big.
Yeah, he has been. He always, he's always lurking around, Ian Cook. I love it. But Ian, my man, well, obviously, Jack, he's obviously enjoying it if he's throwing in a thumbs up, which I presume then means Ian is excited about Ange Postecoglou. So big up, Ian. Let us know in the comment section. It doesn't have to be a super chat at all, my man. Just let us know whether you're excited or not for Ange Postecoglou, brother. Big yourself up. Then we have Jerome says, congrats on your 10K subs, boys. Nothing needs to add an extra zero at the end of this 10K. You lads have one of the best Spurs fan channels on YouTube. Well, look, I really appreciate that, my man, Jerome. Look, we never claimed to be anything otherwise, but, just wanted to speak to fans, also giving our own opinions on things and stuff like that. And I really appreciate that, brother. Look, I know we're not. I know when people say this to us, it's out of a talking gesture and just being nice. We're not the best yet, but, we strive to be, and one day we'll get there. So big up, Jerome, and really appreciate it, my man. Surprised we haven't heard from you tonight, by the way. But we need to sort something out so we can have that chat, and now's perfect time with Big Ange, brother. So get in contact, let me know, or I'll text you after, brother. Big up, Jerome.
Yeah, let's get in contact, Jerome, my man. Thank you for supporting us over these years. I think from the very get-go, I spotted you because I know you go to the football terrace and, you put up a brave face over there, win or loss. And I kind of recognized you. And then you've shown us a lot of love, from the very get-go that you've seen us. So I really appreciate you, Jerome. And I'm looking forward to our podcast, brother. Thank you very much. Thanks a million, my man. Appreciate it.
Jerome. Really appreciate the support. And yeah, man, she is. Of course she is, because I'm always sitting there screaming, ranting and raving and everything else. Nice and peace of quiet for her, for sure. Welsh God says, oh my God, the lads hit 10K. Congrats, Jack and David. #happy days. Now I appreciate that. I really do. Again, thank you so much for all your support over the time as well, not just, through the channel, but also privately as well and that. So, reaching out at times of need and all. So I really do appreciate that, Welsh God. And it was nice seeing you up in Dublin. Hopefully you're back over here again sometime. And, again, I'll get up there and, I'll get you another point to that. What is it, Irish Wolfhound or something like that you were on.
That's good.
So we'll get you another one of them. But big up, Welsh God. Really appreciate the support, my dear.
I'm looking forward to being able to try some of the Greek beers that people have been throwing in the chat tonight, Welsh Gal. And thank you as well for, pushing Dave and I to the 10K, because I think at one stage we were in a bit of a lull, and you sort of reminded us, hey guys, you guys should be pushed for 10K here. And you kind of woke us up, I think, a little bit as well, Welsh Gal. At least I think you gave me sort of a bit of a reminder, that we should still try to get there by the end of the season. And I think we just about did that. So thank you very much, Welsh Gal. From the very get-go, you've been very especially kind to myself. And so just want to say thank you. And I'm looking forward to another little trip to the pub. Maybe you and I, can chat about, some Greek beers and talk about Postecoglou together. Pick yourself up.
A big up. And do you know what? Hopefully, you can enjoy the IPAs next season with the football on display rather than drinking them out of necessity to forget about the football on display. So big up, man. She says he's done a great job at Celtic, and he could work his magic with Spurs. She thinks he can. Look, I think he can too. It's exciting. Let's see what happens anyway. All I wanted this summer was just something that got me a little bit excited, or something that I could find myself getting a little bit behind. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not naive to know we've got a long way to go yet. What players are going to stay will dictate my mood. What players we're bringing in will dictate my mood. So there's a long way to go yet. But right now, it just gives me a little something to get behind. And Paul G says, perseverance and hard work pays off. Come on, you Spurs. I really appreciate that, brother. And another one, I think this is Mr. Greaves or Groves. Big yourself up, Greaves. It is. Big up, my man. I really appreciate that. Another one who, reaches out behind the scenes, checking in, make sure I'm okay and everything else. And it really doesn't go unnoticed, You guys really are a massive driving force behind keeping myself and Jack going and, keeping helping us persevere and stuff like that. So really do appreciate that, Paul. Top man, my man.
Thank you, Paul, my man. And as well, I think it's definitely been a lot of perseverance, more so this season than it was last season. Last season definitely was sort of, finished on a big high, and we had so much to look forward to with this season. And I think everybody was absolutely tested to their limit, at some stage this season. And we've somehow come out all in one piece. Big yourself up, Paul. And yeah, thank you very much, brother. Really very good.
Big up. I really appreciate it.
Remember the Paul Army.
What a milestone. I'm absolutely buzzing. I appreciate it. Look, it's the small things in life. I know a lot of people are going to be sitting out there going, Dave, you're a bloody loser. It's a fucking number. Get over yourself, this, that, and the other. But you know what? To me, it means a lot. So all I can say is thank you very much, everyone. But look, we are going to keep this moving because, like I said, I have to be up early in the morning and I don't want to be grumpy in that car. The outlet won't have it. I'll end up having to walk wherever we're going. But look, let's keep this moving. I believe the next on it's either Tyler or Jacob. Which one are we at? I think it's Jacob, or is it Tyler? Jacko?
I think it's, let me look back at my last one. I think it is, I put it in there. Just give us a second. It's Tyler, then Jacob, then Paul.
Love that. We'll get cracking on with them. Jason Bell says, congrats on 10K subs, lads. I've always enjoyed the analysis videos, the streams, and the sometimes delusional optimism. Keep it up. You know what? I get it. Me, I like, especially around game day, I get all the problems that exist around this club. But I can't, sometimes in and around game day, I just like to ignore it and just get on with the games and just support the club. Because the reality is all I do is give out about them during the week and everything else. It's just on game day. It's just nice to, just get behind the lads, feel that atmosphere where it's you against everybody else. Fuck everyone else. I absolutely love that sort of vibe around the game day. So that's where maybe a bit of the delusional optimism comes from, my man. But I always back it up and say, look, maybe I have a bad feeling about this game, but I'm not going to predict Tottenham to lose because it's not in me. I'm not going to give Arsenal fans, what they want. They want to hear Tottenham fans talk like that. And I ain't going to give it to them, especially in around game day, my man. But Jason Bell, another one who's been here for quite some time. I appreciate the support, brother. Really do appreciate it, my man.
Our optimism has definitely been tested this season, Jason Bell. It's been tested to the limits, but we always remain delusional. Don't you worry, my friend. We can always stay there. It's very kind that you actually said sometimes, actually. That's very nice of you. Usually it's more so than that. Big up, my man. And yeah, we're putting out tons of different vids this summer, and I'm looking forward to sort of changing gears, in a lot of ways to put out different types of vids, different types of streams, etc. Thank you very much, Jason. And you've been with us for a long, long time. Thank you, brother.
Jason. Big up, Jason. And you've got Ian Cook. He loves to watch alongs. Big up, Ian. We love them too. They're a bit of fun, They're a bit of fun. Do you know what it is? Even if they're going wrong, the game's going wrong, Jack or Sean will say something or do something that'll just, make me smile just for that moment, which I do like about it. Big up Ian Cook, my man. And Aaron Dove saying what's more impressive is the flat caps haven't been removed over the years. Yeah, never going to be removed, Aaron. You know how well they look, brother. And then Stefan Deluxe says to dare is to do nothing is Postecoglou. I love it. I absolutely love it. Stop it. You're going to get me a horn. I love this sort of nicknames and all this sort of talk. Keep them coming in. There's never any that's too many. I absolutely love them. Big up, Stefan. I'm definitely going to be hashtagging that sometime this week. Nothing is in a Postecoglou. Love it. Big yourself up, brother. Big it up. But look, let's keep this moving. Let's keep it ticking on. We are under time constraints. The next one we have in the building is Tyler. Let's get him on and hear what you have to say about Ange Postecoglou. Tyler, how are you, brother?
Good. How are you guys?
Yeah, I'm good, my man. I'm good. I'm excited. But where are you with Ange Postecoglou? What's your feeling on the appointment, or soon to be appointment?
I mean, I'm happy we finally got a manager in. For me, it's hard to get excited, right now. But with the circumstances, we don't know if Harry Kane's leaving, what's going to happen, if we're going to get the right players in, if he's going to be backed. But, once it's official, I'm going to fully back him.
Yeah, I'm going to fully back him as well. Do you feel like, Tyler, even if you have your sort of skepticism or maybe a bit of reservations, do you feel like there are some, things that you also can get behind that you've seen with Postecoglou? Or there are certain things that you like, maybe what you've seen, some people talk about, right, his, his halftime speeches or the way he screams at the players on the sideline, his just sort of his charisma and everything. Like, do you feel like there are certain things about him that you really like that you can get behind that maybe you didn't see in a Conte or a Jose or something?
Yeah, I think the biggest part that I can get behind is the fact that, he's going to be coming in, has something to prove, and he's not like already in his head like, oh, I've done so much more than this club has ever accomplished. So it's like he doesn't have a big ego like a Mourinho or a Conte. That's what I can get behind. Even though I wanted Nagelsmann or Enrique, that would have been just as big of a risk because they could have been just like Conte and Mourinho. So yeah, I think he's gonna come in, excited to get to work and just to be happy to be here in the Premier League and with Tottenham.
100%. I think it's refreshing in that regard. Like, I've made this point when it comes to Jose Mourinho and Conte, right? All you hear about is the last 23 years, and that's what they focus on, to sort of portray the club as a failure, this, that, and the other, and I get it. And there's no point hiding away from it. When you look over the 23 years, especially maybe the last 4 years from where you were at with Pochettino, it is becoming a massive failure. But outside of that, as fans, a lot of fans have been here since before Daniel Levy and Enoch ever stepped foot in. And they also have a lot of history that they remember, like the 80s, the 60s, the teams like them great teams and stuff like that. And it'd be good to hear a manager have that sort of take and actually highlight that and just give a different perception out there to people than one that's constantly being highlighted to us.
Yeah, and one of the things that I'm worried about is like, with a Nagelsmann or Enrique, they've been with so many like top clubs and different programs like Nagelsmann and the Red Bull system. There's so many like youth players and guys up and coming that we could get into the club that they could bring in. With Postecoglou, like, to be honest, I don't think there's a single Celtic player that I would really want to come into the club right now, or anyone from the Japanese team or Australian team that he coached. That's one of the things I'm worried about a little bit. I really like Cameron Carter-Vickers as an American, but he did fail at Tottenham. I know he's improved a shit ton at Celtic. He's been the best center back in the Scottish league, but there's no one that excites me.
Can I flip this, a little bit, Tyler, where Postecoglou, right? He hasn't exactly worked with world-class players yet, and there is a bit of concern, right, that he hasn't been able to work with those guys. But could you also say the fact that he's been able to produce such exciting and, kind of, entertaining football with what isn't, the most, talented of players usually, especially when he was in Japan and with the, Australian, younger team, the under 20s and whatnot, he was able to produce some pretty good football. So do you feel like maybe that's a positive that he can, make, some pretty nice looking aesthetic, aesthetically pleasing, kind of style of play without, needing a 60 million pound center back or like something like that, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope he comes in and we play, great attacking football, and it's exciting again, and we get a couple defenders in to shore up the defense. Because honestly, I think defense is more important than offense in the Premier League. I think you have to be solid in the back line. We've had so many seasons, with Kane and Son, and having so many good attackers that we're scoring a lot of goals, but we cannot be conceding the goals we conceded this season.
Yeah.
I mean, we completely ignored the back line. I'll never understand how that happened, and we stayed with just Dyer, Davies, Sanchez for this long, and we only got Linglet on loan. But we got to move on, and hopefully we get the right defenders in.
Do you think they're actually going to finally do that this summer, though? I mean, I thought it would be done last summer. I thought, it'd be done January, and then you come into this summer and you hear reports, Dyer's a war hero. He deserves a medal of service. He was injured last January when the window's open, and it makes it even worse that they didn't go into the window and buy someone knowing if the guy was really injured, and then put out a statement and go, we'll do it in the summer. And all I ever hear when it comes to that position is deflection tactics. Is this summer, are they finally going to get it done, in your opinion?
I mean, we have the money. They just don't like to spend it, and they act like we don't have the money to spend. So I don't. Evan and Dick is still available on a free. I haven't seen one link or interest from us so far. I still don't understand that. So I don't know. I really don't know, to be honest.
I'm definitely interested, in sort of who he is going to be able to bring in, but whether some of these guys might be sort of like what Dave was bringing up earlier, like these sort of Kavicha type players or Kim Min-jae type players that might be sort of a bit under the radar that maybe he could actually turn into real stars. Do you feel like, Tyler, you're a bit worried? I don't know if you pay attention to any of the news, or any of the Twitter sphere, but recently there's been a lot more links to the likes of James Ward-Prowse, James Maddison, Harvey Barnes. Not many mentions of center backs, and the only center back I even saw mentioned recently was Harry Maguire, which is a huge worry sign. Now, I'm not
Robin
saying read
Koch
everything
or
into the
Koch
tabloids.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Robin Koch. I mean, those two
good,
are the
with
ones that
center
we're
backs.
linked with. It's very concerning. That's why I can't really get excited right now. I'm so happy we finally got a manager, even if he wasn't our first or second choice. I think Nagelsmann and Arne Slot was our first two choices. But I'm just happy we finally got a manager, and he can start to give his input into what players he wants and start changing stuff around. Hopefully, we've been hearing the news about a clear out. Hopefully it does happen. It certainly does need to happen. That's the biggest thing.
Do you agree with a lot of the names that were mentioned in that clear out?
Yeah, I mean the biggest thing is getting these players out first. If we don't get a shit ton of players in this summer, it's not the end of the world if we start, using youth players or bringing guys like Hill. And I think even I know a lot of people have given up on them, even me, sort of. But I would not be surprised if an Ndombele or Lo Celso comes into the team. One of them, I don't know which one. I doubt it'll be Ndombele because his work ethic is pathetic. But I would not be surprised if one of them comes into the team, because I don't think we're going to buy any more midfielders. And I sure hope it's not Harry Winks is the one that we keep. I think one of them could come into the team and help.
I hear you on that, Ndombele. And look, secretly, I think there's a lot of fans out there that wouldn't mind him being given second chance. And I know there's a lot. Even looking at your two smiles on your face, you know what I'm talking about. Deep down, so many people sort of want him to be given a second chance. I could be wrong. I don't think he will be. If he doesn't, buck up and show a bit of work ethic out there, in terms of wanting to help to win the ball back, but also moving off the ball to be able to receive it, he won't stand a chance under Ange Postecoglou. Yeah. He will not stand a chance. So, unless he changes his attitude, and wants to work harder, then okay, he might stand a chance. But as it stands now, if that doesn't change, I don't think he'll be given a second chance. I really don't. Lo Celso, I think he's gone too. I really do.
Well, you have to think like we don't have many attacking midfielders. So if we don't, if we're not buy a couple midfielders, I have a feeling that, whether it's Winks, Sadly, and Domblé or Lascelles, one of them will be back in and around the team. I think it's unrealistic to think all three of them are gone.
Yeah, do you know what? I hear what you're saying, right? I do hear what you're saying. But the reality is, they've been like the three of them have been gone all year long. So I don't it's not like they're coming back from an injury and we need them back or that we're missing them. We've got on without them. And I would like to think that all three will be gone because for me, you can't have players that are coming in here that don't want to work hard. You can't have players that, make excuses for not succeeding. And if you want to change the culture at Tottenham Hotspur, well, the reason why they were shipped out in the first place is because a lot of them, were the main reasons why some of the culture was so bad. Not all of it, but, they were obviously the worst ones. So for me, look, I have no time for any of them players, and that's why I don't want to see any of them back here. I think they've all been given more than enough opportunities. But I hear what other people are saying. Like I take your point, Tyler, where it's sort of like, will Ange Postecoglou want another body in there over a Papamassar or Skip, and will one of them be given another chance? I don't want it to happen, but there's a possibility that it might happen.
Or with Levy, right, being a bit stubborn with who he's going to get rid of and stuff like that, he might force he probably might force Postecoglou to, make some clean slates for certain players. Like he might say, hey, can you make a clean slate for Tanguy and Ndombele? And as much as Spurs fans like you, Dave, are just like, this is ridiculous. Like, why do managers have to put up with this sort of thing? It's not out of the realm of possibility that Levy might do that with Postecoglou. Say like, hey, like, think about maybe Jed Spence, fitting him in there and and things like that. Don't put it past him. That's for sure. Another question I have for you, Tyler, and sort of when it comes to Postecoglou is what sort of players do you see maybe potentially, that we like right now, maybe not doing well under him? Could a certain Emerson, a Porro, a Højbjerg, a Skip, a Papamassar, like who in this current 11 right now do you think maybe might struggle?
Yeah, I mean Skip and Højbjerg obviously I think, will struggle. Yeah, I don't Emerson, playing right back, might be okay. But Emerson Porro, I don't know what's going to happen with him. I think, that's one of the guys that Levy's going to, I feel like try to make him fit in with the team because we just spent so much on him. And I like Porro. He's very good going forward, but he can't defend, but going forward, so they're moving him to a winger, outside or a wide midfielder or whatever, could be a thing that'll work.
Do you know what? One player I think will definitely have a chance if he wants to remain. I think the ball will be in his court. Is Gil Messi. That guy has the work rate. So from the off, and you've seen with Conte's preseason, I think he was the first one in on the running and stuff like that, or damn sure close to it. So I think it'd be very interesting to see whether Ange Postecoglou sticks with him and whether Gil wants to be here. But I do think, he's from the off, he has a chance of hitting the ground running and pressing because he has that work rate. Naturally, we've seen it this season when he doesn't have the ball. He's like a child. He wants to go and win it back. And, me and Jack have often made the point. Well, I mean, why aren't others doing that? So hopefully now you'll see others follow suit, Tyler. Oh,
I really hope that Gil Messi, comes back and Postecoglou likes him and starts to integrate him into the team, because I know all three of us really like Gil Messi. Winning the Europa League, the fans love him over there. His teammates love him. I seen that I showed in the group chat that he liked a post saying, that they hope they get him back here. So I don't know. It's not looking too hopeful, to be honest with you.
No, it's not, and that's why I said it depends on what Gil wants. Because,
whether his heart's in it.
And if he doesn't want to be here, then adios.
But with much love, con mucho amor. Tyler, thank you very much, my friend, for getting us up to 10K. I know you kind of started, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's sort of the very, very beginning of this season. I feel like if I'm not, when you first started coming on, whatnot in the fan show. So thank you very much.
I've been hanging around, watching for a while, but it took me a long time to get, feel comfortable with coming on,
Yeah.
But I really appreciate you guys as always. And yeah, congrats on the 10K. You guys deserve it and much more. By far my favorite Spurs channel.
Thanks, bro.
Love you guys and really appreciate it.
I appreciate that, Tyler. Look, the Spurs community is a better place for having you in it, my man. So if there's anyone else out there like Tyler that, you know, lurking around out there in the background, come forward, have your say. Look, Tyler, you know, he's well liked in here, not a problem on him. He's well able to come on, share his opinion. So, guys, you want to be like Tyler, make sure, you know, you just take that leap of faith. But, Tyler, thank you very much, my man. I really appreciate it. And thanks for keeping me sane at times this season, brother.
Yeah, and enjoy your little trip with your dad. Hope you guys have an amazing time, and hope to see you back soon.
I will if you don't message me about Harry Kane while I'm away. You know, then I'll have an amazing time. Tyler.
Just till nasty messages only.
Yeah.
See you soon, Tyler.
Thank you
have a
very
good one,
much.
guys.
See you
Love
soon.
it, bro.
Bye bye. I love that dude. I like Tyler. He's genuinely.
I'm thinking on his debut as well. He had a great debut when he first did it, you know, a while back.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about it right now. And he, you know, brought up the defense and how done he was with it. And, you know, he was saying how he's so excited to talking about Dave about getting rid of, you know, players in January. Of course, he didn't get his wish, but, you know, Tyler, I'm thinking on your debut, my man. And, you know, you've done a great job ever since. Big yourself up, bro.
Big up, Tyler, my man. A really nice guy, really nice and genuine guy. Brandon SC says Celtic song Ange Postecoglou Ole is unreal. I'll have to go and listen to that, my man. I'll have to go and listen to it, Brandon. I'll be sure to check it out after. While I'm sitting here having a cigarette, celebrating my 10K, I'll have that on the background and give it a listen to, my man. Big yourself up and really appreciate the support, Brandon. Yeah, you know, better not get me buzzing because it's like nearly, it's what, 10:30 here, you know. I can't be making too much more noise. So if it gets me pumped up, I'm telling the neighbours to blame you, Brandon. Big up, brother. And then Shawnee, what can I say about this guy? Says, congrats, lads. Love you, boys. 10K, well deserved. On to the next number. Yeah, look, let's see how far it goes, Shawnee. You know, let's see if 15K is possible, brother. Look, you've been a massive part of this channel, helping us grow and everything else. And look, you're well on your way to, you know, outgrow us and stuff like that. So, you know, keep up doing what you're doing, my man. It's incredible. And thank you very much for your help. And not only that, your friendship and advice along the way as well, brother. You know, even just being a shoulder to lean on at times, it really doesn't go unnoticed and really does mean a lot. So I appreciate that, Shawnee boy.
Thank you for helping us get here, Shawnee. You've definitely pushed us along, you know, in a lot of ways, from the watch-alongs to just various debate shows and just being that guy that just offers that sensible, you know, different opinion and, you know, is willing to look at things in a different way and has also just been really good to us, you know, throughout, you know, the years as well. So, Shawnee, thanks for helping us push along, you know, up to 10K. You know, you've given us some big pushes at times. So really appreciate your support throughout the years, my man.
Big up, Shawnee. Big up. And another one where the Spurs community is better with him than without him. Absolutely love that dude. So big up, Shawnee. Big up, Wilson as well. Appreciate it. Big up, Wilson. Or Irwin. Sorry, what am I talking about? Big up, Irwin. Really appreciate it. Big up, Wilson. Really appreciate it, brother.
And then just quickly, I believe KPV was celebrating, I believe, a fan show membership from earlier. 14 months fan show member says, come on, congrats on reaching 10,000 million subscribers, lads. Big up, lads. Here's to another 10,000. Let's get David and Jack to 300K before the end of 2023. Come on, you Spurs. Big up, KPV.
Love that, KPV.
Good man, KPV. And then also Lazy 8. Member for 23 months as a fan show member says, have I gone to Postecoglou, or did you guys get past 10K since you started this stream? It feels like we've almost grown like by 100 overnight or something like that. Literally, you know, Lazy. It's actually happened a bit too quick. I think Dave and I are basically just sort of, you know, words are just sort of coming out of our mouth, you know, right now. But honestly, a proper thank you, you know, is going to be given, you know, from us. That's going to be well thought out and, you know, really, you know, going to get some real sort of, you know, detailed and just sort of a good thank you from us, you know, to you guys. Because so many of you, like especially yourself, Nick, have given us, you know, the only reason we're here at 10K is because of people like you. And so we're going to, you know, sit down and get a proper thank you for you all. Thank you, man.
Yeah. Big up, Nick.
You have gone to Postecoglou, though. You have gone to Postecoglou, man. That's true.
Another one wouldn't be anywhere near possible without, you know, the sacrifices and stuff, you know, the guys made to help us out and everything else. Again, you know, it really doesn't go unnoticed, Nick, and I really do appreciate it, brother. And look, you know, onwards and upwards to 20K. it'd be nice to get there someday. Let's see if it happens. But you've been another massive part as well, Nick. So I appreciate that, my man. Absolute top man. Top man. Look, there's so many people that I need to personally go and thank you and stuff like that. And I will get that done over tonight and tomorrow. But, Nick, I really do appreciate it, my man. Top man. Top man, Nick. And then we have Foggy Foam here with a super sticker, Jacko.
And it's a big like button Foggy Foam has dropped here. And thank you very much, Foggy. Been with us for a long time. And thanks for continuing to show up for the streams. Like I said, whether it's a cold night, and Spurs aren't giving you much to be happy about, you've still been there with us for a long time, Foggy. And you provided a lot of good humor, a lot of good talking points, and just been with us, for, the good and the bad and the ugly. So big up, Foggy, my man. And absolutely. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, big up Foggy. Big up Foggy. And he's always, at me on Twitter and that in the comment section and that sometimes as well, which I do enjoy.
Cheers you up.
Yeah, he does. He does. Big up Foggy Foam. I appreciate the support, brother. And look, onwards and upwards to 20K, and hopefully you're along by our side for that, my man. Big up. Really appreciate it, Foggy Foam. And everybody in the chat. Everyone, I really do appreciate it and I love it. Thank you so much. People are saying they're going to unsubscribe so that we go down to 9999. Paddy's saying it. And then brilliant response from Aaron. Only people from Cork do that. Erwin, he's from Waterford. Only people from Wexford do that. Like Darwell and stuff like that. Everyone's from Wexford. But big up everyone. Big up everyone. But look, we want to hear what more fans have to say. So we are going to keep cracking on. We're just going to get them on, simply find out what their opinion is on Ange Postecoglou and keep this moving. You know me, guys. I usually would sit here for 5 hours, no problem whatsoever. But I genuinely need to keep this moving. So let's keep it moving. Who we got next? I believe it's Jacob. Is it? Jacob, am I right?
Jacob, I see that you're back in it. I know you wanted to give your spot to Ellie. Do you want to give us a thumbs up or something if you're ready to go? There he is. All right, we're going to Jacob, and then we're going to Ellie next. Paul, if you're still listening, you are technically though after the likes of Jacob. If you are listening, Paul, if you want to come back in here, pick yourself up, and then we're going on to Jacob. Everybody, give a warm welcome to this man.
Big up, Jacob. How's
Hello.
things?
Hello. Things are good. Congratulations on the 20K.
First of all, I want to say a massive thank you to you as well for, running them post-match fan shows after defeats, which is absolutely horrible. Because I'll be honest, I didn't want to go out there and speak anymore about the defeat. Jack never wanted to go out there and speak anymore about it either. So, I really do appreciate that. And I know other people do appreciate it, Jacob, for turning up in them times. So I really do appreciate that, my man. But look, enough of the loving. We have plenty of time to do that over text after. What's your thoughts on the Ange Postecoglou appointment?
Honestly, I feel pretty excited. Like the similar feelings to the Arne Slot thing. Obviously I didn't know this man. I didn't know much of this man. So it's one of those managers I have to research. And I'm totally fine with someone like that. I don't think that we are above anything like that. When you look at some of the managers that we brought in with the likes of Jose and Conte, we've tried this top tier, creme de la creme manager, if you will.
Yeah.
And look how that worked out. I mean, one got us to a final and we sacked his ass 5 days before it started. So I don't necessarily have hope with a creme de la creme. So now I'm like, maybe a McDonald's type will work. But maybe he's more of a Whataburger for those of you who know, if you know. Maybe he's more of a Whataburger, a little bit better quality than what I would think. And I'm ready to be pleasantly surprised because I have zero expectations for this guy. I don't think that big up Echo. I don't think that there's a lot of expectations from me personally attached to what I think he should achieve in his first year, second year, because I know the state that this club is in. There's no way that we can get rid of as many players and bring in as many players as we need to this first summer window. I'm trying to still come to terms with that because that we'll never get anywhere with that until we get a manager and a director of football and some kind of identity. So I'm glad that we're doing that first part, which is getting a manager. Let's get a director of football in here now. Jack, I know you like, and I know you know who I'm talking with, the Leverkusen guy. I really like that guy and some of the things that he's brought. So let's get him. Let's use Ange. I know Scott Munn's taking over some sort of role, but let's get in a guy who's going to really recruit some of these top players before, you guys were mentioning, I don't know if it was on this show or another show I was listening to with you, but you're mentioning, let's with Kavicha and Kim Min-jae, like, let's get these guys before they're 80 million on the transfer market. Let's get them when they're 10, 15. Yeah. And so I totally agree with that. And, Ainge seems like the kind of guy who'll squeeze the lemon until there's no juice out of it. And I like that in a manager. So why not? I have no expectations. Sorry, Jack.
No, I was going to say you brought up a few good points there. Like, I'm always scraping the barrel, Jacob, to be positive at times. And one of the things I can actually be a bit relieved about is that we're not entering that sort of summer where we're like just left in limbo about who the manager is, who the director of football is, and then we end up getting a manager that no one even wanted in the first place. If it ends up being a manager that no one even wants, I'd rather it come sooner, than later, and be met with even more frustration. And another thing I kind of want to say is, do you feel like Postecoglou, the fact that he hasn't exactly worked with world-class players like Sonny, Harry Kane, maybe even like a Bentancur, who's going to, be a top-class midfielder, etc., these sort of guys, right? Like, he hasn't really worked with these sort of level of players. Does that give you a bit of worry, or does that kind of make you excited maybe that he hasn't worked with those type of guys?
I think that if you're able to produce a sexy product with minimal tools and minimal ingredients, clearly there's something to your craft that helps that formula get to being that beautiful, sexy thing, right? So for me, I think when it comes, I guess to answer your question, I don't know. I can't name you 5 players that he's managed, right? But what I do know is from the, I'm saying minimal standpoint that I've understood this guy, because granted, I only heard about him till Paul Beatty mentioned him. Shout out Paul Beatty. He was the first person I ever heard, we need to go get Ange Postecoglou. And I was like, oh, okay, let's, I was like, if you like this guy, I remember the first thing I ever said about him was like, okay, I don't know who that is, but if you like this guy, why do you want him to come to Tottenham? Because all we're going to do is hamper his growth. And it's been interesting. Paul's been hyping me up about him every time I'm on a stream, texting, he'll call me, we'll talk about it. And he's been hyping me up throughout the week. So I got my Ouzo ready. I know y'all are talking about that Ouzo. I still got some from, if you want some of that licorice tasting Greek liqueur. Also, I want to also throw out there that my favorite animal is kangaroos growing up. So this is about a 30-year-old stuffed animal kangaroo. I wanted to be a kangaroo when I was a kid. I don't know why. I just thought they were pretty sweet. They had a pouch, and I thought that was cool. So they jump around. So I've always been an admirer of kangaroos. I'm excited. I have family that is Greek, so it's all good for me when it comes to Ange. But working with Harry Kane, he might not get the chance to. But working with Heung-min Son, I know he's humble enough to really just take in what a manager is going to bring. I mean, when you look at kind of the turnover he's had with his national team manager, I think when you manage it at a national team level, there is a certain amount of respect you're going to command when it comes to seniority and like pecking order and pissing contest in the locker room. So I don't worry about that so much, especially because Hugo's fucking quitting ass is going to be on. He get his ass out of here. Quitting ass. I did want to say something. Quitter. Fucking quitter.
On Kane and Son, I don't have a problem, because let's be honest, they've worked with every manager that's been here. Okay, Kane under Nuno, but Nuno gave him the cold shoulder from day one. That was the making off his own back. But they've worked for every single manager that's come in here. So for me, I don't actually have a problem with them. The problem I have with when people are talking about egos is players with egos that just don't deserve to have one or shouldn't have one. Like the Dyers and the Sanchez's, even Endon fat ass coming back here. I'm so great, I don't need to work hard, this, that, and the other. They're the egos I have a problem with. But what manager wouldn't struggle with them? That's the thing.
Where are these egos coming from? Type of players.
And that also kind of goes into the original question that y'all asked me about. When it comes. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there because of the bush kangaroo thing. I had to look who that up. I had to look what that was, because I kept seeing people.
I was actually just looking up orzo. I realized is a Greek pasta, so orzo and ouzo is going to be a common choice. I imagine for this.
Yeah, get you some of that. You really want to have a hangover the next day.
Could I ask you another Ange question? Unless
absolutely.
What do you make of the fact that he also is going to be coming up against, more world-class managers on a weekly basis, right? He's not going to be, preparing weeks in advance for his game against Hearts or Rangers, right? He has to come up against Unai Emery one week, Postecoglou, or sorry, like a Pep Guardiola the
His
next,
own
and
worst
then a
enemy
Klopp the
himself.
other. He said so much you start playing yourself. Do you feel like he is ready for that sort of thing? Like, that is a big ask, right? You're coming up against like really good managers yourself, every single week.
I agree with that, but I mean, I've always lived by the sentiment you can only play who's in front of you, right? Like if I'm, the best that there ever was, but I'm playing in a pickup league, not necessarily playing in some kind of professional league, it doesn't really matter. So it's going to be a huge test for him. It's going to be a major test on his tactics, on his strength. I mean, I would even argue the aspect of the media is going to be so much more. Think about the size of the media room, just the media room where there's going to be people asking questions, pointing cameras and microphones in your face. And that's some pressure that he's going to have to deal with alongside with now you've got this big fancy new training grounds and you've got these players who are all looking at you like, oh, what you got to say now? What you going to tell me that Nuno, Jose, Conte, what are you going to tell me that he hasn't told me? And that's the thing, man. We have to clean the mold before we can't just keep painting over the moldy parts of the house being like, well, it's fine, we painted over it, you can't see it. And that's what we continually do until we get my rule, here's my rule, and I think it's beautiful. If your name's not Harry Kane or Youngman Daddy and you've been here for 4 or more years, it's time to go. That's just how I feel. I'm sorry, Højbjerg, you fall under that category, but that you're gonna have to go, and that's just the reality of the beast, I think. Because, I mean, when you have a moldy banana hanging out with the fresh bananas, it makes the fresher bananas moldier faster, if you know what I'm saying. So, I hate to keep bringing it back to food, but I'm a little hungry, and I just can't think that like Dyer is just like that rotten thing in the fridge, making everything stinky and everything else rotten.
No one wants to throw it away.
And that, yeah, ew, I don't want to touch that. Gross. And let's give it 3 more years in the bottom cupboard. It's nastiness. And until someone comes in with a shovel, scoops that son of a bitch out, and gets them out of my club, I don't think that mentality monster that we can't get over in the locker room, which is that loser mentality. He's with Dave Portnoy eating pizza in the summertime, and he's like, "You never win anything, you fucking loser." And he's like, "Yeah, you're right. I am a fucking loser. Let me get my knee pads out." I don't like that shit. I don't like that. So,
Yeah, I'm with that.
we need different leaders. I mean, think about if there's like a leadership committee of Tottenham Hotspur, Eric Dyer's punk ass is in there too. So I just think it's problems like that. They've got some group chat with Daniel Levy. I think Hugo was in on it. That's why at halftime at Newcastle, he like, "Oh, Daniel, get me out of here. They're all being mean to me in the locker room saying I conceded 5 goals in 20 minutes. It's a new record." And it's that weak, man. I just don't. I don't like it. I don't want to watch it. I don't want them to be getting money off of the club that I support in that manner, because go do that somewhere else. Go fuck off somewhere else and make a paycheck, because I'm not having it at my club.
I just hope Ange Postecoglou doesn't get suckered into giving this guy another chance, because the reality is, you might see a new Eric Dyer for the first few months, and people are going to say, "Dave, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about." And then, another 6 months down the line after that, they're going to be crying about Eric Dyer, and I'm going to be like, "Don't want to hear it," because I'm an idiot, apparently, and I know what's going to happen. He'll get a boost. He has to. He can't be any worse than what he is. But long term, it's not good enough. And we've seen this under numerous of managers. If this guy survives, I'm purposely getting away over to Tottenham Hotspur, and I will cause as much chaos as I can to get this guy out of the club, because he is fucking shocking, and he's the best actor we have in that dressing room. He acts like he cares. He says all the right things, does all the right body movements, says all the right things, but the reality is he is just not good enough. So if he survives, Ange Postecoglou is done for 6 months down the line, and it's that simple. That simple. But look,
I hope that Ainge has that kind of power that he can just walk in and say, you all go, and they're senior players. I mean, I hope, but I just haven't seen it yet. Jose's like, okay, how can I work with this guy Conte? How can I work with this guy Nuno? That's the thing. It shouldn't be, how can I work with this guy? It should be, let's work with this guy because he fucking works for the system you're trying. He checks the boxes physically and mentally and tactically, and that's the problem, man. We've got players have too much power, and the weakest players have that much power. So I mean, it's just
That's the problem. Shit
yeah,
players having that power. And this is the
exactly.
egos I'm talking about. You know, if Postecoglou wants any chance, you take that power away from them. You walk in and you go, okay, I'll have that power, please, because you know what? Quite frankly, your ability doesn't match it. So fuck off. You know, I'm sick of it. I just want to see this at this point. I just want a manager. And one thing I like about him is, and listen to this quote. This gets me really going. A quote from Ange Postecoglou speaking to his players before. Some of you are getting lazy, and I tell you what, I'm not going to effing put up with that. You can't hide from me. I know who's effing lazy and who works. So, you know, to some of
can't
these
hide
players,
from
good
me.
luck, try and pretend. Big Ange is coming. You're out of here.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. You know, you can't hide from me. I will find you. I will know who. I will sniff that out, and I like that. I can respect that. I hope that mentality carries over into the bigger stage, kind of like we were talking about. But I think for me, what makes me happiest about this Ange Postecoglou appointment is the fact that I hope that this signal, I mean, the same thing with Jose. I hope that it signals some kind of change. Conte, same thing when we first appointed him. Now I feel like maybe some change can come to this club. And they strung me along for about 18 months. And I'm hoping it doesn't happen again. I understand the contract situation with managers nowadays is 2 years on a rolling 12, if you will. And I understand that. I get that. But I am a little bit like, I hope we're not sitting here in 18 months' time sacking a manager 6 months before their contract ends because things ain't going right. Which that's my I guess my rational side is telling me it's going to happen because I mean it's just a constant cycle of abuse. But my guttural inside, my soul, my numptions, my cajones, it feels like this could be the turning of a page, and now we're going to write a new fucking page, and it could be beautiful. It could be something
Come
good.
on.
And let's temper our expectations because this man's not going to come in here. He might win manager of the month first month, and the next month win loser of the month that month. But the thing is, through the highs and lows, we got to support this man.
Yeah.
Get behind him. That's the way I feel about it. Just because the hell else you gonna do? Keep screaming about the owners and board. They're not gonna sell till someone come putting the money on the table. So get your money up, not your funny up. That's what I think about that whole situation.
In order for this to work, the board have to change their ways. They have to allow them to get rid of certain people. If
Exactly.
regardless whether they agree with it or not.
But
okay, go on, we'll get rid of them. It's for a reason, you know, and they have to help implement this. If they don't, we're just going through the cycle yet again.
And there's been that whole theory, right, of Daniel Levy's listening to these Twitter spaces. He's watching these big YouTube channels, such as yourself, and he's taking in what fans' perspectives are. If he's doing that, I think it might be high time for him now, because I guarantee 4 years ago when he was building the stadium, he didn't give a shit what you and I were thinking about this club. But if he is now, now he's in a different mode, a different mindset of I'm watching my back. Now I need to try and do these people right. So if enough people are singing the same message, then I think that he'll listen, and not necessarily in the sense of like him getting out, but like allowing the manager time and power to do what he want to do with this squad to see if we can get to that next. That's my hope anyway. So I don't feel down about it. I feel a little excited because now we can actually start talking. Does this man suit Ange style? Does this man suit what we're trying to build here? And I think that's a great question to start asking. We should have been asking it a couple weeks ago. But this man, he played yesterday. I watched him. It was the first time watching his team play yesterday for me. So,
and you loved it. You loved it. I know you did. But Jacob, tell people what's over at United Spurs of America that they need to get down with.
Yeah, so tomorrow got a Tuesday show. We're starting to make that a little bit of a regular thing. Michael will be there, y'all. So I know y'all who tune into United Spurs America, you've been like, where's Michael? Where's Jacob? I'm right here. Where's Michael? He will be there tomorrow. We're going to be talking all things Aussie and Greek. We'll be here doing our thing, talking about Ange, and then we'll do a little player rankings as well. So that's at 5:30, 5:45. For the UK, that's 10:30 for anyone in the Mountain Time, 12:30 for you, Jack. So 12:30 p.m. a little lunchtime fiesta. If you want to join, you're always welcome, Jack. David, you both know. I know you're
Text me
traveling,
personally.
David.
because I'm very good at ignoring the 40,000 different WhatsApp messages that I have on my phone. So text me personally, and then I'll get I'll be able to answer you right away.
Don't worry
I won't
about
be
it.
hiding. I won't be hiding.
But yeah, so we'll be doing that tomorrow, and then throughout the summer, going to work on trying to bring some consistent content. So look out for that. But definitely something tomorrow if you want to come tune in and say what's up. But hey, big ups to both of y'all. You do a tremendous amount of work. It's been a pleasure. The times I got to host those fan shows and get to meet some of the loyal listeners of y'all's channel. So I'm humbled to have just been a minnow on the back of this Moby Dick story. I've never read Moby Dick, so I don't know what it's about. So don't quote me in that kind of way. I just more meant in a whale type of way, aquatic.
One of the hunters.
But big up, thanks for having me on, y'all.
I appreciate your time and everything else, man. I really do appreciate it. And again, thank you for doing them fan shows, my man. It really does mean a lot, especially in times when we're losing a lot. I know it's not easy to do, and being quite honest, I couldn't go out there and face a defeat after speaking about it all day long. So, the fact that you've sort of geared yourself up to do it so early in the morning, your time, it really does mean a lot, man. It really does mean a lot.
Well, it's therapeutic for me as well, getting to hear people's opinions, getting to share mine as well throughout the show. It's a good time. It's very therapeutic. So definitely tune in if you haven't already. Keep liking and subscribing, y'all.
Definitely. I'm just going to pop off for 20 or so minutes. I just need to go and get my stuff packed. So Jacob is going to fill in for me, and then I'll be back. So just keep it moving along, and then I'll get back to you once I get
Postecoglou substitution here, Jacob. Are you capable?
Just
oh, yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. Man. Sub me in, coach. I'm ready to go.
60 minutes up. Here we go, baby.
Quickly, I just want to say to Paul, fuck it, he's absolutely buzzing. Look at his
smile. I can't wait to talk to him.
Be alone with the Red X.
Before I leave. Go, Paul.
Hey! And just Postecoglou's Blue and White Army. Here we go.
Everybody in the chat wish Paul happy birthday. It was his birthday at the weekend. So give him a belated happy birthday. I am popping off for 20 or so minutes. I'll be back. I just wanted to see the smile on Paul's face, because this man here has been on it for months, and he finally gets what he wants. Big up, Paul.
Happy birthday, Paul. Best birthday present of all time?
Oh, look, I had a weekend away with some friends, and like every 5 seconds, I was just checking podcasts and Twitter feeds, and one of my mates said it's like listening to World War II warning broadcast every 5 seconds. So, yeah, look, we're not over the line yet. It is Tottenham we're talking about, so I'm still, I'm waiting for that picture of the corner flag with the official announcement, but it looks like it's happening. So yes, I'm very happy, and I have to thank you, Jack, because if you on March the 22nd, boy, that was the day that you and David put up the video looking at prospective managers, and you had Ange there with a big red cross. We're not even going to fucking talk about him, and that got me going, man. It got my pickles stewed. So I had to respond and put things right. And since then, I've been banging on the Ange drum, and I'm so happy. This is the first time I've got a number one choice over the line since Terry Venables, and I'm really happy.
I'm glad. And to be fair, I don't know if we couldn't have gotten that manager list more wrong than anyone else. Like, we had Tuchel, I think it was like Enrique and Pochettino and Amorim, I believe, are the ones that we thought were like the most likely, to come in. Jacob, what was your original, when Conte was first sacked, right? There was that sort of initial list that was put out there. What do you think were your first likelies? What were the guys that you thought Spurs were going after? Was Ange in there? Were you giving him a red X?
Honestly, Ange, I was just question mark. I wouldn't say yes or no about him, just because I was he has a fun name. Anytime it's a Greek name, I can I have a little bit of a soft spot for. So I wasn't immediately a no like it was, but I honestly thought it would be Graham Potter. I thought it would be Brendan Rodgers, someone of that silk.
You were just kind of who? Kind of
I was who is this guy? And then Paul, like I said, you were the first one who ever told me about him. So I was okay, this guy, Paul likes him. I've only heard good things about him from the fans of Celtic. So who is this guy? What can he really bring? And, the past, I would say 10 days or so, I've really been diving in deep. Well, I guess since Arne Slot, really, which was almost 2 weeks now, whenever he was like, yeah, I'm going to stay in the Eredivisie. I was really down on myself, on my club, because, I mean, if we can't lure a guy away from the Eredivisie, what are we doing as a club? But you know what they say, sometimes better things come to those who wait. And you know what?
Right, man.
If we did it for Paul's birthday, I'm in just for that fact alone, because I love to see a fan like him, someone who's been supporting for so long like him, happy and excited. I'm curious, how the likes of Kuva feels, because I know these are fans. I've been fans for longer than I've been a fan, and I respect their opinions and the way that they feel about their club. So for me, I'm excited about it. Like I said, it kind of feels like turning a new page. Definitely wasn't one of my first choices though, Jack. Wasn't even on my radar. So I'll have to agree with you. He wasn't. Well, I was just like, who's that? You know what I mean? Ange Postecoglou. I just figured he was one of those names. Everyone, you get these Gattusos and these Fabios. They all get thrown out around manager time, and definitely wasn't on my top 5. I don't even know.
From red X's to green check marks, baby. I mean, Ange Postecoglou, he's battled, some adversity from this channel, that's for sure, especially for myself. What would you say though, Paul? Like, maybe give you some hard-hitting questions, to start off with. The first one really I have for you is kind of about the fan base, really. It's just that some people feel really underwhelmed, by the signing. Other people are part of the Ange army, like yourself, that are, absolutely over the moon. So, like, what do you make of that? It's actually a bit sort of fractured, you could say, right now. It's not exactly that he's uniting them yet.
Bit of a similar thing to what I saw when he joined Celtic, so not really surprising. But what's been really cool is from like 2 months ago, where people are saying, "Who is he? What's this guy about?" And as he's moved up the list, more and more people have thought, "Well, I better find out." I mean, that's just what fans do. Okay, if he, let's go and see his team talks or his interviews or press conferences. And the more they've done that, the more they've warmed to the guy. You can't just help but be hypnotized by his big, beautiful eyes, and
they
so
really bring you in.
And it's at the stage now where I'm seeing a lot of fans really being very positive about it. Like I saw Shawnee Butler on We Are Tottenham TV, and he's excited, and that's cool, seeing Spurs fans slowly, it's like they're coming out of the hibernation cave, like they're rubbing their eyes, they're looking at the spring sunlight on a new dawn for the first time. And I think a lot of people are starting to get really excited, and that makes me happy. It's going to be a great ride, and the ones that aren't on board yet, it won't take long, man. It won't take long. They'll come over.
That's all that I hear from Celtic fans is, even the ones that were skeptical when they first appointed him, now they're crying that you're prying him away. So it's interesting, did you ever think all those years ago when he was managing Australia national team, he's the Socceroos, did you think that he could ever reach this where he's about? I mean, this is all right. Granted, he's signing on the dotted line as we speak, hopefully. But if he does, did you ever think that would be possible for someone managing, your national team in Australia?
I probably, because it's so hard to break out of Australia. So even though, he was a really good manager for Australia, the question of him moving out to getting to the Premier League, let alone Tottenham, it wasn't really a thing, because it just was not possible to break through that ceiling. It was probably when he went to Yokohama and he started having a lot of success there, and you think, okay, you've broken out of this island at the arse end of the world, and you're in the football world now, because it's not really a football world in Australia. Then he just started flying, and then going to Celtic. And I'm thinking, man, I'd love to see him at Spurs. I really would. I think he'd be awesome at Spurs. But, sometimes dreams can come true,
If his name was Posterman or, Postatici, as people had said earlier, right, he maybe would have gotten perhaps that leg up that maybe we don't realize actually certain managers have. If you are born in the likes of an Italy, a Germany, a Portugal, you are technically closer, right, to, you know, the biggest leagues, and you're closer to some of the best scouts and some of the best sort of players to choose from. And if you're all the way across the world, if in fact, you know, under the world where you guys are, it feels like you have to really work yourself up, you know, right, to the top.
Yeah,
And
because
you're not given
you're
any
not,
handouts.
yeah, you're not just going against the world. You're going against Australia a lot of the time as well. Like I don't watch much news, but I watched the news last night on one of the channels, and there was no mention of Ange at all. And I'm thinking, geez, this is the, you know, this is the biggest sporting achievement by an Australian coach ever, I think. And for it to not get a mention, they're probably going to start mentioning it now. And I'm looking forward to walking down the street and not be the only one in a top, like, well, not this one, a newer one than this, because this is like 24 years old. But it's going to be exciting seeing some Spurs fans around here. And, you know, maybe it'll do a great thing for soccer in Australia, because it's kind of always at this sleeping giant status. There is a lot of talent in this country, but getting out of that, you know, Australia is a big barrier. We're surrounded by water and we can't swim that far.
It's because of all the sharks, right? They got a lot of sharks out
I
there.
mean, it's a lot of snobbery, you know. It's a lot of snobbery towards football in this country, just as I've seen in England and Scotland, a lot of snobbery towards a Greek Australian. But, you know, people will come round, you know. Well, they're coming round already. That's the thing. People are slowly getting excited. You know, you see his team talks and things like that, and you think, bloody hell, we need this guy to give like Eric Dyer such a bollocking, or just get the fuck out of the club, mate. You know, he's not going to take any shit. He does enjoy a clear out, and hopefully a few of our players that have been around stinking up the dressing room are on their way. Stinky cheese, man.
Yeah, man, get them stinky cheese players out of here.
Yeah, which I'm, you know, I'll be the only reason I'll be sad if Eric Dyer and Harry Winks go is because I'm looking for the pay-per-view fight with you, Jacob. Because like once they leave Spurs, you lose your venom. You know, you've got no reason to punch him anymore. And I really would like to see you punch Eric Dyer right on the nose.
Well, they haven't hit me up about it. The video I did about it, I tagged Cambridge University trying to make it the venue. That video got limited ad suitability. They didn't find it suitable for most audiences to advertise that video of me calling out players trying to fight them at Cambridge University. They didn't like that.
Too academic of a fighting ring. Yeah,
they have those big leather chairs, though, you know, they're so big.
You're no Don King as a promoter, are you? You can't even get this off the ground, mate. And there's so many people that want to see it.
YouTube won't even advertise on a video of me talking about it. So,
So Jack, you've gone.
Paul, I think you should be quite proud of yourself. Bjorn Wandel is saying Ange is God and Paul is his prophet. Twan55 saying, Dave, your show was the first time I'd ever heard of Postecoglou, and that was via Paul. I'm so happy. And also credit to you and Paul Stradamus. Happy birthday, Paul, my man.
Paul Stradamus, get in.
Yes, I like that, man.
Proud of your work.
I have a spicy question for kind of both of y'all, if y'all don't mind me, don't mind entertaining me. The stinky cheese players that I like to call out. I'm gonna throw out something here, maybe a little bit controversial. Would we be better off just pulling the Band-Aid of Harry Kane off already? I mean, if you look at this season, you look at the seasons prior, like we rely on him so often and so much that it's almost like maybe he's preventing us from growing. You know what I mean? Like the soil can only be so rich before the pot gets outgrown. You know what I mean? And maybe we're at that stage. I don't know. Am I crazy to think that we'd be better suited to ship out Harry Kane now as opposed to 12 months from now? Because I think 12 months from now, especially with a new manager, I'm thinking it's time to just clean the house out, steam clean all the carpet, you know what I mean? Redo all the furniture, the paintings, everything. And Harry Kane's a large piece of what this house is. And maybe it's time to get rid of him. That's kind of my thought. I'm starting to feel that way. Am I crazy in doing so? Does anyone else think that
Harry Kane is he the right man for Ange Postecoglou, or is this the right time to get him gone?
Who knows, man? I mean, that's up to our manager, Ange Postecoglou. I see what you're saying, Jacob. And what I saw one report this morning that mildly concerned me, where it said Levy's told Postecoglou he used to work within his means, which I assume means he has to sell to buy and all that. And I'm thinking we were doing that when we were at White Hart Lane. I thought this was what the new stadium was about.
But also, if you think about what they literally said, spending within your means, of course you can only spend within your means, whatever those means are. You know what I mean?
What is it?
If my means are, let's say, 100,000 of spending, I literally cannot spend 120,000. So it's impossible to live outside of your own means. It just seems like one of those things where they're like, everyone's all excited about Ange Postecoglou. Let's throw something out. Just remember, Levy's not going to let him spend extra money that they don't actually have. And it's like, okay, I didn't expect him to, but what?
Fair enough.
It just feels like a wet blanket. Yeah.
No, again, like Sean yesterday, I heard him saying, I agree with this. Like, Ange Postecoglou will have a chat with Harry Kane, and if Harry Kane doesn't want to be at Tottenham, is dragging his feet, then Ange will just show him the door. Okay, we don't want you here. But if Harry Kane's up for it, and maybe up for seeing another season and seeing where we go and take it from there, he'll hang around. It really is up to Ange and how he, what sort of responses Kane gives him. Because if you're not 100% in, then you're out.
He comes across as a guy who smells the BS. Ange Postecoglou does for me, Jacob. And so if Harry Kane's heart is not in it, and he's making it, in any way, possible that it's clear that his head is elsewhere, his mind is elsewhere, his heart is elsewhere, I think Harry Kane, or not Harry Kane, I think Ange Postecoglou is going to be able to see through that. And then does he have the cojones to be able to go up to Levy and say, get him gone? This guy doesn't have his heart in it anymore. And that's another question, I think. Twan, I appreciate your support for the likes of Paul here. He's been working very hard on the Postecoglou propaganda machine. And then also Patty Mack saying, big up, Paul. All your hard work is being paid off. Like I said, the greatest birthday present of all time has been delivered.
One man can make a difference.
Any last words for us here, Paul? Before we let you go, we have I'm sorry, my man, we have like 8 more guests still to get through this evening, but I think you're going to be in plenty of use this week. Get ready for some busy streams. Everybody's going to be asking for your services. We'll see how we go, man. I don't want to spread myself too thin. I know where I like going, and this is one place. So well done on the 10K. And I'm happy. I'm happy for guys like you two, because you've been streaming, doing the games, and it's just been like slamming your cock in a fridge door every week. It's just been so hard. And now you're going to get a bit more stroking action. It's just going to be it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun watching Tottenham, man. You're going to enjoy this year. You really are. I'm happy that we just have a guy in here, Paul. And as much as I know I am, going to be infamous always for the Red X, I am happy that we finally just got a guy in here. There are things I am, positive about with Postecoglou. Don't get me wrong. And I think I've definitely tried my best to do that. And I've also tried to play a bit of, sort of bad cop about him as well. And, kind of, throw some, because I think I've sort of do find myself maybe a bit sort of indifferent, about it, where it's kind of like, don't really hate him. Was never really my first choice, but as always, gonna happy clap for anybody that's gonna get his hands dirty with this football club, and I know that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna take it on with some real vigor and some real kind of a passion, and that's what we need. Brilliant. Yeah. No, I'm at 99% happiness. I'm still waiting for that official announcement, and I'm just so looking forward to seeing Ange's first press conference in a Spurs tie, talking Spurs stuff like we haven't heard a manager talk before, because, he's a confident guy, but he's also humble. We've had Conte and Mourinho come in and do favours for us. I think Ange really wants to be at Tottenham, and that's bloody hell, man. It's been a while, hasn't it? So let's see where this guy could take us. But I think it's going to be a fun ride for everyone. Well, I'm looking forward to it, Paul. Thank you for getting us to 10K as well, my friend. And you've pushed us, as many have, like Jacob has beside me. He's helped push us to this point. And thank you, my friend. And we're going to give you a proper thank you in the future. Don't worry. But no worries, man. Keep it up. I'll keep watching the rest of the show. You're doing a good job, Sub off the. He's come in with a fresh set of legs.
Yeah,
Fresh
there
set
we
of
go.
legs.
A lot of energy and passion out of this guy. You know,
Yeah.
maybe not
Just don't do
technical
a loose.
ability.
You
Just
won't
don't
get
do a
ignored
Lucas
like Dan
Moore
Dreamer,
and
though.
get
Don't
sent
worry.
off, Jacob.
Big up, Paul, man. Happy birthday. I'm very happy for you. The first person I always think about when it comes to Postecoglou is you. So big up yourself.
Good man.
Thanks,
All right.
man.
See you soon. See you soon, Paul.
Take care.
Catch you, brother. Come on, you Spurs.
Yeah, come on, you Paul.
Come on, you Paul. Paul Army is strong, everybody. The
Yeah.
Paul Army is strong. Everybody's absolutely delighted for him, which is
Big dub for the Paul Army today.
He's got to start his own channel if he's got the time for it, because seriously, at this stage in time, there couldn't be a better opportunity to get people over and start the Paul Army and take over the whole Spurs YouTube community. We're going to bring in Ellie here in just a second, and we have one in here from the mighty Brian C. Socrates, my man, somebody who's been with us from the very, very get-go, a guy that even welcomed me into this whole situation, and even the name Socrates, I think, is just a throwback to like when I even was first on this channel, just when you were kind of coming on here, Brian, and giving your your spiel about fixing Spurs, and here we are, like, what is it, 3 years later, still talking about fixing Spurs and everything. But a big summer ahead, Brian C. And he says, congrats on the 10K, lads. All aboard the Ange train. All
Toot,
in.
toot.
Jumped on early.
Come on.
Since heard Paul about him. Expect he unites the fans and brings the good football back. FA Cup's incoming, and my Spurs mojo was depleted, but must admit I am up for this. Whoa, what do you think, Jacob?
I felt
he's
a
lifted.
lot of that Brian said, especially the last part, the Spurs mojo feeling depleted. But you know what? This brings a little bit of the spark. Sometimes when them Bunsen burners, there's still a little bit of gas leaking out. You just need that little spark to get your flame going, cook yourself a nice hot meal. So I feel the same way that Brian feels. And hey, we both got it from the same person. Paul's been hyping me up about Mr. Ange, Big Ange. My buddy Colin also calls him Papa Pasta. I know you were going with Papa Pos. Maybe Papa Pasta is a little catchy, runs off the tongue as well. So I want to throw that one into the hat as well. I think it let you sleep on that one, Jack. But of course, big congrats to you, Brian. Obviously, a major supporter here. I wish Dave was here to witness this, but make sure to keep it starred for him, Jack, and he'll come back and he'll feel good about seeing this. The FA Cup's incoming is actually something I wanted to ask you too. Historically, that used to be the Tottenham Hotspur competition. I would love if let's say Levy, let's put the tinfoil hat back on for a second. Let's say Levy is listening. If everyone in the fan base was saying like hashtag bring an FA home, like bring FA Cup home, like road to 9th or something. We all get behind, like we care, we want an FA Cup. I know financially you don't care, but if you're listening to the fans right now, let's get something in there that maybe they would also, that they could get behind. Let's bring them FA Cup, get them to shut up for a while. And maybe that is how they could see it. And, a very winnable competition, very winnable.
I'd go through what West Ham went through this season to get to, a big cup final of some type and actually win it. West Ham, at certain stages were, looking at it as if they were about to be in a relegation battle. They kind of were in a relegation battle, at least, until kind of the last few weeks when they sort of saved themselves. But they definitely were sketched out, that's for sure, that fan base about whether David Moyes was, kind of crumbling them, right? Like all of a sudden, he kind of built them up again, but then, was watching them crash down. I feel like with
they stuck with him though, and he got him to a final. That's kind of crazy.
That's what I'm saying. I'd be willing to go through all that torment. I'd be willing to go through all that sort of that stress as long as we get to that sort of final. I think Spurs fans can't look down at any sort of cup competition. They have to take any sort of opportunity at a trophy. And so if Ange Postecoglou takes the trophy seriously, and he technically has, fewer fixtures to really worry about than maybe previous managers did. Previous managers had to balance a lot of different cup competitions. This guy can actually focus, a bit more on the likes of the FA Cup, the likes of the League Cup, and the Premier League. He doesn't have to sort of, maybe ignore one while, giving priority to another. So that could be a good thing, I think, that we haven't had before, actually, in a while, to be fair, Jacob and Brian C. But Spurs mojo, it was depleted. It looks like Mr. Socrates, and it's starting to be rebuilt once again. And that's all we want. And that's part of uniting the fan base is, kind of getting back that mojo, getting back that sort of just that spring in our step,
That swagger.
that little bit of, and we're a bit of a humorous fan base, I think, too, right? And at one stage, it was hard to even make any jokes about Spurs that weren't dark and depressing, about sort of our future. And now it feels like, we're starting to get back to our mojo, like you said. Yeah, the groove. I'm liking it, Brian. See, big up, my man. And
Big up.
I'm looking forward to Dave, as well, speaking to you. And I'm going to send you a nice voice note as well, my man. And Cork City, big rebuild over there as well, my friend. We're undergoing a big rebuild over at Cork City. Pick yourself up. Going on to the likes of, I believe, Ellie. Ellie, are you ready?
The
I think she is.
I'm gonna do a Mia tonight. I'm keeping my camera off.
All good, Mia. Or
For
no.
obvious,
Made me think of Mia now, Ellie. You just made me mess up.
You gentlemen. Yeah, I was just going to bring the fun, because I was just thinking about the philosopher that you just mentioned, Socrates, right? And I was going through all the Greek philosophers, I know them all anyway, but the main ones are Socrates, Aristotle, and Plato. And now we've got the football philosopher. Ange Postecoglou, he's magic, Right.
Are we really good? Is that the song we're going with?
I think it's good, right?
Yeah.
But obviously it's Maurizio's song, but he did the dirty on us, so why should we be loyal?
I want him to have something his own. That's how I feel. I don't know how everyone else feels.
Well, I'll come up with a box-to-box Lou. That's a quite good one, box-to-box Lou, because he does play box-to-box football. And he plays high press, and he plays a football that all the fans are going to get on board with, because it's going to be an offensive style. Yeah. But he doesn't neglect defence. That's one thing for sure, because I was watching him in training. I've been watching him in training quite a few sessions, and he really likes his defenders to be quick at passing out.
Yep.
He likes them moving off the ball to make pockets of space for themselves, to get the ball to the midfielders, to the wingers, and bang in the goal. That's what we need, because we were too laboured at the back with Dyer and Davies, and even Longley to some extent, because he's not the fastest. He's not a bad defender.
He's the French Dyer. Let's be honest, Ali. He's the French Dyer.
He's not a good one.
He's the French Dyer.
He's the French Dyer. I'll give you that, Jacob.
We just think he's better because it's a little different seasoning, but it's the same dish. I promise you. I've seen this too many times. I think it's Eric Dyer has poisoned me of all similar builds. And if you can't if your hips turn similar to my hips on the dance floor, I don't want you in my back line. That's just good rule of thumb.
Yeah, they're no Shakiras, are they?
Their hips definitely do lie.
Greece. I like what you said, though, Ellie. Greece definitely needs a football philosopher, that's for sure. And I'm also curious about whether Postecoglou, though, Ellie, he is a kind of a bit of a stubborn philosopher, right? He doesn't have a plan B, he said. In fact, he says, do plan A better. And Conte was sort of criticized for not having much of a plan B. Do you feel like it's okay that Postecoglou doesn't have maybe much of one either?
Do you know what? That's the Aussie Joker in him. I think he likes to wind the press up. So he comes up with all these scenarios to put them off the scent. Because you don't, as a coach, right, you don't want to give away your plan B, right? Because then the other coaches will know it, right? And they'll start planning for it. So, but what he does do, if he sees players not pulling their weight, he'll get their ass off the pitch and he'll replace them, which I like. Because too many times we were having stinker matches, a lot of them, right? And Conte was being loyal to them, and he was bringing on players at 78, 79, 80 minutes. It's not good enough, because you can't. And he was making a lot of the wrong substitutions in my book, like in the Champions League final that we went on. The Champions League game against AC Milan. Sorry, I had the bloody Champions League final.
It was round of 16, wasn't it? With Milan?
Do you know what I mean? 2019. Right, so he brought on Sanchez. Do you remember when we needed a goal?
Yeah.
And I can understand it to the point that because Romero got sent off. But if you're losing, what have you got to lose? You know, that's the pragmatic manager in Conte. I just thought it was a stinker, you know. And I like our club to be the club that is leading in terms of trying to get a goal, not defend a goal. But if you can defend, obviously it's good, because we've leaked 62 goals or 65 goals, something like that.
Did we break the 60 mark, Ellie? Did we break it?
I think we did. I think we let in 62, I think, if I'm right.
Horrible.
And I think we scored 65 or 67, one of the two. Anyway, I've got to check the stats, because stats are important up to a point, but they're not the be-all and end-all. And I think with Ange, because he plays that type of football that I like, right, and he plays with a cam as well, I really do respect him. You know, and I think the fans will warm to him very quickly, Jacob.
Here's something we were talking about, Ellie. I'm curious your opinion on it. Do you think that Ange is going to walk in here and get the kind of power that is required of a manager to come in here and say, Dyer, you're done. Davies, you're done. And really put these heads on chopping blocks? Or is he going to kind of be a Nuno that, you know, steps around these players and just kind of is happy to be here because it's like the best thing to happen to him yet? You know what I mean? It is almost a balance, because I think it was like Paul was saying, or maybe you said it, Ellie, that, you know, with Jose and Conte, they were almost doing us a favor. They felt like, oh, I'm doing you a favor by being here, trying to help your club be better. That maybe there's some balance here, because if you have a guy who's too grateful to be here, he's going to make us proud. You know what I mean? I'm just waiting for, hopefully we don't have that we're going to make you proud moment. And I fear for that when it's a manager who's going to, but I don't think that him, given how seasoned he is, I'm not trying to put his age out there like it's a bad thing, but when you reach that age, I don't think necessarily you start changing your stripes based on your surroundings, because what literally got you there is, you know, what you've been doing. So, Ellie, do you think that he's going to have that kind of power?
I'm 3 years older than Ange, and I always look at age as just a number. But
it's experience.
I've got another theory on this, Dyer and Davies and Sanchez. Right, I don't know whether it's 100% true, but I think Levy's got a lot to do with them staying, right? Because if you look at how they've performed over the last 3 or 4 years in particular, they've been our worst performers, yet they've survived, whereas other players have gone on loan, right? Okay, they haven't been here as long as them, but they have played better. But they're the ones who were shipped out, because they're the ones who are seen as the problem. Now, I think Ange, right, has to get around Levy to get these players out, not go to them direct. I think he's got to go direct to Levy, sit down with them. If he doesn't want them there, have a really strong conversation with Levy, because Levy does hold a lot of the cards when it came to these players staying. Right, and I just feel that he has to make sure that he comes in and with a strong hand and actually ships out all the chaff, because I'm fed up of watching them. And many millions of Spurs fans around the world are. They voice their opinions, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere. You know, they're picking up the phone to each other, and they're saying, "Did you see Dyer's performance?" You know. It's just a shame that they've lasted this long in a team that hasn't won anything. One trophy in 23 years is not good enough. So if Ange wins one, he's equaled the last 23 years.
I think one of the mistakes Levy made, and one of the many, many mistakes Levy made, but maybe a more recent one to point to, is the fact that he did seem to think that if Pochettino could take that Spurs side to a Champions League final, he must have thought that Sanchez and Davies and Dyer were good enough to replace Toby and Jan, that they were like supposedly, you know, the guys to take on those boots. And he probably thought maybe Pochettino was a bit too attacking, and he could actually just get Jose and Conte, these type of guys, to make it work, you know, with a Dyer and a Davies, keep the attack you already have, and maybe you can win a trophy. And it's obvious that's come to backfire him, Ellie, and it's been turning into a stinky cheese that nobody wants to throw away, because it's just maybe it's just their own
too
mistakes
gross.
staring at them. It's their own mistakes. It's their own cheese.
I think they just should have gone Specsavers because they're not seeing what us fans are seeing, because it's obvious they're not good enough. I mean, you just look at the record since Toby and Jan left, how many goals we've leaked. And now Harry and Sonny's dried up a bit this season, but he still scored, I think, 10 or 11. He's not as good as the return that he had the previous season, but he's averaging about 17, 18 goals a season. I looked up his record earlier, but his assists are remarkable. And I heard some fans saying that he won't be able to play Ange's football. I think he's the perfect candidate to play his football because he's a hard worker, Sonny. One thing you can't say that Sonny doesn't do, he's a hard worker. He really does try hard for the team. All right, so I think he will fit nicely. It's the Højbjergs and the Skips I worry for because they just don't move the ball quick enough for Ange's system. And I think he'll have to have a complete overhaul when we get Benny back and when we get Basuma firing on all cylinders. I think those two guys, even though I do love Højbjerg, I don't think he's going to suit that system because what he does, he slows the game down, and that's not what Ange wants. He wants quick-moving players who can move the ball quickly through the middle, from defence as well, through to the middle, to the wings, and he plays the inverted wing-backs as well. So he really, it's like a four-man midfield when the other team are pressing forward, sorry. Yeah.
I like that.
I don't know about Kane, though. I'm not sure about Kane. I think.
Well, Ellie, tell me why. How about last question for you here, Ellie? What do you think on Harry Kane? Is he the right one to rebuild with, or maybe time to let him go?
When you think about it, you'll be crazy if you let him go, because you're not only letting 30 goals away, or 25 to 30 goals. You're losing a midfielder player as well. You're losing a number 6 because he can play all the roles. Right, so you're really basically losing 3 types of player because first of all, he's the best passer in our team, right? Maybe Højbjerg will give him a close second, but even though fans think he's crap at passing when he's not, all right. And I just feel that,
and he's our best finisher.
If we lose that, who are we going to go and replace all those positions? It's going to be a tough ask, right? And he's our talisman. All the players, when they're in the dressing room and you see Harry Kane sitting there, you know you've got a chance to win. All we've got to do is sort out that stupid defence of ours. Rubbish, right? And then we've got half a chance of winning most of our matches. There's going to be tough matches that we might not get over the line, but we'll lose a lot less and we'll concede a lot less as well.
Ellie, I need that defense fixed this summer, and I've seen that you and Dermot are going very hard this summer and are working very hard, especially yourself. And what can you tell us about the channel? This morning.
Yeah, so I've got Ellie's Ladies Breakfast show starting tomorrow. Okay. So I've done all my own banners for the first time because Dermot was working hard, as you know, on the Postecoglou stories, breaking here, there, and everywhere. And he had Mia helping him and Philip, which was really lovely. Mia's been a fantastic ambassador for our channel, and we do double streams with her, so she's really been helping. And she actually done my thumbnail, which are a big shout out to Mia. Brilliant. I really do thank her. And I'm looking forward to doing the show on my own tomorrow because it's not the first time I've done the show on my own, but it's more. I've done 1 or 2 shows on my own, but mostly I've done them with Mia and Dermot the first time I did the Spurs Ladies show. So I'm looking forward because I'm going to do the Spurs Ladies review of the season, and then I'm going to touch on the World Cup. So it's going to be really interesting because there's lots of things that happened in the ladies season that's very interesting as well. Yeah. But I won't give anything away because that'll stop people tuning in for tomorrow.
I put the link in there for you, Ellie, straight to that show. People can't miss it. No excuses for them. That's right in there. Right. They can't miss it.
And it's on THFC Till I Die. So everybody who comes on our show will be subscribing to THFC Till I Die, not my personal self. But we need to get our channel up, and we're starting to really grow, lads. You know, I mean, today they had over 2.9 thousand views on one of the things, and we're regularly getting over 1,000 now. It's very rare that we drop under 1,000, so we're doing well. We're pushing hard. You know what? It's hard work, right? Dermot is absolutely fantastic. The guy, actually, Philip phoned me up and he said, "Can you do your own thumbnail? Your own banners today, Ellie?" And I said, "Of course I can." And he goes, "Because Dermot's been flat out. There's 3 shows planned." And I said, "Of course I can." Because Dermot, and then he texts me later on today and he goes, "I will do the background for you, Ellie." See what a trooper he is. That's what you need. People that you can fall back on when you're, trying to launch your own show. Because he's actually given me my own show, which I really do appreciate from the bottom
Ellie,
of my heart.
You both are working so hard behind the scenes, and it's going to be the summer of THFC till I die. And I'm looking forward to your Spurs ladies show. I'm looking forward to this to the Ladies World Cup as well. I'm going to be cheering on the mighty USA. I'm going to be looking forward to the Irish
won the last
as well.
2,
see how
so they can make it a hat trick. At it, yeah. I'm hoping that England break that. Or see the USA, right? They've got a fantastic, athletic, and powerhouse team. So it's going to be very hard for the other teams to physically challenge them as well, because they're so physical. It's unbelievable, and their running power is immense. So yeah, I'll be covering that tomorrow. So I'm not going to give too much away.
Love it. Alrighty, Ellie. Thank you for a proper thank you is coming from me as well soon, Ellie, in the mail. Proper thank you is coming from me for everything you've done for us. But we'll let you go on with your evening. We'll let you go.
Yeah, and remember, box to box, Lou. Take care.
Get him in. Papa Pops.
Bye-bye, darling.
See you soon, Ellie.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Everybody, big up. Oh, there he is. Let's bring him in. Just a little sneak preview right there. I double-clicked it. Wes the King is going to be our next one, everybody. Let's give him a warm welcome. I believe he's just finished off the school year as well. I know he's been working very, very hard, everybody. So Wes the King, I know you guys who've been around for a long time do probably know him, and I've been looking forward to seeing him coming back. He's coming back this summer here, everybody. And here he is. Give him a warm welcome here, everybody.
What's up, guys?
How are you, Wes?
I'm good. I'm good. Very much happy now that we hopefully got the manager situation, at least the first part of many steps done through this summer's transfer window. So I'm happy about that. And shout out to you guys getting the 10K. Big time number right there, and it's only going to grow.
Thank you, sir. I just actually missed this for a second, and then about William Kelly. I just wanted to say, for some reason, the chat is not updating for me right now, my man. And I'll bring this up on screen in a sec. But he says, "Bring back Winks and all is forgiven" as a super chat. I do feel like Daniel Levy is going to, try to do something, maybe to piss us off this summer. Maybe a certain Harry Winks, certain Tanguy and Dembele could be thrown back into the team, and to really test our, our fortitude, to really test, our mental strength. But Winks might be a step too far, William Kelly. But don't get Chris started either, because, Chris loves to absolutely get me on that as well on the Winks train. Pick yourself up, William
What
Kelly,
I also want to say, William Kelly, about that is Yves Bissouma already predicted what's going to happen. When he first signed with us, he did a hashtag, and he did hashtag YS38 next year 8. Or no, it was hashtag YB38 only for 1 year. So he predicted that he's going to be changing his number to 8. So therefore, that means Winksy got to go. I'm just saying he predicted the future. I didn't do it. He did.
Bissouma could be the number 8 for Postecoglou. Let's talk about that midfield. I don't think we've talked about them enough tonight, Jacob and Wes. So maybe we'll start with you, Wes. What do you think about the midfield and Postecoglou? Who's got to go? Who's got to step up?
Well, clearly, to me, that's going to need some additions to me. I think I know Hill usually plays right wing or, a winger position, but to me, he is excellent at the cam position, just like Kulusevski. But Kulusevski may have his number on that as well as the option for cam. So I think that's going to probably be the most important position for that midfield, is the cam. Who's going to start, who's going to be. And I feel like we already got 2 players that could possibly play it with Kulu or Hill. Both of them have played it before, and with the various coaches we done had. these last couple of years, and every time I think Hill played it in like a cup game or something like that, and he did very well, especially linking up with Kane. Again, of course, Kane probably is not going to be here, may or may not be here next season. It may be Richarlison that he may be having to link up with more and more, and then of course Son. But I feel like with his passing, I think Hill's one of our better passers on the team. Also feel like technically he's one of our better players as well. I know he hasn't been able to show it all the time, but when he has been able to get on the pitch, he's shown that he has a little bit of especially his come to his football IQ is very much up there, with very high potential. And you see he's made it to a final with his club while he's been on loan. So I feel like he'll be either a good backup option for Cam, or of course be another option for wing as well, because we're going to need it now that we lost Lucas Moore and etc. But I feel like him and Kulu at Cam would be perfect. And of course we already have, like, if we play like a more 4-3-3, or with the two CDMs or two center mids, whichever way he may do one CDM and have two central midfielders up. Who knows? We have to see. I'm not too familiar on how Postecoglou, how he sets up usually, but I know he plays a lot of attacking. He likes a lot of midfielders. So I feel like we're already kind of set with that when it comes to Højbjerg, Skippy, Bentancur. We're going to be coming back, Basuma. We got a lot of players already at that position, and I feel like a lot of them are not going to be, we're not going to see a whole lot of ins and outs of them. Specifically, because I feel like they were in the real problem. Skippy had ups and downs, but I don't feel like it was his fault, to be honest with you. I feel like he still has a lot to give, and I don't feel like he should be axed out now because he's been on a team that's just been in complete shambles and coaching changes that went to 3 or 4 managers. That's just not his fault. He's a young player. I don't really blame him too much on that. I understand he had a lot of up and down on form, but that's, to me, that's with the overall team and not necessarily his fault. He's more of a holding midfielder, and I think that's where he needs to be probably placed at when Ange comes in. What is it? What's his first name? Ange. Okay.
Ange, yeah.
I'm not very much used to saying his name. I'm gonna get used to that.
How many games does he need to win before you start calling him Big Ange?
Oh, he's a lot. Like, he's gonna have to, like, BBC's gonna have to be talking about how he's turned around Spurs. Like, it's gonna have to be that kind of stuff. It's gonna have to be like the Cinderella story for him to start getting called Big Ange. But
Could you imagine the vibes can you imagine the vibes if we spend 3 months, 4 months in the top 4 of a season? I mean, I think it might be a detriment in the long run if that did happen, just because everyone's expectations will be through the roof if we start they're like, okay, well, if this is possible, then this has got to be possible. And I think, again, I've been saying this to a few people, it's like, no matter what happens, good or bad, I think we all need to just be patient and just let things play out, because we're at a stage with this club where it's, we could really be turning a new leaf here if Daniel Levy's listening. Daniel, if you're listening, get Eric Dyer out of this club. That's the first bit of business. But so it sounds like, Wes, for you, the first bit of business is picking up that option on Kulusevski, because that's the 35 mil bill that we got to pick up.
That's obvious. I think every Spurs fan know that Kulusevski, when he's playing on a good system that where the team overall is playing well, he plays extraordinary well.
You might be surprised how many Spurs fans are saying, I don't want to pick it up, or I don't mind if it doesn't get picked up. And I'm a little bit of the, if it does get picked up, I'm happy. If it doesn't get picked up, you better bring in someone who is of the same echelon type and relative money, or you better be dropping double the cash on a center back. If you don't spend that 35 on a winger because you want to drop big on a center back or something, I'm fine with that. But I don't know. I'm a little concerned about what's going to happen there, because he didn't sound too sure about if he was even going to be picking that option up either. Jack, where do you stand? Are you picking up his option for 35? Kulusevski?
I think, to be fair, I don't even know if we are paying, the 35. It looks like it's like something like 30 million over like 5 years or something like that. It's been, spread down to. So if we're paying,
that's not
like,
actually bad.
Yeah, that's
No,
not
if
bad.
we're paying like 5 million or something, or like, what is it, more like 8 or 10 million or something like that per year to, get him in here. I mean, paying 8 million a year for Kulusevski, I think is probably not that bad of a deal, to be honest. And I think we struggle between acknowledging that he's had a bad season, because you can't protect him, forever. He has had a bad season, but we also were kind of having a bit too much recency bias, where it's like, we're also forgetting that this guy was getting better numbers than Bukayo Saka was when he first came into the Premier League. He absolutely took it by storm. People were saying, can you really put someone into a team of the season if he really has only been around for half a season? And people are making the case. It's like, well, he's pretty much just took the league by storm, and he's put out better numbers than some people have in a whole season, in just the span of a half a season. So Kulusevski, we're talking about a guy that just took the Premier League by storm. And I feel like that player, doesn't just go away. And it'd be crazy if he just, took the league, a light like that, only to never show up ever again. That would be a bit ridiculous. So I think
play
he's
the
gonna,
devil's
be a
advocate a
big
little
player
bit,
again.
Jack, I have heard them, the people, the woods, the skies, they are talking, and what they have been saying is that if you look at half of a season of positive output versus an entire season of negative output, that it's kind of like, do we know now why Juventus wasn't so keen on keeping this guy around? Do we know now why maybe we got him a little bit cheaper than what originally last year? I think in the summer we were all saying, as soon as you get that chance to do that option, you pick it up, because what a guy, 20 some years old. Is he a captain for Sweden yet? No, it's still someone else, I think.
It's probably someone else that I'm not aware of.
Forsberg or something.
Some Spawnburger, yeah,
Forsberg. Forsberger, yeah.
What do you make of what Jacob just said there then, Wes? He was trying to play devil's advocate, right? He was good for half a season, but he wasn't good for a whole season.
I still think Kulusevski is the keeper, regardless. Or who else are we about to go after? The club doesn't spend money or doesn't.
I did hear a rumor that Villarreal were looking at shipping us Samuel Chukwuemezi and cash for Giovanni Lo Celso. That's what I heard, which would be crazy to me, because why would they give us him plus cash for Giovanni Lo Celso of all people?
Yeah.
But if we did do that, that would solidify, I think, that right wing position, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because that is definitely a guy who can go play Ange Postecoglou ball to how I understand the ball of Ange Postecoglou. So that's a player I've been high on. He's had a really good season this season, a little bit of a down season last season, Samuel Chukwuemezi over there at Villarreal, but he scored some really good goals this season, and I've liked him. I've been an admirer, so I wouldn't be opposed to that. Plus, anything to get Giovanni Lo Celso out the door, kind of that midfield problem we were talking about. I'm definitely on board for that. But again,
Basuma, guys, do we want to talk about Basuma? Could this be, his year? What do you think? Or should we talk about a different, part of the field? What do we think, Wes?
I kind of want to talk about the coach a little bit too, because I didn't get
Go ahead.
on it with them. So I haven't been able to be on at all to even say anything about everything that's been going on with the club. With me, I think Ange is probably the best option we can get at the moment. I understand he's not the glitz and glamour. I agreed with, I think, Jacob, were you the one saying that, it wasn't, we've been going after all these high-class managers and they haven't worked. I agree with that, wholeheartedly, because it hasn't. We went to, 2 managers so far that's, echelon of great managers, supposedly. And they haven't been able to do anything, and kind of just been a detriment, which made us even look even worse because they weren't able to win with us. So then it kind of made the brand overall look even more, where it's like, anybody now who goes to Spurs can't win at all, even if they're seen as one of the greater managers out there. So, I think, and, like we did with Pochettino, he wasn't heavily sought after manager when we first got him, and he wasn't our first choice. I think we were going after somebody else before him. So,
yep.
And usually those kind of managers ends up working the hardest. They're the ones who end up wanting to make some type of success story more.
Prove people wrong.
Yeah, prove people wrong. So I always like those kind of managers. And as long as, he has the tactical ability, it seems like he does, I think he'll be able to get used to the Premier League, get used to a higher level of football. And I feel like people are saying, can he coach world-class players? I'm like, any coach should be able to coach world class any kind of type of player. I don't really care who you is. At the end of the day, they're human. I think football fans think we forget sometimes that these guys are so great, but at the end of the day, they're human. They still have stuff they have to learn. There's still stuff they got to be taught, just like everybody else. You could be messy, and there's still things he needs to learn. So, I think it's grown man. This is grown man stuff at this point. So, if you're not able to listen to directions by your manager, you're not going to be that successful of a player anyway. So, so I think that shouldn't even be a problem for any kind of manager. Now if you're just a quiet, don't say nothing manager, then you probably not have no business even getting to the level you even got to. So, and so for him to get to this position now, it tells you that, he has all the kind of emphasis to be good, or they have to be a good manager. So I'm happy about that appointment. I think if we're talking about rebuilding the team and what we need to do, it's automatically going to be defense is going to be, that's the key. That's the key to Premier League. That's the key to any type of really any sport. If you're going to win anything, silverware, championship, you need defense. Defense is the term. Defense wins championships. That's true in soccer as well. Soccer/football as well. So it's that's just what it needs to be. We have to get center backs. We got to get rid of Dyer. We got to get rid of these players, Sanchez. These players that just they're not good enough to play for our club.
Yeah.
So.
Agree with that. I mean, if you look at City, championship winning, FA Cup winning, potentially Champions League winning, Stones, Diaz, Ake. I mean, even Akanji. They've got a revolving door of top talent in defense, and look what they're doing. So you're right, Wes. I agree with you.
It's crazy, and that's kind of how you want every club wants to get. But of course, you got to have crazy amounts of money to spend on those kind of players. I think they spent like 200 some mil on just those center backs alone. So not every club is going to have that. But as since we're like a club we have technically the echelon of the riches and everything supposedly, I feel like we need to be using all angles. We need to be using our academy. We need to use our youth system. We have not. Hopefully, what I hope Ange does is really bring in a lot of our younger talent in and see what they're worth, see if they do anything, because it's just needed. Every football club, you need to be using your academy, or what's the point of it even being there?
And we can't just continue to let these guys go away and let these guys be wasted and end up being stars at other clubs. It pisses me off, actually, to see that.
With Sporting. That kid from Sporting, like
Marcus Edwards, Nani Madueke signed for Chelsea for 30 mil.
Like,
Romain Mundle's about to do the same thing.
Yeah. We're losing strikers. We got a good striker right now who's playing. What he's playing for? He's playing over in, I think, League
Scarlet.
Yeah, Scarlet. We got good. Good backups for if Richarlison ends up not working out even more. If we still got, I think the other kid too playing in the championship, who's a striker as well. He's been in and out of the first team. Here and on the fringes.
Probably Troy Parrott. I think you're talking about.
Yeah, Troy Parrott. Exactly. Those players later need a chance. Yeah, they're going to sooner or later need a chance. We got some good midfielders already that has high potential. That's playing good. That been playing well from what they've been playing at on their level that they've been playing at the moment. So we need to.
Avi Devine deleted all his socials. He deleted all his social ties to Tottenham Hotspur. Apparently, in the barbershop, he's not too happy.
Yeah, because he hasn't been able to get not one break into the team at all, and that's when we start losing talent, and then that's when you see them go off to other teams. They're going to start balling out, and they're going to be people going to look at Spurs and be like, "What were y'all doing?" Like we're dealing with managers that want to play with 30-year-olds all day. Yeah, and that's just it hasn't worked for us.
Wes, my man, I wish we could speak longer, but I still have 4 more guests to get through this evening, brother. And I do hope that you have, some time for us this summer, though, because I look forward to, getting more, out of you, because I know you've probably been, bottling up a lot of thoughts, about Spurs and everything. So it's good to get you back here, and hope your school year went well. And yeah, my man, it's good to have you back.
Hope the editing of the magazine too went well too. Weren't you doing? You were like chief editor, head editor, some big title at the magazine.
I'm editor in chief over the Voice newspaper. It's from my school at Fayetteville State University. So I'm also sports director for the radio station there as well. So yeah, I'm doing stuff. It's a lot.
Busy man. You're a busy man, and
Hopefully,
remember us one day when you're sitting next to Ali Gold, you know, in the press box. Remember where you came from. Remember we
I want to be right
remember
on
you came.
Mr. Postecoglou, how has the past 15 years of
Exactly.
success been for you?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Big up,
That's
Wes.
what I want to be.
Big up, Wes.
See you soon, my friend. See you soon, brother. Have a good one. And Jacob, thank you, my friend.
Yeah,
thank
of
you, my
course.
brother. And
come in as super sub. It's all. Hopefully, I did a little bit better than Lucas Moore. But you know what? If I came in and I scored a goal, hey, I'm not too shabby.
made it
Even
through
if the
90
defense,
minutes.
yeah.
We're like at the 140th minute, you know, it feels like, you know, it's
Okay.
penalties have already passed, you know, we're still, you know, have more, you know, football to be played. And, you know, at this stage, you know, we're running you into the ground, you know, like a Hoiberg. So it's,
Hey, I'm happy to be that guy for y'all. Happy to help fill out whenever I can. United Spurs of America, there it is. I'm not going to keep you on any longer. I know you've already almost been going for 4 hours, so y'all are putting in the shift today. So again, as always happy to come in, help put in a shift to cover you guys, help out in any way, relieve the pressure. That's what I'm here for. I appreciate y'all's friendship. And again, congratulations on the 10K, y'all. Next road is 20K. And then after that, we're just looking at the big 100K. So come on. We'll be sitting here in a couple of years. We'll be talking about, remember when we were doing 10K? Look at you now. So big ups. Long may it continue. My favorite place in YouTube, as always. So if you get the time, come check us out, United Spurs of America. Jack and David they feature for us sometimes down there as well. So hopefully get you guys on this summer.
Yeah,
let's do it, baby.
100%. Cool. 100%. Let's do it. Let's organize some things for this summer. Jacob, really appreciate it, my man. It's allowed me to get packed, which takes the stress off me at doing it at 1 a.m. in the morning. So I appreciate that, brother.
Hey, of course, man. Have a safe trip and enjoy the rest of y'all's evening. And you know what? That next drink that y'all have an extra one on me, because you know what? It's going to taste so fine. And as always, hey, I'm trying to get this. I'm gonna do something fun with this kangaroo and this ouzo. I don't know, something like this maybe. You know, the 30-year-old kangaroo that's been with me. So, I'm all in. Come on, Ange, let's go. Give me something to be excited about again. That's what I'm happy for. So, big up, y'all. Have a good night.
Big up, Jacob. Thanks very much. Go and enjoy your food, my man.
Yep.
See you, brother. Bye-bye. Big up, Jacob. Everybody, please do get over and smash that subscribe button on Jacob's channel. Really, really nice guy. You know, puts a lot of effort in and around the community. Always available for when people need. So please get over there and share that love with the one and only Jacob from the United Spurs of America. Plus, when we end, usually he's on. So, you know, even more reasons why you need to subscribe. But look, let's keep this moving. We've got 4 guests left to go. We're going to give each guest around 10 minutes each, and then we will be ending off. So, who we got next? It's Michael. Michael, let's listen to see what Michael has to say, whether he's excited about big Ange or not. Michael, what do you think of the appointment?
Sup, guys? Before we start quickly, because like you said to Wes when you sit next to Ali Gold, right? Just imagine like you get into a recruiting, you know, process in Tottenham. Like for me example, right? I'm a data scientist. Imagine me trying to get to be a data scientist at Spurs, and they go through all the YouTube stuff and see me calling Levy a bold twat. All that stuff. I'm definitely not getting the job at all.
Don't look too deeply back.
He won't listen to you anyway. You can come with all the recommendations and then just go with what he wants to anyway. So, you know, it'd be the easiest job you'll ever have. But look, what do you think of the appointment on Ange? Do you find it underwhelming? Does it excite you? You concerned?
You know, like keep in mind, I've just spent like 12 hours on my master thesis, so my brain is absolutely fucking fried today. And sorry for swearing, but actually it was quite enjoyable. But like the work I did, but still, you know, it's a lot of work, right? Yeah. So that was like I've put in a member message when you were doing the show before the fan show, right? And I said that I'm a bit underwhelmed in a sense that, you know, we got kind of like got our hopes up with all the Nagelsmann, you know, news and all that stuff, right? So it kind of feels like a bit of a step down in that sense. But I also said that I am extremely happy that someone finally is a manager of this club, right? Because I kid you not, I could not take another 2 or 3 weeks of us just, you know, poking holes in the wall and trying, you know, to find something someone or something that will work, right? Because the later it drags on, the worse the candidates get, right? And Ange Postecoglou, for me, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I ever watched a single game of his. I didn't really know who he was before all the rumors started, right? And I also try to keep like not to get too sucked into all the hype, because I kind of have a feeling that when he started like being the leading candidate, there was a magic factor of positive press about the guy. And listen, it's not bad, right? It's obvious that they will try to sell him as like a positive appointment, right? But I kind of try to keep myself balanced. So I will be extremely supportive. I am extremely happy that someone is finally a manager, but I don't expect like for him to, you know, like rip everything apart and, you know, set this team straight in like matter of hours or whatever, right? I have a balanced view on him, so yeah, that's pretty much it with the guy, right?
Just quickly, I want to say to people, we are actually having trouble with the comment section updating through the StreamYard, so I can't bring up any comments right now, but we will look to get it refreshed, so don't worry about that. StreamYard's giving us a bit of trouble. It's probably being overloaded with everyone coming in here today, speaking about the one and only Ange Postecoglou. Even Jack's been gone. I don't know what's going on, but it's gone crazy. Honestly, it's gone crazy. But Michael, you know what? I get what you're saying in terms of it being underwhelming, that it's not, you know, a Nagelsmann that we originally linked with Pochettino and many wanted back here and all. I get it. But, you know, it's where we're at, though, right? You know, there's only so many world-class managers that play a brand of football that the fans want to see, but they're all in jobs. They're not out of jobs. So it's sort of like we were always going to end up in and around here. But have you done any research into Ange? You know, is there anything that you've maybe seen that you like, or anything that maybe you've read that you're maybe a bit skeptical on?
So the only things I've actually read about the guy are things that came out, you know, when he became a leading, you know, candidate for the job, right? So there were like a couple of documentaries. I didn't really have much time to get into it because, as I said, I have like a lot of work to do with my university, right? But still, from what I've gathered, I actually really like the style of play that he tries to do. I think like when you compare his style to Arne Slot, I had a lot more concerns with Arne Slot with how he played, because I think we spoke about it, right? His style was extremely technically, like, you know, demanding and pace and, you know, power. And I'm not saying that Ange Postecoglou is not, you know, he doesn't like pressing or whatever. He does a lot of pressing, right? But I feel like he plays in a bit of a different system, a bit safer at the back. Whereas Arne Slot, you know, chucks a kitchen sink at it, you know, 8 players in attack and just 2 defenders with one like holding mid, sitting back. Whereas Postecoglou's wing backs or full backs, however you want to call them, I feel like they play a bit of a more defensive role, which I actually kind of like, because I don't think that we'll absolutely like repair this defense and have, you know, a center back pairing that can work only on their own, like Van Dijk and Matip used to do, or Van Dijk and Gomez, right? I think it would take a lot of work and a lot of like investment. So I feel like in that sense he's more like defensive. Not he doesn't play defensive football, but it's more defensive than like the likes of Arne Slot, right? Which I actually think suits our squad better. I actually think maybe that's a bad thing on the other hand, but I actually think we will need to invest less to fulfill like Postecoglou's demands rather than Arne Slot, right? With Arne Slot or Luis Enrique, I think we would have to rip the whole team apart, right? With Ange, I think we will see more, you know, more of the players that are here that are good enough incorporated into the team, right? That's how I see things.
I think on that, I think, you know, with Arne Slot, I had concerns about Edozie. Would he be able to play as a fullback under Arne Slot, knowing what he wanted him to do? Same with the other side, you know, Perro was looking more at maybe being a right winger, because I didn't think he'd be able to play the Arne Slot system. So, but I think under Ange Postecoglou, I do think he'll have the ability to be able to, you know, use Edozie and stuff without actually having to go too far into the market for wing backs. I still think you you probably need to go and get a left back anyway, unless he wants to use Reguilon, because if not, no point in persisting with Davies or a Session out there. You still need to buy more. But, you know, I think we might save on that regard, but we will need another centre-back alongside Romero.
Oh, definitely.
Ange Postecoglou won't put up with a Dyer and a Sanchez making them mistakes, but also how lazy they can be and how afraid they can be defending. He will not put up with that. So I do think we will need new centre-backs, potentially maybe another midfielder as well, something a little bit different to what we've got, someone that can maybe have a bit of a passing range from deep, maybe a Ward-Prowse, someone like that, if you get what I mean, who can pick up the ball in deeper areas, spray it left, spray it right, and things like that. So, but look, you know, Big Ange, it'd be interesting to see what happens. But Michael, of course, I think we'll all agree, you know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink it. It's all well and good bringing the guy in here, looking to, you know, for his philosophy and his style of play and everything else, right? But there's only so much they can do without backing.
Yeah, but by the way, one thing quickly, because you mentioned Ward-Prowse, right? I don't want to say I don't like him, but I don't rate him as much as many people do. I don't want to say it like in a bad way, but for me, he's Højbjerg with set pieces. Like I don't think there is that much special about the guy where I would want us to bring him, especially when you consider price, because he's English, you know, Southampton captain, etc. And because of his age, I think he's like 28 or 29. I would much rather like go for a younger player for similar price, right? If we are ready to spend that kind of money, I would want to invest it in different places, right? But coming back to your like main point, right? Of course, like, listen, no matter who would come to our club, if our ownership decides not to invest any money and do another, you know, two windows without investing, then we are royally fucked, right? No matter who comes, Pep Guardiola, Klopp, etc., right? So of course the guy will need a lot of backing, and I'm honestly kind of hyped about like what can happen, but I'm also kind of worried about what can happen, because I've seen this fan base turn on managers like that, right? It's I really don't like when it happens, right? Because managers, listen, like Conte did all his stuff, Jose, it wasn't like pretty to watch, Nuno was a shit show, right? But still, I don't think they were the sole reasons as to why like the collapses happened. It was also players, ownership, and you know, and all that stuff. But like big part of our fan base pointed the finger at the manager, and I am really afraid that the similar thing will happen with Ange, just because people aren't like as hyped about his appointment as they would maybe be with Nagelsmann, for example, right? If it was Nagelsmann, everyone would be so, you know, pumped, chuffed, everyone would be on board, right? With Ange, we are already kind of divided, right? You already see some guys being Ange out, right? Before the guy even came in. Keep in mind, he hasn't signed the paper yet. He didn't hold the shirt, right? So it's not done yet. It's not done yet, even though we got a here we go, right? So, and already there are guys who are like Ange out, Postecoglou out, you know, I don't want the guy here, I'm underwhelmed, you know, fuck this, who is he, you know, he's never done anything, he never managed in the leagues. F that, right? I am happy that the guy is here. Again, with caveat that I am a bit cautious about the whole appointment, right? But I am all like, if he is the manager, I will back him. I will be behind him, and I will support his decisions, right? Unless he does a madness and, you know, keeps Dyer in the starting lineup.
It's part of the problem. Though, Dave and Michael here, is that Ange Postecoglou is almost suffering from like the Højbjerg complex, where like he has like a huge army behind him of people who like back him to the hilt, that believe he's the greatest thing, you know, that's, you know, ever going to come to Spurs. And, you know, I'm part of the Højbjerg army, so I can lift my hands up and say, you know, I'm one of those. And do you feel like then that led to then there being this big anti-Højbjerg army? Because then there's like, God, people just really overpraise that guy, you know, is the sort of their thoughts, and, oh, he's overrated and all these things, because they're kind of pushing back against, you know, what they seem to think is overpraise maybe of Højbjerg. Do you think there's something similar going on with Ange, where like there are people who really love Ange and think he's, you know, been waiting for this opportunity, is going to absolutely smash it, and then there are those that are like, hold on a minute, like, you know, pushing back here?
the thing is, though, it's not about like, you know, where people are saying they're the greatest, this, that, and the other. You know, people that sort of come out in defense of these sort of guys, it's like, well, hang on here a minute. Let's look at things objectively. You know, rather than going, this guy's shite, that guy's shite. You know, is he as bad as you say? You know, because the reality is, even like Højbjerg, as soon as he's gone, the fans are going to want someone else in to do that role where they go around. You know, it's the reality of it. Before Højbjerg came here, what were they screaming for? Fucking Højbjerg out of Southampton. So, you know, there's the reality of the situation when it comes to Ange Postecoglou. Like, no one's going to sit here and say he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. But does he deserve a chance? And is he as bad as people say he is? No, he's not as bad as people say he is. And yes, he deserves a chance. You know, we got to change the brand of football at this football club with someone who wants to roll their sleeves up, with someone who can also change the attitude of the players, but also the mindset, but also get them in a positive mindset and change from leaving a Conte regime where it's ruled by fear to a guy who rules, you know, where it's like, you know, I'll praise you and stuff like that, but you won't take the piss. And ultimately, you know, Ange Postecoglou, for me, can definitely do that. You know, people say we want to get back. We want to be like Brighton. I never thought I'd hear the days of my lifetime as a Spurs fan, but we're here, right? Well, newsflash. Brighton wanted this guy in before the Derby, but Postecoglou turned him down because he wanted to finish off the treble at Celtic before he moved. So it's sort of like sometimes you got to be smarter. Like, you know, I don't get it sometimes. People sit there and go, I want Conte out, I want Josie out. But then they expect the next guy of that caliber to walk in here. It's not going to be
work.
It can't keep happening like that. You look back at our best managers. We've given them time, but also they've been underwhelming. Martin Jol, Santini's assistant, Harry Redknapp when he came in here at the time was underwhelming, and Pochettino. And they've ended up working out for the benefit of Tottenham. Now, the problem is how we go about it after that. We tend to change tack a lot, which we shouldn't do. If we could just continue on one way, we wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. But, you know, like, the thing is, you got to start with this person's rubbish, that person's rubbish. Because, again, Jack, I'll go back to Kavice. You've done a scout report. Everyone's going, he's useless, he's this, it's a Levy signing. Now they're all sitting there calling for Kavice to come in here.
When it's way too
late.
Like,
the thing is, what you got to understand is, well, okay, Tottenham don't have the wealth of a whole state behind them, and they don't want to be paying 80, 90 million for every single player that comes in this door. Yes. So the other alternative is getting ahead of a time, like we did with a Bell, like we did with a Modric, like we did with a Kyle Walker, and getting them in here before they require them fees. And someone like Ange Postecoglou, I can guarantee if we didn't take this risk, we'd be sitting here next season with some underwhelming twat in charge in the dugout like this, and fans would be going, oh, well, I would have took Postecoglou. Yeah, and that's just the reality of it.
Yeah. For me, the way I look at it, right, with again, like that's the thing I love to bring up the most is the whole spectrum from zeros to ones, right? Like we got theoretical ones, right, in Conte and Mourinho, and everyone was so fucking hyped about them, you know, win now managers. I was hyped. I really wanted it to work out, right? Yeah, and like there is one and there is zero in Mason, right? And Mason is like completely no expectations, etc. Right? I think like Postecoglou is like a really great balance between those two, you know, those two extremes, right? He's a really well experienced manager. He has like he's well spoken. He can be rough, you know, with his players, right? He is charismatic also. He really cares about his job, right? He, I think, like for quite some time we didn't have a manager for whom the like taking on Spurs job was a step up. Because let's be honest, like with all due respect to Celtic, massive club, you know, amazing, you know, the trophy cabinet bigger than many clubs in the world, right? But technically we are a step up from Celtic, and I think that he will appreciate the job more rather than Conte and Mourinho, who were kind of like, I am kind of bigger than your club, I won more, you know, recently, I am the guy who will dictate the dictate the you know how we do things, right? I'm not saying that Postecoglou won't you know have his own demands, that he won't like things to be done his way, right? But I think there is a much bigger chance of him working with our ownership, right? Like this connection being well established, Do I think like Postecoglou will lead us to, you know, Champions Leagues and, you know, titles and whatever? No. Let's be honest about it, right? Probably no. But I think that he's like a really good manager to fix this fucking club right now, because what we need right now is for the squad to be fixed, for the mentality and tactic and, you know, and philosophy to be established, right? And whether he does it all the way, and, you know, we will be sitting here in 5 years, you know, praising him for winning us second FA Cup in a row or whatever, right? This might happen, but also it might be like a job of stabilizing the club, establishing philosophy, you know, formation, rooting out all the shit, right? And then another manager comes in, maybe De Zerbi after he's done with Brighton. I'm just giving examples, right? And then De Zerbi pushes on what Ange Postecoglou established, right? So in that sense, I am really excited for that part, right? But again, I want to stress, I don't want to get sucked into all the hype, because I also, like, there are people who are like Postecoglou out. There are also people who think he is like the second coming of footballing Jesus, right? I don't think that's the case. Like, listen, let's not hype this guy up too much. But like, my final point would be, I am worried about the fan base's reaction to the guy. If we don't, like, you know, do really well, will they be like Postecoglou out in October because we are sitting 14th or whatever, right? Like, I see this as a possibility, which honestly, like, scares the shit out of me. But I also think, because like of the lack of expectations, I kind of feel like the guy will maybe have more like room to settle, grow, etc., right? I think if you finish like 7th under Postecoglou, people won't really be mad over it, right? Whereas with Conte, it had to be top 4, because Conte was the proven winner, you know, all the titles, you know, etc., etc. People expected to win something and to end up 4th, right? With Postecoglou, I think that people won't expect to you know, to be winning trophies, which can be a good thing, but also, like, we cannot, like, you know, settle down and, you know, be okay with 14th. That's also not acceptable. I think it's the perfect middle ground where we can grow under him, right? It's a fucking tough job that the guy is taking on, right? And I wish him all the best luck. And as I said, I will be supporting him unless he does a madness, right? If he says Keynes on Kulusevski and you know, and somebody else, and brings in a 35-year-old Japanese striker, okay, then I will have my concerns, right?
Although I do believe, isn't there a Japanese striker who's 41, 42, knocking about playing in some leagues over there?
45 or 50.
Breaking records, 50 actually. Yeah, you never know, Michael. You might get your wish. You might come in here. But Michael, I think you raise a good point there about, you know, the sort of expectation level. I think, you know, you just got to judge it on, you know, is there progress? Can you see what he's trying to do? Have the board matched up to everything this guy's trying to do, and take it from there and make the call from there, in my opinion. I think he'll pleasantly surprise a lot of people. I think a lot of people will be on board by the time season starts. All Ange needs is pre-season. But Michael, really appreciate your time this evening, my man, but we got to keep it moving, brother.
Of course, guys.
I really do appreciate it, and we'll be in contact soon, and we'll have more discussions, more podcasts, more debate shows to talk about.
Big summer.
See you,
Love
guys.
you, Michael. See you soon, brother.
Bye.
And best of luck with your thesis when it's handed in, brother. All right. Hopefully
yeah. Still a bit of work to do.
Go and have a fucking
I'm
what's it called? Lek. That's what they sell over here. Is that Polish beer? Lek.
What is that? What's
thesis
in Polish? What's thesis in Polish?
I actually write thesis in English, so I can give you like the English title. Like, so basically the title of my thesis is beating bookmaker odds with machine learning, and basically I am programming like a machine learning, you know, API that tries to predict the outcome of football matches. And right now I'm at like 67% of accuracy. So in 67% of cases, I predict the outcome correctly, right? So maybe, just maybe, when I get framed and jailed for beating bookmaker odds, then you will guys at least hear about me, right?
Before you have it in, get a copy of it. I'm sure Sean will want to have a look at that. He loves it. Well, Michael, you know, best of luck with it, sir. Go and have a can of beer, relax now. It's all done, and we'll be in contact. We'll see you again soon, sir.
Yeah, we'll be in contact. See you,
my friend. Big up, Michael. Big up. Everybody give Michael a lot of love in the chat. Really, really like that guy. He comes on, has some great points that he makes. So give him a lot of love in the chat. But look, we're down to 3 guests, and we will have to end off there. But I believe we're going to bring Corey and Ryan on together. Let's hear what they have to say. The 2 football managers, they've been sitting there playing it all evening. So, let's see what they have to say. You ready, boys? Give us a thumbs up if you're ready.
There.
Perfect. Let's get them on. Big up Rhino, big up Corey. How are we?
Yo, you too, boy.
Jeez, the eyes are hanging out your head for Football Manager, lads.
Oh, no, you know what, right? I've literally just had to stop, because this little... you little dog! Get out, man. Move. Get out.
And this is where Kurt Zuma enters the room. Sorry if I offended anyone there.
Let's get straight.
That's cool. Sorry, he just scratched me for no reason whatsoever.
You're all good. You're all good, my man. You're all good. Look, let's get straight into it, guys. Ange Postecoglou, underwhelming or exciting? We'll start with you, Ryan, and then we'll get Corey's thoughts as well.
Go on, Corey. You go first, mate. Go on.
Corey, go first.
I'm pretty excited by it because I do watch a lot of different leagues, and I have tracked him across the different leagues as well as an up-and-coming manager. You can't knock the guy. He also took Australia to 2 World Cups. So, come on. For a country that is so against football, they call it like a commie sport over there or something, if I remember correctly. One of my mates that lives in Australia is like, it's a commie plot. You kicked us off the island to send us to another one, and now we're playing your sport. So it's like, I'm happy to see it. And he's got a reputation of getting rid of the players he doesn't want the clubs as well. So he recycles teams pretty well. He's like, it's weird because I find it like an Alex Ferguson kind of mold, He's going to come in, if he's going to really be able to do it and recycle some of these players out. It's about time some of these people that have been clinging on to our wage budget a little bit too much, like your Dyers, your Davis, your Sanchez's, your Sessegnons, your Perisic's, Hugo. There are loads of other players I could call out that I would love to see gone, but if we can clear out at least between 4 to 6 of that deadwood.
100%.
And then with the players, if I told you they said 7, I know it's only speculation, it's only newspapers, Corey, but supposedly the list is 7. That's what they want to get rid of this summer.
Really, I've been keeping away from tabloids and newspapers and everything because at one point Ange wasn't coming. I was like, oh, there we go.
Right.
I even jokingly, I sent in an email to Tottenham with not mine and Ryan's say, but a save from Football Manager with my career after 15 years, what I've won, what I've achieved and stuff like that. I got a rejection email. So.
I seen in the bookies list that you were a 22-1 man. So I did.
I'm going to go stick a tenner on myself then.
You should have. But look, it's good. It's good to see that Corey's excited and that. But Ryan, I believe you said before we went live tonight that, you weren't too excited by it. So why aren't you listening to Corey?
No, look, right. Me and Corey, right, we agree on a lot of things, right? Obviously, behind the scenes, me and him, we talk a lot. Obviously, there's a lot of things we talk about during the day. But when it comes down to it, I would rather have taken the Brighton manager, to be honest. Zarabi, to be honest.
Look, he's not going to lower his standards to come to us when he's just got Brighton into a European Cup. And the fact that Brighton today have just lost probably their best player to Liverpool. Kind of upsetting for me because I don't mind going to watch a Brighton match every now and then, even though I'm Spurs first. It's just one of them things.
This is what you always do on my channel, mate. You always interrupt. Let me have my say, mate. I'm joking, bruv.
Well, then I'll let you speak.
Yeah. No, obviously with these Zarabi, I would rather prefer to have had it. Do you know what I mean? Like, he would have been my first. Well, after Arnie Slot, my next choice would have been Zarabi. But am I happy about it? No. I have obviously. Go on, Dave. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm just going to say, what's your concerns on it, Ryan? What concerns you about the appointment?
He hasn't. He just hasn't got the Premier League experience.
But no, most managers don't have Premier League experience when they come into it, Ryan. Come on.
Yeah, I know, but I know what you're going to say. Oh, look at the
himself. No. He's proven himself across different leagues, winning stuff, and getting his country, /second country, into the World Cup twice in 8 years. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah, I
knock
mean,
the guy. He's got pedigree there.
Okay, right, Corey, I understand that, bro, right? But Dave, you got to see it from my point of view, right? Not everyone's a Sir Bloody Alex Ferguson. Do you know what I mean?
100%. And
Yeah.
I hear that, and I understand the concerns
And
with
that's
it.
the concern. That is the main concern. Whereas Di Zarabe, yeah, okay, he's had one good season, but at least he's proven that he can do it.
Yeah,
But you
but
know
then
what, though?
this
He's
manager
only-
was also on the shortlist for Man City and for Brighton back when Pep wasn't a certainty to stay. And then obviously Brighton went out and did their due diligence and scouting on the guy. Obviously he said no, but you can't knock two teams in the Premier League before us wanting him.
Yeah, true.
And
But
also, Ryan, a lot of the other jobs, managers that were linked with the jobs that people would have took, a lot of them didn't have any vast experience in the Premier League. Like, people say now, oh, we want the guy from Brentford. Would that guy came in from Denmark, and he sort of, he got offered a position, he took it, and he hit the ground running. Before the Zerbi went in at Brighton, no one even had a clue. No one even put his name forward for any job in the
You have to look at the foundation work that was in place at Brighton first before De Zerbi turned up with Potter, because before Potter took over, we're going nowhere. I can honestly say that at Brighton. I've always said I'm Spurs first, but I do keep a close eye on my hometown team. But
and the
a
thing
lot
is,
of this groundwork was done.
It's about getting these managers in, before other clubs do, because there's no point in sitting there pining for guys that are already in jobs when they're not going to leave. Like, I'll take what Corey says. De Zerbi ain't going to walk away from Brighton to come to Tottenham right now. Just not going to happen. He's got European football. He's building something there.
Yeah. There's homages all around my city right now for all the players and De Zerbi himself. It's literally spray painted all around town now. Like, you're just seeing murals going up every day somewhere else in the centre. Another painting of De Zerbi,
Jack,
another painting of...
Jack, that's something I wanted to ask you. Right? Are you happy clapping more this week than last week?
I don't see how I couldn't be. I mean, there was nothing really to happy clap for last week, Ryan.
We've got a manager. That's what everyone.
Yeah, this is what everyone asked for. Yeah,
well,
go on, Corey. This is what everybody wanted at the end of the day, and we're avoiding a Nuno situation where we're left in limbo until July or whatever it was. We at least have some idea of where we're headed, even if it's something that people are skeptical about. At least you have some idea. If you were, to be frustrated by the manager, at least you know who he is now instead of knowing who he is at July and still being end up being frustrated then, right? At least you know now who the guy is, and he has time, and Spurs apparently kind of want him to get straight to work. I know he's got a little vacation, but apparently they do kind of want him to
the
go straight to
Japanese
work.
striker with him and their captain, I'll be happy. I can't remember the Japanese strikers' games, but I've watched a few of the games at Celtic this year. Yeah, the few games I've watched at Celtic this year, he's scored some absolute crackers, some absolute worldies.
When it comes to him, I'm a bit skeptical. Like, don't get me wrong, I agree with you. I think he's a fantastic player. I'm not sure it's going to work out up front for him at Tottenham.
But then he plays a completely different style, does he not? He wants his strikers to be on the front foot, and I can't see Kane and Son doing that off the front foot now anymore. Son's going to be going into his 32nd year. He's slightly losing his pace now, Sonny, and Kane hasn't exactly had blistering pace for his career. So he's they're both smart and intelligent players, but they haven't got the pace to play really on the foot.
I get that, but you're not going to take the goals. You take Kane and Son out of Tottenham, forget about this club. The reality is they get most of your goals, the majority of your assists, and they're the ones that get you the majority of your points most of the times. And the reality is, I get what you're saying, but people think you need pace to press. You don't. It's just about having a coordinated press. And already your players already know, and if the ball's in this position where you need to be, and just thinking quicker than everybody else. Like, the thing is, Ange Postecoglou, he's not going to come in here and rip Kane and Son out of that team and just go, right, I'm going to stick in Kyogo and everything else. Because the reality is, finishing in the Premier League and being strong enough for the Premier League physically is a complete different ballgame to Scotland. Where you might get more out of Furuhashi is if you played him similar to what Conte was playing Son last season when he won the Golden Boot, running in behind. If you could get him as a backup to Son doing that, I think you might have a case for him. But the reality is, as much as I like Kyogo, and I really do like him. I wouldn't mind Tottenham signing him. He ain't coming in here and getting ahead of Harry Kane. He ain't even going to come in here and get ahead of Richarlison either.
Okay then, Dave, I'm going to ask you a very kind of interesting but important question. And this is actually to you as well, Jack, as well. So I want you to answer this after Jack as well. Right? What would you do then? Right? Would you rather lose Harry Kane for nothing next year or take 100 million this year?
I'll let you go first, Jack, because my answer's simple. You know, if you have to, you lose him for nothing next year. You lose him this year, the warning signs are on the horizon.
I think if I were in Ange Postecoglou's shoes, I would rather lose him next year than get 100 million. I think you're already going to get probably 60 to maybe 100 million anyway. I'm imagining this summer. I don't expect Spurs to be spending 150 million. I think we probably should be spending that much, but I'm trying to be realistic in what we actually will spend. We're already going to be spending a fair amount on plenty of other positions. And I just feel like if you sell Harry Kane or even, basically you're ruining your attack, in my opinion, at least, for this, upcoming season. And you're basically putting it in a bad position, Ryan. And Ange Postecoglou already has a lot to learn when it comes to the Premier League, losing the world's best striker ahead of, what is going to be a learning season for him. Just seems like you're already asking him to swim in the deep end, without any sort of floaties or anything whatsoever. Harry Kane is a life vest for him when it comes to maybe adjusting to the Premier League. Even if he only has Harry Kane for a season, I think he'd be very happy to have him for a season as long as his head is fully in it, because he could be a guy that guarantees him at least 20 to 25 goals. And if you get 20 to 25 goals from your striker, that guarantees you're probably going to be competing in and around maybe the top 6. If he can get Sonny, turned around as well with Harry Kane, that's another maybe 15 to 20 goals there. And again, you're probably competing in and around the top 4 or 6, which is what Postecoglou needs. He needs those two guys at their best.
Jack. He also brings in some sort of leadership experience as well for the younger players that we've got. Kane, he is going to be our club captain for at least this season if he stays.
But look, let's be honest as well. I mean, what good is the money? Realistically, you're going to be selling Kane cut price of what he's usually worth anyway. If he didn't have a year left on his contract, he'd be about 150 to 180 million pound player. So you're going to be selling him for half the price anyway. And plus, this club, is on the Forbes list out of all sports clubs. We're third for the highest generating, sports club there is. So for me, you got to weigh it up. A bit of cash, which they're going to make through season ticket sales and everything else anyway, or a guy that scores you 20 odd goals a season and guarantees you to be in and around the top half of the table. For me, you got to weigh it up like that. And it's a different proposition coming in and taking the job without Harry Kane than it is with Harry Kane. And it's that simple.
All right, then, but then what happens, right then, Dave? Right, and this is something that I heard Mia say earlier, right? And this is something I heard Mia say earlier, and it reconnected me with everything, yeah? And big up Mia for saying, I'm sure it was Mia that said this earlier. And she turned around and said, yeah, but then we're going to lose Kane at some point, so why don't we just lose him for money now, right? Because we won't go down, Dave. Right? We're too good to go down. We are too good to go down, Dave.
No team is too good to go down.
There's a massive argument about this the other night. Not an argument, a debate about this on Savage Channel. But not one person wanted to talk about the effect of Leicester City losing Schmeichel and goals. Not one. Why? Because it doesn't suit anyone's argument that they're trying to make. But if you actually look at it, Leicester City lost Kasper Schmeichel, massive figure in the dressing room, club captain, and was a massive figure in goals for them, saving an awful lot. You take that out this year, they didn't have that, they didn't replace it properly.
That's rely on Danny Ward in goal.
Yeah, exactly. Relegation zone. So there is evidence to say that losing one player of that importance can get you relegated. There's evidence to support that. Now, the arguments that other people make is, but you're going to replace Kane, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. Well, off the evidence of what the club have done over the last 4 years, do you back them? Because everyone goes, I don't trust the club. But when it comes to selling Harry Kane, all of a sudden they trust the club. Do you trust?
They spend every dollar correctly on it.
Another thing is, though, as soon as you sell a player, Kane's ill. I'm sorry. I was going to say, once you sell a player of Harry Kane's value in ilk, instantly prices of players that you're looking at go up tenfold. So regardless of you sell Kane for X amount, you want to buy a player. You've just sold Kane for 100 million. Well, we want 60 million for this player, 30 million for that player.
But don't forget though, Corey, right? This is something that is really, really what we've all got to bear in mind. Kane's not going to be around forever, right? We all know
this isn't the argument that people are making. This is a go-to that people go to get out of the argument. Deal with the actual talking point about losing Harry Kane's goals. Not Tottenham will survive without Harry Kane, because the reality is no one's not sitting here saying Tottenham won't survive without Harry Kane. But what
you're not just looking at his goals, Dave.
What they are saying is that, you know, our job is a lot harder without Harry Kane here. And that's the reality of it. No one wants, like, you can't sit here and paint it that Tottenham are going to be better off with Harry Kane straight away, and especially with the situation we're in. You can't. I'm sorry, you can't.
I think
you're not just looking at his goals, you're looking at his build-up play, his link-up play. He drops deep. Not all strikers want to do that. You look at Haaland, he hates getting back. Most strikers, 99% of strikers, don't want to do the dirty work. They just want to be up there to receive the ball and put the ball in the net. Kane comes back, he defends in goal when we've got a corner or a free kick, because he's one of the taller lads on our team, you know?
Yeah.
So you've got to look at like Kane's overall page as not bringing into his goals. His goals, fantastic goal scoring record, you can't compete.
No.
But his vision, his passing, he hasn't got the pace, but he does try to track back. He wants to win the ball for us whenever he loses it. He has that fight, and I haven't seen much of that in and around the team for nearly 5 years.
Yeah, but then you think about it, you've still got the likes of Bentancur, though. You've got to think of that. He'll be coming back, yes, in December. We all know that because of his injury.
Halfway through the season.
Yeah, but how's Bentancur going to pick up the 30 goals that Kane scored?
No, he's not. He's a midfielder. He does the destroying, doesn't he?
Postecoglou is better off, I think, with a season with Harry Kane going into next season than he is a season without Harry Kane.
It's not
if we
just
want
that
him
you
to
look at
actually
it.
do well in any way whatsoever, he's better off with Harry Kane and then learning his likes in the Premier League. Even if he ends up losing Harry Kane at the end, Spurs will try to find a way to replace Harry Kane if they do end up losing him next season. It's just Postecoglou is much better off not losing his best players in his first season in the Premier League. Why would
but then we could still be in the same position next year, Dave. Right? You say, right? Oh, well, we could be relegated this year without Harry Kane, right? But then what happens next year if he goes on a free? We could still be in that same position then. We could still get relegated. And then what? Then you look, I'm not trying to be horrible here, but then you look a bit like a fool then, don't you, really?
Really, because by your logic, you want to accelerate that this year. So what's more foolish, accelerating it this year or hanging on another year and surviving? For me,
you never know, though. You might turn around at the year's
one
time.
second, Corey. One second. Right? You know what? You say I look foolish if that's the case, Ryan. What's more foolish? Asking the club to put themselves in that situation sooner than what they need to, or hanging out and waiting? I think asking the club to put yourself in that situation sooner is more foolish than anything, because the reality is, you know, you've got the best player in the world in that position. Why would you want to sell him and get someone else in when they're not going to produce what he does? It's madness. It's a madness argument. You've got the best in the world. This conversation would not happen at any other big club in the Premier League. And people can go to me, oh, United all you want. Different argument, because Ronaldo's declining abilities were there, and it was a different argument. Harry Kane is not declining. He's in his prime. So it's a complete different argument.
Ryan, can you give yourself a channel plug, please? And we still have another guest to go to this evening.
Yeah, sorry, just quickly as well, just to double down on that, right? If anyone's actually listened to what I've had to say about the Harry Kane thing, I'm talking about using the situation, keeping him here for another year and using it to put the platform in behind him, your goalkeeper, your backline. Because if you don't have that in place when Harry Kane goes, not only are you trying to find a replacement to add in an extra 30 goals every single season, you're not keeping them out at the other end. And you guys play Football Manager, and it doesn't take a magician to work out how much of a disaster that is. You end up being down in the relegation zone if you're not scoring goals and you're conceding goals at the rate we do. So my whole argument has always been that you use this season, you get your goalkeeper, you get your backline, and you get the foundation in place.
You build the spine.
You learn to keep out the goals, and then you're in a position you can let Harry Kane go, because you are always in a position where you're staying in games, and then you're only relying on Son and that to come up with a bit of magic to go and win you the game. So it's all about using this year to get the backbone of this team in place. It is absolutely insane to suggest Harry Kane walking away right now off your own will. You know, I get it. It's a different argument if City comes in, or Manchester or Madrid comes in and they want to take him away. I fully get it, right? But to suggest that we want to accelerate the process and let him go, knowing how bad our backline is, does anyone else understand how madness that logic is? That you want to let go of your top scorer with 30-odd goals, and then you're shipping them at an even better, bigger rate at the back line. And we're talking about letting the guy go who's kept us up in the top half of the Premier League this season.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, also, it's not just the goals and on the pitch. They're going on a tour to Korea. The top-selling shirts are Kane and Son. The money that's generated through Kane and Son T-shirts alone is another selling point or a commercial point for us to find money. Say in a year's time, say Ange does some miracle and we're playing attractive, attacking football, we're flying up the league. Kane might turn his head and go, you know what, I actually might stay on board with this now. Bring the younger generation up, like your Dane Scarlets and all the other youngsters that we've got, like the Will, whatever his name is. I can't remember who he brought from the Championship. I know his name's Will, but I can't remember his surname. These young kids will be like, all right, Kane's sticking around. Maybe we can learn something from him. Do something with him on the training field, you know. That elevates that level of player, like the Dane Scarlett kind of up here with Kane as he's getting older and going into the distance. Then Dane Scarlett's coming up because he's had that mentorship with Kane and Son, the older players in the team. And then you never know it. Then next thing we'll be singing, "Oh, Dane Scarlett, who's one of our own." If it happens, you know.
Yeah,
it's one of those things. You've got to look at it in context. You know, in a year's time, we may be playing the best football we've ever seen in the last 6 years. We're flying up the table, and Kane may even turn around and say, "You know what? I'm going to stay here. This is my home. This is what has given me a home since I was 12 years old."
I hope so.
Well, I think Dave was actually, me and Dave were having a boxing match there, and he's come out on top.
Well, I always come out on top, Ryan, because I have, figures behind me, my man. Always, like I said, when you conceding goals at the rate we do, it's madness to take out a guy who sort of counteracts that. I think it's absolutely insane.
Well, at least you had your boxing
hours in, Ryan.
I always win, Ryan, because I speak sense, my man. I always win. Don't worry about it.
I bet you enjoyed it, though, didn't you, Dave? Me and you having a little boxing match.
We need you.
Ryan, can you give yourself a quick plug for me, my man? We're 4.5 hours in. We got another guest to go, my man. Can you give yourself a quick plug for me, please?
It's Dermatron on next.
My channel's obviously in the description there. I'm not obviously doing much at the moment because of personal reasons. I won't go into, but you will catch me and Corey on there again at some point. Either I'm dealing with issues or Corey's not around to actually deal with the channel at the moment. But you will be catching us both on there at some point. I don't know when, Corey, are we going on next?
Well, I've got to find spare time to try and sort out a new home for my puppy. If anyone's interested, I have a German Pointer / Labrador. He's just full of energy, but I can't really keep him because my son comes first, and I've got to put me and my son first before my puppy.
But obviously we'll be on there at some point. I don't know when we're going to be on there, but I've obviously put up a video a couple of days ago, and then there was another one that was put up, but I don't know how good the quality was because I was actually wandering around. But there was a couple on there. We've decided we're not going to do a review of the season because I know what Dave said, being a glutter for fucking punishment. So we won't be doing that. But now, unfortunately, just because, unfortunately, personal reasons for me and Corey hasn't got time. Obviously, I spoke to you about it, both of you about it off stream, but I hopefully will be having you two back on at some point. Surely, I've got to have you two back on again at some point. Surely, yeah.
Yeah, look. Organise it with me. I won't be around this week, but organise it with me, and we'll go into a Harry Kane chat. In great detail. I'll bring plenty.
We need
of
a mediator, like a referee in the middle.
I'll bring plenty of facts and figures, and why we can't let it happen because. Actually, no, I'll save it. Get me on and we'll have a conversation about it. But guys, thank you very much for your time this evening. It's been lively.
Yeah.
Really
you the twos, we the ones.
Well, big up, boys. Big up.
And also, sorry for talking over you two. I've got so much I want to say sometimes.
No, you're speaking a lot of good facts, Corey.
No, look, these fan shows, you know, you can, as much as we want to give everyone half an hour and stuff like that, if you do, you'll be on it 24 hours a day. So, you know, we do want to, you know, we try to give everybody as much time as we can. But Corey, you know, next week we'll make sure you get on your own, and then we'll make sure you can just have the 10 minutes and you can tell us what you want, my man.
Bye-bye. Have a good evening, guys. Good night, stream.
Good night,
boys.
Enjoy Football Manager, boys.
I'm currently winning at the moment. I won the European Cup and the European Super Cup and the Premier League in 3 seasons.
I'm telling you, 22-1, Corey. 22-1, my man.
And I'm just thinking, maybe you'll be happy with me though. I just about make top 4 every year, so
you'll be sacked right now. You'll be sacked. Look,
he's been sacked a few times.
Enjoy Football Manager, and we'll be in contact. All right, lads.
Yeah.
See you later, boys.
Thanks for making it lively. See you soon, lads. Bye bye.
Bye
bye. Oh, that was fun. That was fun. But look, we are down to the last guest of the evening. Guys, please check out Ryan's channel. Smash the subscribe button on it. You know, 2 good lads there, Corey and Ryan, 2 great lads. But look, let's keep this moving. Last guest of the evening, and it is the one and only Dermatron. Dermo, how are you keeping, brother? Oh, you're on mute, man.
I'm there, Dermo.
That is so bad.
Sorry about
that's really unprofessional.
We all do it. It happens to the best of us.
Absolutely buzzing. Delighted with the news. Couldn't be great. I mean,
what gets you excited, though, Dermo? What is it about the appointment of Ange that gets you excited?
Yeah, it is, because you know what you're getting. You know what football you're getting, and you see him all through his Australian career, his Japan career over to Celtic. Celtic was a mess when he walked into Celtic. It was a house that was crumbling. And within 2 years, he's built a foundation and built himself a house. For the next manager to come in to, you know, take Celtic on now, possibly to the next level in Europe for them. But I think he's the right appointment. I think he's coming in at the right time. This Harry Kane thing, I think Harry Kane will stay. I think he will sign a new contract.
Just that's a big turnaround, Dermo. Where's that come from? What have you been told?
Well, I haven't been told anything, but if you think of it, if you look at it logically, right, Harry Kane's going to see a manager, what he's done up in Celtic, a manager that knows what he's doing, a manager that will bring players in around Harry Kane. He's going to build a team around him. Now, I would take the striker up from Celtic, and I would take the captain as well, and Jota. They're the 3 players I would bring from Celtic.
I think the club captain is McGregor, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, McGregor, I think he's more on the flip side of his career. I don't think Tottenham will bring him in whatsoever. Jota, I think there's a chance. I like what he's about on the wing. But, you know, again, he's going to need to develop and he's going to need time to settle in. He won't hit the ground running.
No.
Furuhashi, I really like. You know, look, if Kane goes, I think you might turn to Furuhashi. But if Kane stays and then you still have an outlay of 60 million on Richarlison there, there's no way Furuhashi's joining Tottenham.
See, I would sell Richarlison and bring in Furuhashi. I really would. Look, Harry deserves what Harry does next. He got a year left. I agree with what Jack says. You don't want to lose him in Ange's first year in charge. You don't. But you got a year to sort out a new contract. He's got 6 months to say, right, this is going places. Okay, I'll sit down. I'll sign for another year. And if he doesn't like it by January, then he's free to talk to other clubs anyway. So, or we could sell him in January. You know, we shouldn't shoot ourselves in the foot. By selling Harry Kane, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. And I was listening to that argument, Dave, and I agree on what you're saying. You ship and goes one end, but you need somebody to balance it out to score the other end. We can't shoot ourselves in the foot. But we've got to see what Ange wants. You know, we could all say what we want, but it's down to him walking through the door, and whenever he does after his holiday, right, I want him in. I don't want him because he's not going to fit my system.
I'm pretty sure any manager in the world wants Harry Kane.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think the big difference is, does Harry Kane want Ange Postecoglou? And if he shows any sort of signs that he's reluctant to be there under Postecoglou, kind of like if it were similar to how he was reluctant to when he was there under Nuno, Postecoglou, all I can hope for is able to sort of see through that and is able to either call Harry out and just say, listen, like, you either are here with me for this season, even if you want to go, I'll respect that, but you got to give me your all for this season. And if you're not willing to do that, like, at least be honest with me, and so I can sell you, you know, and so I can at least, you know, be able to have some extra funds to try to replace you, you know, my very best at least.
I mean,
and Harry has to be honest. I think Harry has to be honest about, like,
I mean, I got this morning, well, this afternoon, this evening from my source, and it says that Ange wants to work with Kane. He sees he's able to adapt his style and play. We all know more if if a bid comes in for Kane, if it's accepted or not. As it stands, it's not a concern for him, but again, he wants to work with him because he does recognize how much of a talent and a goal scorer he is. So that sort of backs up your argument, Jack, that you would not want to lose your top goal scorer. I think
it's almost like you would rather have Kane for at least the season to learn again the Premier League, you know, have, you know, a superpower player like him. And then if you do end up losing him, at least you have years of experience in the Premier League. You also now have, you know, more time you had time to fix the defense, hopefully in the summer, like, as well. And then when you did lose Harry Kane, maybe you have less things to work on, ideally. So you could try to replace him in the summer. But I just feel like if you're trying to replace Harry Kane this summer and basically fix a defense that there's only really one player that we actually even want, you know, in that whole back line in the first place, on top of that, Hugo Lloris needs to be replaced with a top-notch goalkeeper. You just sort of think it's too much for one thing. It's too much for one summer. It's not. It really is not a football. You know, back to Football Manager. It's not a Football Manager summer. It's not possible to get.
It's also the whole spine of your team, Jacko, and that's another big thing about it. You know, realistically, look, if Kane wants to go, he wants to go. But if you still have to get a goalkeeper, centre back, some would argue a centre midfielder, and replace your striker,
that's the whole situation.
Yeah, that's the whole spine of your team. And realistically, you go into next season in the unknown completely. At least if you keep Harry Kane around, you know, okay, but we're always going to score goals.
I'd be worried about that because we'd be buying at least 9 players, I think, probably then in that summer. And then I'd be worried. Look how it went for us buying 7 players. Only so many of them actually, you know, really took foothold. You know, imagine buying 10 or 12, you know, I'd be worried.
And this whole argument as well of, oh, well, if a manager wants to work with Son and Kane, I mean, if a manager doesn't want to come in and work with them, that's when the alarm bells start ringing for me.
Yeah.
You've got 2 of the best players in the world in their position. And he goes, oh, no, wait there. I think I might not want to work with these guys. It's a madness argument to even put forward. Of course, he's going to want to work with them. Every manager will. But it's like what Jack says, you know, do you want to work hard? Will you press for me in and out of possession? Will you move for me in possession? Because if you're not going to do that, then I can't have you.
That's regardless of talent.
That's completely
and we know how Celtic play this season, Dave. We've watched enough of Celtic for the last 2 years to know from minute 1 to minute 96, they are pressing. They're press. I mean, look, it's a great appointment. It's an appointment I think Levy's got right. And we did know he was in the split with the board with him and Mason. He's got his way. Now we've just got to back him and see where it goes. And that's all we can do. But for me, it's been a great day. It's been a great appointment, and I'm over the moon with it. But we just got to be patient with him. I think we've got to give him a little bit of time to get used to it. And look. It doesn't matter. I think he wins something with us. I can see him taking us over that line. Yeah. And can you imagine at the end of a game going up to that South Stand when he does when he's at Celtic?
I just want to see us playing, trying to play football in the right way again.
Yeah.
You know, one that's pleasing on the eye. If you're going to, because look, the reality is every single fan spends so much of their life watching this club. And all you want to do is seeing football being played in the right way. That's why people talk about Brighton so much. Not only is their recruitment and all good, but they constantly play the right way. They try and do things the right way, and that's all I want. And like, you know, you look what Celtic fans have had with Ange Postecoglou at that cup final. I want a slice of that too. I don't want to sit here and hate this club 24/7. I get they give me reasons to, but you know, at some stage, I want to be able to move on and be successful. And it starts with at least trying to do things the right way.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll guarantee you that.
We watched the Scottish Cup final Saturday. Derwell said to me afterwards, I can't wait to see Tottenham play next. And, you know, when's Tottenham playing again? I said in pre-season. I mean, you watched Celtic against Rangers or Celtic against Real Madrid. I'd love to see that every week. And we're going to get that every week. We just got to give him time to get it right. Yeah. And this is Levy's last chance. It's his last roll of the dice. But I think he's found another Pochettino. So that opens up another argument. What was the last 4 years for? So, you know, maybe he's realised he swallowed some bit of pride in thinking, okay, I need to go back to what I had before.
Being honest though, Dermot, I don't think people are giving Levy a chance because they brought in Ange Postecoglou. I think many people look at Ange and say, I like the guy, I like what he's about, this, that, and the other. They're still going to have problems with Daniel Levy. And I think, like, you know, just because people sit there and they talk about Ange Postecoglou and like him, it doesn't mean that they've forgotten about, you know, how poor this club is in terms of being run, decisions being made, this, that, and the other. And for me, I don't think he's getting a second roll of the dice. It's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
There's so much more to follow for fans to even give you a chance. You know, you got to back him. You've got to bring in and address long outstanding areas at this football club in the squad that need to be sorted. You have to, you know, get rid of shit players. And I don't want to hear any more of this. Oh, we can't get cash for them. Okay, grand. There's a reason why you can rip up contracts for that exact reason. So go and do that. You know, I want to see the club act that way and actually be proactive about getting this club back on the right track before they get any roll of the dice.
I mean, look, what I mean by roll of the dice is this is his last roll of the dice. He's now got to back up what he's brought Ange to do a job. He's got to back him to do that job. That I agree with. But I think, look, we've had a tough season. We've had a hell of a tough, long season. Not everything's gone right for us. Conte went wrong. We had the problems then with Stellini. And look, I'm prepared to wipe the slate clean from now with disappointment today and see where it goes. And that's my sort of attitude. That look, you got to look for the positives. You got to look for a positive out of any negatives. So Dover keeps telling me, and I do try to. She is right when she says it, but you got to look for a positive, and today's a positive. So let's just focus on the positive. Focus on we've got Ange in, we've got a good manager who plays good football. He's passionate about the club. He hasn't got any hookups about prima donnas and that. He comes in, he wants you to play for the club, for the badge, for the fans. And that's all we've ever asked for. He's in, give him a chance. Let's see where we go in Ange we trust. And I'm really excited. And I can see us winning the cup next season. All
we wanted, Dermot, was a team that embodies, you know, a work ethic. Yeah. And that's sad. That's how far we've fallen. You look at, especially last season, how many times was, you know, me, like, for instance, Jack here and me giving out about, you know, players not moving off the ball, players not willing to go and press and stuff like that. That's all gone under Ange. The basis of his whole thing is hard work ethic. And that comes from his working class upbringing, and it will embody what Tottenham's about. Tottenham is a working class area, you know, and that's that. If you're not prepared to work, then you're out of here. So for me, that already puts you on a good standing. But sorry, I'm getting the hiccups not that long. Tell people where they can find you, my man.
Yeah, listen, we've had a couple of mad days on the channel, really good views. I mean, we did a show this morning. We're up to 3.2K now on it. And we have 300 people watching us. And I'm sort of looking at it thinking, this is just mental. You can find me in THFC till I die. I'm over there with Mr. Philip Brady and Ellie, who's doing a morning. I know she was on earlier, so she's got a morning show in the morning. And so, if you want any breaking news, we bring it to you first. And pre-match, post-match. We've got a load of good stuff coming on, Dave. I'm going to let you go because I know you're up early in the morning.
I love that. I love that. Look, people, get over there, get onto Dermo's streams. You know, becoming more and more popular out there. He's always out there with the latest news, and there's great characters involved, and they work extremely hard to bring the best quality content they can for you guys. So please get over there, check out THFC Till I Die for these great legends. Dermot, Philip, Ellie, and you've even got me over there on board now as well. People who have been a big part of this channel. So guys, please, the love we get, please replicate over there with these guys, I beg.
Yeah, and I just want to say congratulations on reaching 10K. Richly deserved. Look, I remember when you two started and you were on your phone, Dave. Jack was just joined you, and by Jesus, it's been one hell of a roller coaster ride. But congratulations, 10K. I'm really over the moon for the pair of you. Rich,
you'll get a proper thank you from us, believe me, Dermot. When we pull ourselves together with all of this, we pull ourselves together and get our thoughts.
But no, Richie deserved, and two of the nicest lads on YouTube, I have to say, two brothers. So
no, I appreciate that, Dermot. I appreciate the kind words, my man. Look, we're going to end it off now. If you want to hang around for a few minutes, you can, my man.
I will.
Yeah, no worries. But big up, Dermot. Really appreciate the kind words, my man, and I'll speak to you in a couple of seconds.
Okay.
See you shortly. Everyone, please do get over, check out Dermot's channel. But guys, that's it for us. Another 5-hour fan show for you guys out there. You know, we promised you after we given our opinions and all, we would run a fan show for you guys to air your opinions. And boy, did you take it. And it's good to see. You know, in fairness, Jack, I think I was a bit surprised. I think there's a lot more people for Ange than what I immediately probably thought. I think there's only 1 or 2 that came on with skepticisms.
And even if we had 10 people that came on with skepticism, it's always good to see people just, you know, wanting to express their opinion and feeling like, you know, it's a summer that, you know, is still important nonetheless. I think a lot of people were just so, deflated by this whole season that I'm at least happy to see the energy that I'm at least getting from a lot of people going into this summer. And getting a manager certainly helps that. And it's on to a director of football next, and then bringing in the right players, etc. So we'll see how this gets done this summer, but it's good to see everybody's, still, pushing on, and after what was a difficult season. And everybody, like I said, I mean, words are just sort of just falling out of my mouth when it comes to trying to just sort of thank you guys. But I do want to thank you guys properly, when Dave and I can actually sit down and really put together something proper to really thank you guys. But really, this is like, it's happened sort of weirdly overnight, like kind of as well. Like I felt like we were just on 9,800, like on, Saturday or something like that, whatever it was. So I don't know. It's a little crazy, my man. Like I said, I just don't even know what to say, but we will thank you properly. I promise. And I love you all. I love you.
100%. We will, we'll put together a little video and thank people and stuff like that. But, look, it's been amazing. Never thought we'd get here. Actually, a few fun facts before we let people go and enjoy this. I can't, my phone's gone dead. But, technically, we've got a bigger army than the Vatican, a bigger army than Madagascar, a bigger army than Iceland, and there's a few other countries along there, Mauritius, countries like that. We've got a bigger army then. So you could say, Jack, we're slowly on our way to dominate the world. But guys, it wouldn't be possible without all you guys out there. Honestly, I don't think you understand. None of these things are possible without your guys' interaction, liking, subscribing, super chatting, membershiping, the whole lot. None of it is possible without you guys. So you guys all sit there and give yourselves a pat on the back and just be happy knowing that you've made us happy. You've made us happy. And I just want to look. Again, I'm rambling. I don't even know what to say anymore. So guys, it's been 5 hours. In fact, it's been longer. It's been like 8 hours because we were streaming before that. We're out. We'll be back here tomorrow. Plenty of content coming your way. Things to look forward to this weekend or this week. We'll be doing a Twitter reacts to Ange Postecoglou. Now, we know how Twitter is. That could be very, very funny. We'll also have the jerseys are being launched on Thursday. They're being put out there. So me and Jack, with the help of Kieran, we've come up with our own designs. So look out for that either tomorrow or Wednesday. And we'll also have another stream that we've already got prepared for you guys. Players we take from relegation candidate teams that have been sent down. So plenty of content coming your way this week, guys. We'll be back here as well, just, saying thank you to everybody. But that's it. We're out. As always, come on, you Spurs. Big Ange we trust.
Big Ange we trust. Get the Greek food in.
Everywhere we go.